Good
Good
morning,
morning.
everyone.
Hey, Frank.
Hello. Yes,
Wow.
we're here.
We made it on air literally as the clock started running.
Yes, perfect.
record.
It's exactly the way we intended. Exactly. Everything is gone as precisely as planned.
We fell on air in true Nick Damon style.
Yes.
As if Nick was here himself.
Yes. Well, the only thing we haven't done is, are we live? Are we gone? Is it?
Yeah.
Are we out now? Let's wait. Talk for 30 seconds until we hear ourselves. Oh, no. Okay, now we're live. Okay, yes. Yes, good morning, everyone. Thank you for joining us here in Utrecht. I know I'm going to butcher that constantly. But anyway, we're here in Utrecht at the amazing Racco 2000 race facility. And I hear music. Am I intended to hear music? Is everyone else hearing the music? Okay.
However, it stops when qualifying starts, but the qualifying has started, so we should probably start moving the camera.
Yeah. Jim is still prepping. He's up there, though. But anyway, until we get Jim, can you hear us? Can you hear thumbs up if you can hear us? Yeah. Okay, yes. Turn on. I don't know what you're asking.
There we go. And we've got drivers, and we're ready to go.
I don't know what he can't hear me at all. That's fabulous. Okay, Jim can't hear me just yet, but he's I think that's what the hand motions mean. But anyway, if you were expecting to hear the dulcet tones of Matthew Guppy, unfortunately he's taken ill this morning or overnight. I'm not sure what's happening, but we've left him plenty of water and medicine and stuff like that outside his hotel room, and hopefully has been picked up by housekeeping. But we'll be checking in with him during the day, and not live, but just to make sure he's okay. But anyway, I am here, Frank McKinney. We've got Jim Little on camera. We've got Matt McCallum and James Perry back in the studio in the UK, and they will be running operations, and I will be talking all day for everyone. So we are almost directly straight into what we like to call the fast guys. But everyone out here is fast. Everyone out here is way faster than I can possibly be at this stage in my racing career. This is Heat 8 that is out on track right now. As you can see, we've got Ben Smith leading from the UK, Florent Gallet, Baptiste Roch, Brent Daniels, Moritz Lautenbach, Sylvain Gallo-Selva, Jens Becker, Harry Mears, and Michael Katzmeyer. I think I missed one in there as they swapped around. So Heat 9 is out next. That's the third fastest group of racers. And then we've got 10 and 11. 11, of course, with our overnight TQ driver, Jorn Neumann. Now, he made a point to tell me that although there's 5 rounds of qualifying, we're in the fourth of the 5th rounds, and then obviously the 5th round that come up after this. He's not necessarily locked it in. He has TQ'd, I think, the 3 rounds. Correct me if I'm wrong there, guys. But he told me that someone could take it off of him if they TQ and run a faster time. So it's still open. I don't know how wide open it is because, to be honest, I was running around quite a lot yesterday getting photos and various things. Hopefully you saw those the reels that we were doing on EFRA's Facebook and Instagram.
All over it.
Good. So yeah, all I know really is that Jorn Neumann is at the moment TQ. So he hasn't locked it in, and he is well aware that someone could still yet take it off of him. And of course, TQ doesn't mean you're going to win. There's 3A finals that are going to be coming up later today, starting at 20 past 3, that's Central European time, and then 20 past 4 and 20 past 5. So those are the times of the A1, A2, A3s. Everyone else from the K all the way to the B just get a single run. So yeah. So this is my first time announcing this in quite a while. I think Bio-Delete was the last time I did it.
Well, yeah, and we've been listening to that overnight. The previous wins clip went live yesterday.
If you haven't seen that, check it out on the EFRA Facebook page. It's quite a good clip. There's a lot of great racing, great drivers on there, and some pretty good announcers, I must say.
I was thinking,
not myself, but the others.
I was thinking Lee Martin
yes.
probably really wants Ollie Meggett to start commentating this class again.
Yeah.
Because if Ollie commentates it, Lee wins.
Yeah. I don't think it's going to be super easy for Lee to come back. I know a lot of the Brit racers are. I don't know how many are doing great. I know Orlowski's up there, but I think he's running for Poland. So I think not UK. So, but he does live in the UK, doesn't he? So I don't know. Maybe he's like half
from time to time. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, I think he races in the Polish Nationals as well. So dual passport holder. Maybe I don't know what the deal is there. Anyway, so where are these guys? This race is finished. So it's Florent Gallet, Baptiste Roque, Elias Johansson, Moritz Lautenbach. And Jens Becker as your top 5. So forgive us for leaving this race. We're just getting situated.
Can you, Frank? Can you just check the transmitter out of the headphone amplifier that will transmit to Jim is turned on?
Yes. You know what? In the infamous words of the Nick Damon, what do you think that we've had there?
An air gap.
Potentially. Okay, so you should be hearing us now, Jim, hopefully. Give us a thumbs up. Yes, got a thumbs up. So, yes, apologies for that, Jim. That was entirely just the franticness of getting ready. We didn't have batteries in that, but now it's all sorted, and he can hear us fresh batteries, so he can hear us all day.
So get your requests coming in, because now we can communicate with Jim and ask for specific cars. Little Style RC was asking for car 2. Apologies, you may have randomly got car 2 just by look, but we'll definitely try and get car 2 next time.
Yeah, that was Ben Smith from the UK that he was asking for. So I don't know how many. Obviously, I wasn't able to listen to the broadcast yesterday all that much, but I don't know how many requests we were able to do during the actual the top heats. I assume we're going to be going on the 5 or 6 fastest guys in each of those. This is Heat 9. It's out there now, just getting their warm-up lap in. So I'll run through the names in Heat 9. We've got all the different numbers. Okay, that's the numbers that are going to be sitting off. But starting from car 1, that's Neil Krag. Car 2 is Tim Dubel. Max Gotzel in car 3. Pekka Väivänen in car 4. Senne Pauwels. Jesper Rasmussen. Matthew Peters. Kai Koenig. Wouter Weinen. And Daniel Pohl. That's your cars 1 through 10. They will be setting off in a different order. Based on their current standing in qualifying. So Max Gotzel in car 3 is going to be off first. Jesper Rasmussen, then Neil Krag. Neil Krag, of course, former world champion, and I think he is a former European champion and many-time British champion. Is that correct? So that's car 1. So he'll be the third one off the line. Max Gotzel, that green, will be the first one. Cars, those are first 3 that are setting off. So. Basically, it just allows for less blue flag sort of lapping going on. Start off with the first car off. That'll be the green car. It'll be Max setting off. So this is from a standing start. So the first lap is going to be a bit slower, obviously, going up the triple and going up the step-ups. Bruno was telling us yesterday on the X-Ray track walk. He was walking around with Martin Bayer. That step-up area is going to be a very busy place indeed once it comes down to racing for real. Obviously, these guys still all on their own individual clocks, and that's why they're getting nice and spread out. There's already, who is this that is a bit slow? The car, I think it's car 4. Pecco maybe got held up somewhere. There's a big gap between him and the car in front of him on the track. But we're following Max. So the first lap, Jesper is quickest, but we'll let these guys go for a couple laps before we start to actually pay real attention, because the standing lap start obviously is going to be quite a bit slower than the flying lap. So Max, who we are on, going through there. So that step up is going to be pretty interesting. to keep an eye on during the main races. The Black S's is what the locals call that one. And then we got the double-double. Of course, most of these faster guys able to do those in 2 easy, fairly easy runs. Now, we try to stay abreast of the racer social media. Bruno saying his first day of qualifying didn't quite go as planned, making a lot of mistakes. So just showing how difficult it is, even for the best drivers in the world, to keep it rubber side down. As we're following Max, he's already coming up to lap someone. Can't tell what car that is just yet. This car is very, very quick, and my eyes not getting any younger. Ooh. Max. Ooh. Oh, lucky roll. Champion's roll. Oh, and another one. Well, it's still not fast, but it's faster than landing on your lid. Ooh, very lucky there to avoid the marshal. So Max, is his eye getting taken away by the... Oh, that was good. That was very smart driving there. Going over the crashed car. So I do apologize for not being able to identify these guys by their racing colors. That will come as hopefully as the day wears on. So let's drop down to let's see if we can find the car number 1 of Neil Cragg. He should have some fairly familiar colors for followers of RCTV and EFRA. I'll try and spot him. I only really see the cars as they're going past us in the far corner. So car 1 coming down the double-doubles now, Jim, towards you. Coming over the red jump. And I'll probably also name various areas of the track slightly differently than Guppy. So, again, all apologies. So work with us and we'll work with you. And we'll have some pretty good coverage during the day. That's the off-camera corner as he's going around that weird little hairpin. And that's a very tricky double there. I don't even know what that is. Coming over the red jump now. Oh, well, 2 red jumps. I don't want to make things confusing. The final jump is what he's going over now, down the main straight, pit straight. It's a very short straight, actually. And I know I am definitely no current season 10th buggy racer, but I have seen a few people comment on some of the socials and saying it's a shame that this is a 1/8 track. I understand the sentiment, but I don't really see these drivers having any real problem with these. Maybe the jumps are a little bit bigger, but that just makes them American size, really. So I don't know. Post your thoughts in the various chats. I mean, anything that makes it a challenge. You know, we see these in full scale motorsport from MotoGP to F1. They're constantly changing things for the drivers, and the drivers are always complaining that, you know, oh, it's so much harder now. So that is time expired. Neil is the last one of the last ones to cross the track. And there he goes, finishing second. So apologies, we didn't cover everybody, but hopefully we covered some of the favorites. I got them mentioned. Pecco finishing 4th in that one, just crossing now. Matthew Peters, still waiting for him to cross. Not sure if he crashed out or not. But the finishing order: Jesper Rasmussen, Neil Cragg, Max Gotzel, Pecco, Ivanen, who we're going to see in a couple of weeks is that 2 or 3 weeks in the Czech Republic, running large-scale off-road. So had a very short chat with him. He's not the chattiest. He's Finnish. You know, that's just how they are. Oh, sorry, they're on the last lap now, so they are finishing. But yeah, he did confirm he's going to be in the Czech Republic, so it'll be nice to see him there. We're going to have a moving camera and 3-man team there, so that'll be pretty good. Jim, once again, will be, I believe he'll be on camera for most of the time period there. So that is everybody finished. Neil actually finishes on top. Max Gotzel, Jesper Rasmussen, and Pecco, and then Daniel Pohl. So apologies for... I'm getting used to the timing screen as well as the track layout, the track naming, the drivers, and the drivers. Well, basically just everything. So we're working on it.
There's a weird countdown thing happening there because I'm pretty sure
that?
the clock's getting to 0. The countdown timer. I'm pretty sure the clock's getting to 0 and then showing the 45 seconds in red. I need to watch it again to see what's going on there, but.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, obviously, every track that we go to, they tend to use they may use a MyRCM for the live streaming, but the local timing system will be different at each track. So
yeah,
we have to, if it sounds like we don't know what we're looking at, sometimes we don't. That's just how it is.
May as well be honest.
Yeah. So here's something I noticed yesterday when I was on the rostrum. You see these drivers who are normal height, like normal adult male height, and they're still grabbing the little stools on the rostrum. So you see David Ongaro, Martin Bayer. I see. Is that Bruno next to Martin? There's Noah Ben Mohammed. I assume
Boda.
Clement Boder. Yeah, loads of them. About half of them are on the little folding stool stands, and some of them are even. They have like sponsor stickers on them, so they, that's my one, So yeah, it's interesting that even fully grown adults are using these.
Interesting thing about that is because we were in the pre-meeting with Paul Worsley and the team running the event, and on one of those posts on the driver's stand will be a piece of tape. And if you are shorter than that, if you're taller than that piece of tape, you're not allowed to use a stool.
Yes.
So I guess
I can see the tape. I can see the tape. You see it between Lee Martin and the chap next to his left in the Schumacher shirt. If the chap in the Schumacher hoodie leans forward just a there, you can see
there
it.
There he is.
The white.
There it is.
So that okay. Well, how weird of a rule is that?
That's a Paul Worsley. Paul Worsley special, that is.
I had to, unfortunately, and I do apologize completely to Paul. I was trying to get the timings for us so we know exactly what was happening, and he started to go into a big thing about how this is the same spreadsheet I've been using for 15 years, and he started pulling out different. I'm like, I'm really sorry, Paul, but we're a man down today, and we're just trying to set up everything. So please, can I hear about this later, please? I was like, oh my gosh, and he was like, okay, yes, I understand. Sorry.
Let's do Paul Worsley the podcast. I think that's what we need.
Yes. I think it'll need to be like a PowerPoint. Oh, is that Burek getting hung up on the pole there? That's unfortunate. Who's that? He's letting David Ongaro past. So no bad blood between those two. But we'll see what Martin Bayer has to say anything about it as Burek comes up on him. So we've got David Ongaro in the lead car. So let's follow him for a bit. Just make it easy, and then we'll try and do a lap each on these guys. So make it maybe 2 laps. Make it a little bit less busy on ourselves. But David Ongaro going up the step-ups around the danger pole. I know we've got the cone of justice, which is coming up just about now. There it is, just before the black S's. Coming over the big red jump. And then down the double-double. There is a weird step up, sort of like little jump there. And then the last jump there, going down the main straight. Now that's a lap of the track with David Ongaro. It's just going around the 2 hairpins. And then there's the triple. So if we drop back 1 car to Burak Kilic, the number 0. Jim, drop back 1 car. And there we go. The bluey sort of car with the white wheels. That's Burak Kilic in the 0. Going down the double-double. It's almost, it is sort of a chicane. I don't know if you call that a chicane, but anyway, he's down the pit straight. Hairpin turn at the end. I'm very curious to see how they alter the track for four-wheel drive. There are some very obvious, if you look flashing past various parts of the coverage on the camera, you'll see red and white boards in various places. So I'll be curious to see how they rearrange the track basically for four-wheel drive. I think this is one of the few tracks where I think Robin Hood was pretty good about it because they have multiple sort of areas that they can run and basically just go with the lay of the land. So if we drop back another car to the bright orange car, we'll see who that is. That is Noah Ben Mohammed, X-Ray Racer. So he might have something to say. We'll see. We'll keep an eye on him because the Kiliches and dare I say, the X-rays have a little bit of history. Oh, and he gets stuck on the final hairpin just before the big red jump, last big jump. It's going over the triple, more single double. Curious if the four-wheel drives are going to be able to do clear that in one go. Probably not. It's not much of a run-up, really. Going over the danger jumps, over the black S. He didn't lose a huge amount of time. Pretty good marshalling for that number 9. Oh, now he's stuck. Hits a pipe. Okay, so we'll follow the next, the 2 cars about to go into the first corner now. There we go. Yeah, these 2. We'll see who these are. These should be Mika Widmeyer. No, might be Clement Bowden and Lee Martin. I think that is Lee's color. Clement running the number 3 and Lee running the 6. Yep, that is Clement. Oh, no, it's the 5 of Mika Widmeyer. Sorry. These guys are all on their own individual clocks. Just happen to see Lee tumble over a bit just in front of us, so he's going to lose a little bit of time on this current lap. So he might drop down a bit. Currently running 3rd, so we'll see where he comes in. Has he crossed the line yet? So we're with Clement Bode. One of the names I'm not super familiar with, but we had a little bit of interaction last year with RCGP, so it was good to see some new faces, new names. He's quite a young driver from France. He's one of these quite shy, doesn't want to give away maybe that he doesn't speak the greatest of English, but he probably speaks English far, far better than my French. So, you know, fair enough. Running sort of a kind of a Ronafalky sort of color. Speaking of which, Ronafalk is not here. Apparently, Neumann, or was it Guppy, noticed that he was on the entry list, but just for whatever reason, not here. We don't know why. Too busy running on-road. Winning on-road, I should say. So, let's see. We're with Clement. So, if we've got Ben behind him. Mika, where's a friend of RCTV? Car number 6, Jim, just about these eyes in the middle of the double doubles now. He's just got flipped over. He's the third of the cars coming past you now, Jim. There we go. That's Lee Martin. Nemo racer when he's running Nitro, but a Schumacher racer when he's running 10th buggy. Coming down the ramp around the off-camera corner into the danger jumps. Cone of Justice, black S's, big red jump, and then down the double-double. I think he's hasn't had a good couple of laps. Is he going to pop up? Yeah, he's popped back up into 3rd. So that's his race finish. But we'll follow him around, give him a little bit of love. We do like a bit of Lee. Whoa, nice clearance on those danger jumps. Why don't you just do that every time? And then around the final hairpin and getting picked up by the Schumacher guys. Schumacher guys, I must point out, they're the only team here in white shirts. So very confident on one side about not having to do too much wrenching. And also they stick out quite a bit. That's nice. Good to see white shirts making a comeback. I was actually at Download Festival a few weeks ago, and I was very interested in getting a Bad Religion shirt because they're literally the only rock band that has white shirts.
So, Laura was in a white shirt.
Yeah, is he? Yes, he is.
He just walked past the camera in a white shirt. So.
Yeah, I remember.
I beg to differ.
But yeah. But
and you know the thing about Jorn. You know the thing about Jorn. Is it because he's not wearing a hat? Is that why he's being so successful?
And no
because
sunglasses.
Literally, Bruno's not wearing a hat either.
No,
Bruno doesn't ever wear hats.
But yeah. Jorn usually does. Jorn has also changed his paint scheme completely. There's no black on it. He's running a clear wing, front and rear, where he usually runs black wings. You know what I mean? So it's like it's one of these. I first noticed it was Jacques Villeneuve when he changed teams from, you know, he's dropped by Benetton or whatever, he went to whatever team. And David Coulthard did it as well when he was dropped by McLaren and he went to Red Bull. Bleached his hair, changed his helmet style and everything. So it's one of these, you know, sorts of like, I'm with a new sponsor now, so I'm just going to change everything about myself. And it's one of these like sort of reinventing sort of things. And I don't know, maybe it's that, maybe it's the car, who knows. But obviously, very, very quick. Yeah.
There is just so you know, we're not ignoring you. There are literally several hundred comments already this morning.
Good.
We'll get to you after this one. We've been kind of focused on, because we started with the top heats. We fell on air in a traditional sense. We started with the top heats, but we'll have a few moments to relax and have a chat with you guys at home watching. Thanks for being with us. Thanks to Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu, and S-Works, and of course EFRA.
Yes, definitely. This is the 2023 European Championships for 1/10 scale 2-wheel drive buggy. We've got 4-wheel drive starts tomorrow. We won't have live coverage of it, I don't think, but we will have attempt to have some stuff going on. So we're going to follow Jorn Neumann, our overnight TQ. We're going to pay very special attention to him. We're not going to follow him for the entire run. We do want to see what Orlowski, who's the next car behind, and Marcus Carup have to say about Jorn's TQ potential. Again, 2 runs counting out of the 5, and we've got Paul Worsley in the booth. He's not on the mic, but maybe Paul will be able to expound at some point during the day why only 2 rounds out of the 5 count. So I know that there are some questions about that, and I'd love to be able to explain it to the people who do wonder. But yes, Jorn's position as TQ at the moment is not secure, and he's very well aware of that as he's coming around the black S's, making a little bit of a mistake off the landing there, off the danger jumps, going over the big red jump now, down the double-double. If we drop back 1 car to the Polish driver of Michał Orlowski, is how you're meant to pronounce his name in proper Polish, but we call him Michael, or most people call him Michael. I like to use the authentic pronunciation name of whoever's name that I'm talking to. But we'll just keep it for Michael for now. Coming over the danger jumps, was that a lucky bounce or is this that skill? I'm going to call it skill. Going over the big red jump. Number 1 car going down the double doubles now, around the hairpin, over the final jump. And let's make it busy for ourselves. Drop back to the next car of, I think it's going to be number 9 to Marcus Carup, coming up the step-ups. Oh, bit of trouble around the danger, what is that? The danger pillar, I was calling it. So he got a big gap now to Michael, but not as was at the car 2 of Wesley Van Helmen, Dutch racer. So a lot of Dutch dreams are based on him. We were accosted by a Dutch guy in the car park as we were parking up this morning, helping us get in position. A very, very tight position for the Hyundai i10. But because it's such a tiny car, I was able to squeeze in, and he was chatting to us in Dutch, and we're like, sorry, mate. And anyway, he said, you're English. Okay, well, I'm cheering for... there's the car 2 behind. Was that Van Helmen making a mistake? Well, anyway, that was our friend's pick, was Wesley Van Helmen. He's been racing. First came across him in Valladolid many, many years ago. And we're still with, I believe, Orlowski. So who's this coming around that black S is over the big red jump? Yeah, it's the car 2. That's Van Helmen. I almost said Van Helsing. He's not a comic book character. So he's come up in... I can't get the number. I want to say that's Orlowski. Coming around the step up. Off camber corner. Coming down the danger jumps. Cone of Justice. Catches him. Oh! Black S's. Okay, well, that ended up the way it's supposed to, really. Orlowski hit it, and he was set down first by the marshal. So, I don't know how people do it, but, if you caused the crash, because he did collect Wesley there. So, back up the step-ups. And so now, are these guys, well, I was going to question whether they're taking each other. Oh, yes, there goes Orlowski. That might be his TQ potential gone now. I'm getting my numbers mixed up here. I do apologize. I can only see them as they go directly in front of us on the far corner after the big red jump. So that's the only time I can actually see the numbers. Who's that? Yes, Marshall has to put him down on the correct side of the track. Sometimes it's hard to know. So, who are we with here, Jim? Let's stick with this third car. Oh, jeez. That is not great. Not great. Now he's got a massive gap. That's the car 2, I think, of Van Helmond. He's dropped way down the order now. 4th at the moment. He was running 2nd or 3rd. Everybody on their own individual time, so they're not really supposed to interfere with each other or block. It does happen, but that's what the referees are for. We've got 2 different referees. Bjorn, who we see quite a lot, and local racer, or local referee, I believe. Bjorn, I believe, an official EFRA referee this week, rather than just a race announcer. So coming down. Ooh, oh, cone of justice again! Wow, that thing likes to stick itself out in front of whoever it comes across. And that is runs completed for, I was going to try and drop back to Coelho, but he's finished 3rd. Van Helmond, 4th. So Jorn takes that one, 11 laps in 28.342. Orlowski, Bruno, Van Helmond, Kobovic, Tommy Hall. Jamie Hall finishes 9th. Luke Holdsworth, Marcus Karup in 7th and 8th, and Una Hatanen in 10th.
So that wraps it up for Jorn then?
I think so. I mean, that's...
Well, he's
is that
TQ'd 4 rounds out of 5.
Right, okay. Yeah, I'm trying to decipher the side tie table thing here. Is that all look correct to you, Paul, as far as the overall? Okay. So, yeah, so overall at the moment, after 4 rounds out of 5 completed, Jorn Neumann, Michael Orlowski, Marcus Karup, Wesley Van Helmond, David Ongaro, Burak Kilic, Daniel Kobovic, Clement Boda, Alexander Landon, and Mika Vidmeyer. Okay, and he did the fastest time as well. Wow, 11 laps in 5:04.887. Yeah, wow. So, yeah, Paul just pointing out that Jorn's run just now was his fastest run yet. So,
wow.
There
we go on the screen. I think we have.
He's not hanging about. There we go. There's our. So on 0 points with. Is that 4? I'm trying to decipher this thing. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, but that wraps it up. Yeah. Yeah. 4 zeros, and that's it. So now it's down a race for 2nd position on the starting grid. So should we? Do you want to bring Paul in, Matt?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. If you want to grab the mic there, Paul, and we'll bring up once you get it on. I'll bring you up on the fader. Unmute it. Okay. Do you want to give us a little hello?
Yeah. Hello.
All right. Hello. There's Paul. Paul Worsley, section chairman for 1/10 Buggy. Is that correct? Okay. Yep. Just want to. So now there's. No, I mean, this is where I consider this is an EFRA broadcast. So we hear things
all the time.
The first thing I'd like to not quiz you about or interrogate, but just get an explanation. Why is it 2 rounds out of 5?
So simple. It used to be 3 rounds out of 5.
Yeah.
3 rounds of 5 is difficult. Especially if you've got a very technical track, lots of jumps, easy to make the error, like this track we're now.
Yeah.
But the main reason for it was that in 1998 we had a Euros in UK at Teesside.
Right.
It was on grass, with, as most of them were in those days, with a big bank corner at the end of the straight made out of banking and plywood, etc. And two-wheel drive was okay, not a problem. When it came to four-wheel drive, this was a full event with 150 drivers, 15 heats.
Wow.
And it started to rain on the first day of qualifying for qualifying one.
I think I've seen pictures of this
from
way back when, yeah.
It started to rain around about heat 10 or 11.
Yeah.
I can remember the commentator at the time, Brian Harris, saying, William Mitchum is circulating in 25.3 and, the rain's coming down. 28.6, 29.7, 32 point. Now, this happened again in round 2 at the same heat. It happened again in round 3, more or less the same heat.
Right.
It meant that on that first day, over those first 3 qualifying rounds, all the top heats, 5 of them maybe, 4 of them at least, none of them had a good run in comparison to all the others. With 3 rounds to count, and only 2 rounds remaining the following day, there was no way they could do anything.
Yeah.
They're finished. There was 20 of them that didn't even bother to come out of the hotel the next day and come to the track because there was no point.
Yeah, yeah.
I remember my son, who was racing at the time, was in the same heat as Craig Drescher in heat 12, I think. Craig ended up in the E final. My son ended up in the F final.
Right.
The only driver out of those top heats that made the A final in that four-wheel drive event was Jukka Stenari.
Right.
And so many more people were saying, this is crazy, the event is ruined because we just can't get around.
Yeah.
Of course, you can't control the weather.
Yeah, yeah.
But it seemed to me 3 out of 5 is difficult anyway. So I proposed it with 2 out of 5.
Mm-hmm.
Then the first day, if you had a really, really bad day, for whatever reason, your fault, weather, whatever, at least you could get your act together, come back the next day, and you could still be in the event, you could still kick you and win even.
Yeah, yeah.
To make it a lot more open for people to get a good event.
Yeah.
And it's been the same ever since 1999.
Right. Now you bring up another point that I wanted to talk about, was that you proposed the rule. So you were part of the BRCA organization at that time?
In those days, I was on the BRC Off-Road Committee.
Yeah.
I wasn't the chairman then.
Okay.
My son was still racing then. But I proposed it to BRCA official, who then put it into EFRA.
Right.
And I was at the EFRA meeting to explain my reasonings, and everybody said, sounds good to us.
And that's exactly the point I wanted to make, was that people ask about, why is the rule like this? Well, someone has to propose it to a federation, and the federation, which in this case being BRCA, but it could be DMC, or it could be ACAR, or it could be
AKK,
AMSHI, or any of the country federations across Europe can put in a proposal for a rule, and then you present your reasoning at the AGM, and then it's voted on it at the AGM. So that's how rules are changed and updated over time. So if there's any of our viewers, especially because they're not aware, and which is fair enough, but I'm trying to make sure that we do explain why these rules are in place and how they get changed. So things like 5-cell touring car, or whatever sorts of changes of rules, from technology to weather to track changes, all sorts of things.
And of course, the other thing to consider within this subject is that this is not a closed book, in as much as that somebody could put in a proposal and nobody knows about it until the day of the AGM. That doesn't happen. All the proposals are visible to anybody on the website. Yeah. So when a proposal goes in from a federation, it has to be from a federation, not an individual. Yeah. Anybody can read and think about it over the coming weeks before the AGM. And
discuss it with the other federations, and maybe go, well, maybe it should be this. And then, as not obviously not everybody's able to, just obviously I say just the racer, but normal racers aren't maybe able to see everything that happens at an AGM. So even just explaining the proposal that gets through, it can even be amended at the time.
Of course.
So if someone goes, okay, well, let's change it to, just for sake of argument, change it to 3 out of 5. But someone might say, well, if the weather stays a particular, if the weather stays consistent and everybody agrees, or the weather completely changes and everybody agrees that it has completely changed, then we use this rule or we use that rule. And so it can be amended even before it gets voted in.
I mean, very often this happens, very often. The very fact that we're open and anybody can read the proposals and discuss it with their colleagues in their own country, speak to their federation, we've got a better idea. The rule amendment sounds sensible, but we can make it even better.
Yeah.
And this happens because people have got the time to read it, think about it, and maybe come up with a better idea.
Yeah.
And then this is proposed as an amendment to the proposal, and we discuss it, and if it sounds better, then we go with the amendment.
Yeah. It's not a dictatorship. It's not, there's no one person choosing it, and even the people like yourself who are on the EFRA board, it's not like they're going, okay, we say it must be like this. It all has to be voted in. All has to be proposed and discussed and then voted in by, and not even by EFRA officials. No. All EFRA does really is just sort of
manage it
and just say, okay, well, this is how we're going to do the voting then, and so and then count the votes at the end. So.
I don't have a vote.
Yeah, and then obviously you wouldn't have a vote on 1/8 track. No. So which is where we're going to be at next week, or large scale touring car, which I'm going to tomorrow. So busy boy this week. But it's just as an explainer.
I mean, one thing I would say about it is that within the EFRA board, you've got the different section chairmen for the different sections, and of course they've got the experience within their own section. But we all help each other as much as we can, because very often we hear of things that were a problem at an event, and we may have had that similar problem in another section and found a way of stopping it from happening. Yeah. And we could say, well, why don't you do this, this, and this, and then you won't have that problem. Yeah. Oh, wow, thanks.
Yeah.
And we do help each other a lot.
And there are definitely some rule differences between, for instance, because I go to so many different events, I don't remember what all the rules are. So in this one, for example, only the A finalists have a triple leg final. Everyone else has a single final, whereas in touring car, I don't know, but I think it's probably different.
It's 3.
It's 3 for everybody? Yeah, so it's, they're all, everyone sticks with sort of the traditional sort of sense of how they run the rules. But anyway, I wanted to get you on the line, and just.
I mean, that particular one, there was a proposal put through this last year for this section to have 3-leg finals for everybody. But I know that if you have a quite full event, the schedule just won't allow you to get.
You're making it 3 times longer, basically.
And I did some quick calculations, and I said, not going to work. Okay, if you only had 7 or 8 heats, you could do it.
Yeah.
And so we amended the proposal at the AGM to read, if the time schedule allows.
Yeah.
And here I worked it all out. If we were to run 3 finals for all finals, it would add another 3 hours 10 minutes on to today.
And we'd be finishing at about 9 p.m. tonight.
We'd be giving the trophies out at 9:10.
Yeah. And that always takes longer than it's meant to. So, yeah. All right. Well, that's excellent information. Thank you very much. Paul Worsley from EFRA, section chairman for the 1/10 buggy section for EFRA. And obviously he's overseeing things. He's not running the event. Obviously it's the local club is running it. There's different events. Different people, a very large group of people running. So we seem to have a guppy in the thing. How you feeling? Queasy still? Yeah. All right. No worries. So yeah, we. All right. So, thank you very much, Paul.
No problem.
It's excellent insight and great information.
That's what I'm here for.
Yeah. And like I said, it's just one of these things that just want to make sure people are aware of these things when they go like, why does EFRA do this? It's like, well, it's not, let's just explain it. Step back a bit. Let's just explain it a tiny bit.
You'd probably be surprised at how many people have asked me questions in the 3 days so far this week, and questions just like you've asked.
Yeah.
I can say to them, I can tell you exactly why it's done like that. This went wrong 20 years ago, so we changed it.
Yeah.
This is my 29th Euros without missing one.
Very good. Very good.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Excellent stuff there from Mr. Paul Worsley. So we are in heat 2 of, well, let me see. So this is group 2?
Yep. Group 2 are out now for the fourth.
It says Q4 on the screen, so it should say Q5, shouldn't it? Oh no, Q4. Okay. Yes. Okay. It's Paul's magical spreadsheet. Yes. Sorry. Confused myself.
And then for Q5 there's a break.
Yes.
Because
we've got a big.
That guy has been on in this round last, and then he's back on again there, so he's got to have enough time.
Yeah.
So there's a break between the finish of that and the start of that.
Right. Okay.
So that guy doesn't get caught out of it.
Okay. No problemo. All right. So.
There's an hour between that and that.
Yeah.
She's 29 without missing. 1995 was the first one.
Okay. So, where are we at here? We got Cyril. Oh, thank you very much. Cyril Archie Bowman, UK from the UK, leading this one at the moment. Cyril Costaldo, Cone Middle Coupe, Thomas Lepap, Victor Litvinenko from the Ukraine, Robert Scar. There's 5 racers here, I think, or 5 spaces at least allocated for Ukrainian racers. Robert Scar, Joseph Cockle, John Morils, Brian Preddy, and of course, as I'm reading them out, they're switching around and moving all over. So let me just bring in the Mr. Gups.
Very late good morning to everybody. Sorry about that. That was a slightly nightmarish start to today, but hopefully my throat's going to hold out for the rest of the day now. It's been a bit of a rough morning, shall we say. How's it been going here, Frank? How have you been getting on?
Been all right. Must say my vaunted stomach of iron is still holding true. I mean, we literally shared food last night. Chopsticks going into the same dishes.
It wasn't the
same amount of drinks. So there's no idea what may have been.
I've got no idea. I woke up at about it must have been about 3:45 this morning, and you only wake up with a headache, and you kind of go, "What's going on? That's a bit weird." I haven't drunk very much. Didn't eat anything dodgy.
No.
Very, very odd. And within an hour of tossing and turning and getting hot and then cold and then hot and cold, all of a sudden it was not a pleasant time anymore. So, yeah, that was how the morning started. So yeah, apologies to everybody out there that we haven't started how we would have done normally.
I'll tell you how we did start. I don't know if you caught the very beginning of the.
Go on, I didn't know.
We were rushing. I mean, you'll see plastic bags on things.
Nice.
Because we are expecting. I think we have an 80. When I woke up this morning, we had an 80% chance of showers. So we have no idea when the showers might come.
Okay.
You know, it is a coastal country.
We had some last night, didn't we? There was a couple of showers that passed though. I know when I went downstairs last night and popped outside, there was certainly a very light shower going on. Nothing too major or anything that I thought would have affected this morning. But how was the track when you got here? Was it wet?
It was a bit wet, yeah. But it wasn't sodden. Obviously, they did a complete round of free practice, and we came on air literally as the bell of the fifth round of qualifying started with Heat 8.
Oh, brilliant.
Jorn Neumann has, with 4 zeros, has now solidified TQ. So it's a race for second spot on the grid.
Crikey.
And obviously, I wasn't listening to the broadcast yesterday, so I only know that Jorn Neumann was. I was like, okay, there's the major names, but I don't know who's the danger guy. So anyway, so
everybody in the top 30 is a danger guy at the moment. Apparently,
yeah, I know. I mean, David, what was he? He's in the third fastest or second fastest group.
Yeah,
and there he is in fourth at the moment. We saw Van Helmond make a bunch of mistakes. Even Bruno saw him make 1 or 2 mistakes. We couldn't focus on everybody, obviously, because it's quite action packed at the sharp end of the at the grid. So yeah, but if you are you able to speak, or are you?
I mean, I am speaking at the moment.
Well, yeah. All right.
It's I am. Of course, I'm able to speak. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been here yet. But my throat's a bit dodgy, so do keep an ear out, Frank. That would be wonderful.
Well, just give me a wave, because I'll be
drinks.
Yeah, I'm.
The order of the day.
Yes. Well, this you're welcome to finish off this water. I did start it, but
thank you.
It's you're welcome to have that. I made a point. I was even having tap water all day yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
From the tap. Why buy it when it's just right there?
Well, we have water in here. It would have been.
Yeah, but this was your guys' water, the Jumbo water.
Hey.
So we're seeing the races from that Heat 3 come out and check their times.
Who have we got with us, Frank? Is Matt here? Is James here? I know we've got wonderful Jim up on the camera doing some awesome shots. Had some lovely compliments in my messages for you, Jim, yesterday. He's given us a wave, bit of a fist pump in the air. You know what he's like by now.
Giving the big Texas woohoo, just like Jorn Neumann is to everybody in the rest of the top 20 or 30 racers.
High-fiving everybody in the pit.
Everybody.
No one wants to look at him.
I'm just going to say that about everybody. It's just like everybody's being very un-German and un-British and doing the whole full American, yeah, suck on that, man. Doing that. Yeah. They're not. No one is actually doing that. Every single one of these racers is very, very low key. No one is out there. I mean, they know. These guys race each other probably every month, so at least. So
have you told everybody about our trip into town last night?
No.
It wasn't a full on trip into town. We had a lovely walk in through Utrecht, down through the main strip, was it?
We saw some canals and lots of Dutch-style bicycles.
Many bicycles.
Yeah.
Many bicycles everywhere. And we stopped at a little, what was it, a Vietnamese restaurant?
Yes.
We did.
Yeah.
Chicken
literally on the
duck
curry. If you stuck your elbow out, it would get caught by someone's handlebar. That's how close to the street we were.
We were next to the house with a roof that went nowhere.
Yeah, very tricky sort of... optical illusion sort of house.
And loads of art all over the place. It's a lovely town, actually. If you are over this way and you're visiting the club, make sure you do pop into Utrecht, because there's some awesome little restaurants and just nice places down there to go and see.
Yeah, speaking of which, do want to mention that, because one of the guys in the pits mentioned that I heard this is the last race. This club's going to be shutting down, and I asked Bjorn about that, because obviously he's Dutch and so he knows every Dutch person and every Dutch thing. And he said, actually, no, the club is not going to be shutting down.
Woo!
It's the company that is directly behind the massive red wall. They want to buy the club. They want to buy the land of the club. And he said a number of 1.5 million euros.
Wow.
That's what they've offered the club. But the club has then gone to the city and gone, okay, we have an offer to buy our location, but we need a place to actually build a new facility. And there are no facilities nearby or any land nearby that they can buy for 1.5 million euros. So therefore, the company's not going to be buying the place.
No.
So the club will be sticking around.
So it's worth more than 1.5 to them, really?
Probably.
Wow.
Probably.
Mind you, 1.5 million euros. What's
Hello.
that? Oh, hey, Matt. How you doing?
Hello. Yeah, very good. I was thinking the one cool thing about having a full team now, Frank, we can get interviews.
He wants me to do
maybe
stuff
from
now. He wants me off the
maybe
mic.
from Heat 8. Heat 8 upwards. We can interview the winner of each heat, and then obviously that will end with us talking to Jorn TQ. So we can do interviews up on the driver's stand.
If you let me know who those are, and I will seek them out.
Yeah, well, you'll be stood by the timing screen as well. So you'll be up there.
Oh, you mean today?
By the timing screen.
On this round. Okay, yes, sorry.
Yeah, this is the last round, I think.
Yes,
so,
yes. I thought you meant me go grab them now and talk to them. But yeah,
oh no, this is not the last. Yeah, when in Q5.
Yes.
The the top heats, the top 3 maybe heats. We can talk to the winner of each. That'd be really cool.
What are we starting with in Q5? Frank, what heat are we starting with there?
We are currently on heat 4.
Just finishing off Q4, aren't we?
Yes. So, just keep in mind that you have to look at the actual times. It's not just going, I got mixed up. With Paul Worsley standing here, it's like next to his
this is heat 3.
Spreadsheet.
Then we're going to get up to heat 7. And heat 7 will end qualification 4. And then it'll be around 10 past 12. And then we'll start with heat 11. And then
so
heat
that's
10,
about
then
a
heat
20-minute break there.
Yeah.
Literally, between the heats, we've got about a 20-minute break, and then we're coming back in straight in with heat number 11, which is obviously the top heat. And then we'll switch back to heat 1 straight after that. Oh, no, we're running backwards, aren't we? So we're running from the top back.
Yes.
So I think interviews for 11, 10, and 9 would be really cool.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Well, we know the mic works, and you wanted to do that on the rostrum cam.
Yep.
Is that right?
You'll be up there with them. You'll be able to grab them as soon as they're finished.
Yeah. So no magical dongle placement on our equipment. Okay.
You can save that for another day.
Tomorrow. Okay. Well, I'll maybe shoot off and get some.
Are you going to shoot off, are you, Frank?
Maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
What do you want me to do now, Matt?
You can shoot off if you want.
Yeah, man. Let's do content.
Okay.
Okay, let's mute them off a minute, Frank. So we're going, chaps, we'll be back in a moment.
So yeah, as we were saying, this is heat 3 in their 4th round of qualifying. We're running right the way up to heat 7, and you're watching the EFRA 2-wheel drive 1/10 off-road European Championships, brought to you by Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu, and S-Works. And we've got just under 2 minutes left of this one. We'll be qualifying. We will be crowning a European champion today. We have our first A final kicking off 20 past 3 local time. And then we'll have the K up to G finals. And then we'll have A final leg 2 at 20 past 4. And then we'll have F up to B. And then 20 past 5. That will be your final A final. And
the final?
You know what we like. The final A final. Exactly, the final leg, the third leg, will be at 20 past 5. And you know what we like? We like them to go to 3 finals. We want it to be decided. We don't mind who wins, but we want it to be decided over 3 finals. We don't know if that's what will be what happens, but we shall wait and see.
We don't mind who
Bated
wins,
breath.
as long as it's Neil Cragg and as long as he does it in the 3rd final.
So, yeah.
It's okay, I'm only kidding. Anyone can win and we'll be super happy for them, of course. Of course, and we don't have favourites here. Sometimes. So, we have got Heat 3 out at the moment, though.
Is it? Okay.
Seems like Heat 3 is going around right now. Let me just reorganise the sheets here. There we are. So, Heat 3. Who are we following in Heat 3 at the moment? Well, I think we should be following Lucas Didier, who's leading this one round in car number 1, if that's possible. Hopefully that's who... Is that who we're on? No, it's not. We'll get there. We'll get on... There he is. There we go. So, that's Lucas Didier leading us round in this one now. It's all finished, so it's a bit pointless switching over to him, to be fair. We're right at the end of this heat. We're in the rundown time on the clock. So we'll now be switching over to Heat 4 once these guys come back and cross over the line. I think we're just waiting for... Oh, no, he's finishing out. Sven Ruddick didn't go out in that one. But we've got Lucas Didier finishing on a 10 in a 5:26.992. Well, I suppose as it's my first little soiree on the mic today, I better thank our sponsors, Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works. You are, of course, here watching the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros for 2023. We're in Utrecht in the Netherlands at the Rayco 2000 facility. Thank you so much for joining us, everybody. I do apologise for being horrendously late this morning. Sometimes these things happen, so I will be doing my best to bring you many, many, many hours of entertainment for the rest of the day. Like I say, Heat 4 is up next. You'll see these guys walk up into their rostrum positions in a moment. In Heat 4, we have got Randolph Hout in car 1, Cedric Didier in car 2, Lee Charnock in car 3, Remy Bertrand car 4, Paul Wood in car 5, Bruno Vea in car 6, René Levezzo in car 7, Peter Friedingsdorf in car 8, and Harley Eldridge rounding us out in car 9. Who's your pick for this one, Matt? Okay, I'm going to guess for it.
Harley
I
Eldridge.
reckon Harley Eldridge. There we go. I reckon you're probably onto a winner there with that one. But you never know. Any requests out there at all in the YouTube land? I better get this loaded up on my phone, really, hadn't I?
Well, we haven't really looked at the comments so far, but there are a huge, huge number of comments. So I'll scroll right down to the end. Watch Harley, says Richard Gallop. Loic and Lucas are the requests of Etienne Pavé. Joseph Fisher says 1.5 million euros is chump change when Trinity sold Horizon Hobby for a mere 900,000. Okay. Some more French. So yeah,
we've got a few on the.
requested.
I've seen on the Facebook feed here. I'm just going to try and have a look at the comments there because we've got a few little comments on the Facebook feed. I can actually only see 3 of them. When I click into the comments, they all vanish. But we've got Greg Hill saying something about it being for insurance purposes. I obviously wasn't here for that. And he says, "Hi Frank." Hi Frank from
drivers.
Greg.
Drivers
he
standing
said hi
on a
back.
step.
Okay. Oh, okay. And then we've got Aidan Burke chipping in with Highgate, and I can only imagine what Aidan believes happened last night, and I'll go with that story because it's obviously far more exciting than what actually happened to us last night. So we're good with that. We're good with Highgate. That's fine. I can't see any more of the comments on there, so do let us know if you're watching, guys. Say hello to Matt. Say hello to me.
YouTube is your place. If you go on YouTube, you'll be able to see all of the comments.
Oh, sorry. Let's have a look, see if I can get into YouTube a minute. Okay, these guys just coming around to the line now. A few seconds on the clock and they will be called off. So we will, for the time being, we'll just follow Harley off the line because I think she's going to be off first if we can, and then we'll try and give a few more of these drivers a bit of love as we go through the heat. Okay, off we go then. Reasonable start so far. Hitting those bobbles. So track doesn't look too bad out here at the moment. It seems like whatever wetness there was in the Astro this morning when we got here, or when the rest of the team got here anyway. By the time I got here, the sun had been out, it had dried out, all the waterproof covers had been put out ready. Brilliant. Well done, team. That's what I say. But it does look like the track has dried out this morning. Now, that's either going to make a difference of when Astro dries out a bit, it gets a little bit sticky on that sort of cusp of becoming dusty, and that's when you get the real high grip come out of it. So we might see some of these times from yesterday topple a little bit. Maybe some of the faster laps go down in this next sort of maybe in the next round. We might see that start to happen, but we're a long way off yet. and these guys still struggling a little bit over the over some of the sort of rhythm sections that we've got here, but Harley seems to be doing well at the moment, still out in front. Fastest lap for 30.4, so not knocking those times down just yet. But we're certainly pushing towards that way. A few seconds to go on that, and we'll be well up there. Okay, so we've done a few laps with Harley now. Let's see if we can pop back onto car number 2 of Cedric Didier, who is second in this one at the moment. Let's see if we can find out where Cedric is. Should have just crossed the line there. Should be the number 2 car you're looking for. Probably about a quarter of the way round now. Okay, so we'll just wait for these guys to go past Jim a minute. There we go, lovely. There's Cedric. Single double. Standard routine over that one. Just a little bit short on the up hop there, on the step up. Oh, grip roll on the corner. And there you go. Over at the end of the bobble. So you catch that nasty one on the way out, and it will flip the back end of the car up, as we've seen a number of times so far during qualifying. Cedric not having too much trouble other than that, really. Lap times seem to be fairly consistent so far. Mind you, last lap, obviously, with that tumble was a 34.8, so 4 seconds off what he's been doing up until then. So in the 30s, really, for Cedric as he's going round. It's really close between him and Harley, actually. So you've got France and the UK taking us around in this one. So a couple of minutes left, and I can't see any requests on this one, so let's have a look and see if we can give somebody else a bit of time. René Levetzo, car number 7, if we can. Driver from Austria. Okay, so René should be almost coming up towards the end of the lap now, so probably one of these two coming over the double section. There we go, lovely. So that is René Levetzo, currently running around in third, or was running around in third. Let's have that crash on the doubles there, just as we switched over, which has dropped him down. With a minute left to go, we'll stick it out and see if we can make a little bit of time back up. And catch back up to where he was anyway. I think that is likely to be Cedric right behind him, though. So if he catches him, he's going to have to make... Oh, dear, what a nightmare. We got a replay on that one. There we go. Wrong angle. Catches the track marker. Tumble, tumble, tumble. And that is the expensive way to do the doubles. Okay, so back with it. About 20 seconds left in this one now. Everybody onto their pretty much onto their last laps. I think. Yeah, I think everybody's pretty much there. So we'll just wait for these guys to start crossing the line, and we should be done and dusted with heat number 4. I think it is going to be Harley Eldridge that takes this one, Matt. So you were right there. Got any horses that you want me to put on? I will gladly take your tips for them as well. So the 3 singles on the finishing lap for René Levetzo there. Keeping it safe, making sure he's not breaking the car, doing anything crazy. Oh, and as I say that, the rain is coming down. And it is coming down quite a bit as well by the looks of things. This is really going to change things up now. It's certainly going to mix up this last round of qualifying, because I think these top guys are going to be going out possibly on quite a wet track. I'm not sure if you can pick up the rain on the camera at all. Any of the cameras can see. There you go. You can see it falling on that one. So we've got
Just
Jim
look pretty
up.
dark, doesn't it?
It is. It has. It's just come over. So I think if it's, I mean, with the amount of rain that's coming down, Matt, I don't think this is going to dry out in time to see this through for the next round. We've seen how long this track does take to dry out, and what have we got there? So that was 8-4. So we've got 20 minutes, 20, 30, 40 minutes maybe. 20, 30, 40 minutes, something like that, Matt. Something like that.
But they're just going to run in the rain, aren't they? Just be declared a wet round?
Yeah, of course. But what that means is that if it stops raining just as the top guys go on, it's going to get drier as they go through towards the bottom heats.
Right. Yeah.
That makes sense. So the track should get quicker. So we might see a bit of a mix-up in that last round, which will change around some of the final placings. Could be interesting. Could be some scores.
If a round has mixed conditions, does it not get cancelled because it's unfair, or is it?
No, that's the point of doing staggered starts.
Okay.
So from my understanding, the staggered starts are there to make it even for everybody, so that it's not the same people going. You know, if you get rain early on and the track's drying out, it's always the top guys that get the fastest bit of track, and you're never going to beat them. So if you swap them around and do the timings differently and start different heats at different times throughout the day, it means everybody gets a chance to have that early track, that middle bit of the track, that late bit of the track where all the grips come up, or vice versa, if it's rain towards the end. But I think that's the idea, really. You can see Paul Worsley. That is his sneaking walk that he's doing there, you can see on the rostrum cam. That is how Paul Worsley sneaks around late in the evening.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Good job, Cedric Didier, says Xavier Boutet.
Good job indeed.
Good job. John Sneakers is saying maybe a bad bitter ball or fricadelle.
Well, it was. I don't think it was the food. I don't think it was the food. I really can't put my finger on it because we didn't drink a lot. We hadn't done anything crazy. We hadn't been anywhere outlandish. We got back at a reasonable time. We had a pint at the hotel. I think it was the Heineken. I never drink Heineken. I was a cider drinker. So I'm putting it down to the silver Heineken that we had at the Vietnamese place. That's what I thought. We're absolutely fine. I went to bed fine.
You need to do the FFF diet.
Oh, Freddie?
No, my diet, the FFF diet.
Oh, okay. What's that?
Frank can tell you about Frank's fat shaming service later.
Oh, okay. You can fat shame me anytime, Frank.
John Sneakers is saying Heineken is the worst Dutch beer ever. But back to business. Brian Carroll is requesting William White.
William White. We had a bit of time with Will yesterday, but we'll get him on. We'll do a few early laps of Will White. So car 4 when these guys go off, please. See, we started with yesterday actually, and I think in the last round with him, but we will give him a bit more love seeing as he's had the request. We've had Eugene Galley in there as well. So I expect we'll get some requests for Eugene in a bit. Obviously one of the main helpers from Robin Hood last year is Eugene. So I had a question yesterday, Matt, of how many drivers here have been able to defend their title successfully? And it's many drivers. I think, let's have a look. I think there's only one driver that's managed to defend it 5 years consecutively, and that was for a four-wheel drive title.
Lee had it 3 times, this one, didn't he?
Yeah, but Drescher's had it 4 times.
Bounce.
Neil Cragg's had it 4 times on the bounce. But Stenari is the only one that has won it 5 years on the trot. And then you've got Drescher with 4, you've got Cragg with 4, you've got Lee Martin with 3, and then there's a number of sort of 2s and stuff as well. Newman's had at least one double like that, where he's defended it in the four-wheel drive at least. Certainly in the two-wheel drive. Many is the answer. So lots of them out there have done the doubles, triples, quadruples, and one quintuple. Not very often you get to say that about a championship, eh?
Not a lot, no.
William White's taking us around. A little bit squiffy over the doubles as he went round there. You can see these guys on those yellow tyres, even with the tiny bit of rain that we've had, which has stopped now, by the way. You can see the difference it's made to them. So the heat before, no issue at all with the grip, really. And now, when you see these guys come out of a corner, and you might notice it a bit more on the black tiles. So let's see how Will gets around there. No, it's not too bad. That seems okay. The little back straight there up onto the step through. Oh, can't quite get the pace though. So that's where you're going to start noticing it, is where these guys start to do 5 singles in a row rather than a single double-double. I had a chat with a few of the drivers yesterday as we were sort of mincing around in the afternoon, and they're all saying that the track is great other than they're struggling with the obstacles. So getting the rhythm right for these sections is proving very, very difficult for a lot of drivers. But otherwise, size of the track, that sort of stuff, all seems pretty acceptable to all of them. So yeah, other than struggling with some obstacles out there, I think these guys are actually really enjoying the track and the layout. So we've had a bit of time with Will White now. He is not doing too badly. I mean, he's lapping in the 32s, and for wet laps, yeah, you can understand where the time's starting to drop off for him. Predicted 9 in a 5:16 at the moment. So if we've got nobody out there requesting anyone, let's have car number 7, the German Elias Jordan. He's leading us out in this one. Currently lapping around 30-second laps, so 10 in a 5:19 he's predicted. So just coming up to the end now, there you go. So let's see how the grip's affecting his car. So Elias on the nasty off-camber corner. It is going to be the nasty off-camber now. It's got a little bit wet. Oh dear. Sympathy crash from the car behind him as well. Did we work out if I've got a replay button over here, Matt?
Yeah, absolutely. On your little screen there, you should see a button that says Mark 5 and go.
Oh, okay. Okay, yeah, I see that.
So Mark 5 and go will take a replay and it will show it immediately of the last 5 seconds. Mark 90 is quite a good one. It doesn't show it, but if you see something amazing,
yeah,
and you think it should be saved for posterity, to make it to the final montage or something, then press Mark 90 and it will just automatically snip out 90 seconds, and we can use that anywhere later. From the point I push the button, or will it be slightly before? Yeah, the last 90 seconds up to the point where you press the button.
Oh, awesome! That's a good button. I like that one. So don't just keep pushing that.
No.
That was a good bit. That was a good bit. I have lots of 90-second clips for Jim and Frank to go through, and yourself, of course.
Yeah, Jim will love that.
He will. He was telling me last night how he loves it when he puts loads and loads of time into like the montages and the little clips that we do and stuff like that. And when we come into a European Championship and then play one for the 8 scale.
Yeah, I did play the wrong one. But I apologise, and it's still been played a few times. It's been played a few times, the correct one.
Oh man, nightmare there! Absolute nightmare for Elias. Sorry, Matt, to cut you off, but caught on a. I don't think that is Elias actually. I think that's
kind of a 9.
It's kind of a 9. Oh, that's well, it's Danny Clay's. So we're not.
No, it's kind of an 8. It's kind of an 8.
Cedric Ricard. There you go, from France. Got really, really caught up there. That was much more than a 3-second, just poked in the barrier straight out from the marshal and back on track. That was I am banging my car into the barrier to get you guys to notice that I've crashed and come and save me, please. So lots of time lost on that one. But, you know, we're into the finishing times now anyway, so these guys are going to be finishing as they come across the line. William White's finished with a 9 in a 5:09.9. Top two, Tom Becku and Elias Jordan. So Elias doing a 10 in a 5:21.2. Tom Becku doing a 10 in a 5:26.3. So a little bit of time between these guys. You can see the track has changed a bit, but now the rain stopped. Be interesting to see if this does have any effect on the track and how things go from this point on. We are expecting the possibility of a few more showers coming through. However, who knows when that is going to happen? Could it be when the top heat goes out? Could it be just before they go out? Or will it just make all of the lower heats suffer when they've been through? Who knows? Who knows, Matt? I'd love your prediction on that, though. I'd love to hear from anybody in the chat that's got any ideas on what the weather's going to do over here, because, you know...
Yeah.
Let's hear your thoughts.
Come on, chat people. You all think you're Met Office experts. Tell us what's going to happen. You're all backseat weather predictors. Paul for president. Yavuz Kura is saying Paul for president.
Yes, a lot of people called for Paul to be president.
Of EFRA or of America, of the world, or because
president of the world. I'm not sure.
I mean, he's not American,
for that one.
So I'm not sure what he can be president of. I suppose
France.
President of France.
There you go.
Could be.
El Presidente.
Could be.
That's not.
Mark
really
Cox says, "Good
it?
morning, Vampire O'Brien." Horsefield, number 6 for a few laps. I think that was a while back.
Yes, we've certainly not got Horsefield in this one, because this, of course, is qualifying group number 6, qualifying heat number 6, with car 1 of Laszlo Phillips, car 2 of Jamil Gabrielson, 3 is Valentin Puziat, Marco Stallman's car 4. Kim Sitensky is car number 5. Julian Ferrandis in car number 6. Car 7 is Manny Panesar. Plenty of requests for Manny so far. Victor Asak is car number 8. And Halvor Gran is car number 9. Freddie Russell from FF Racing is rounding this one out, car number 10. So any requests out there? Get them in quick. Otherwise, we're just going to go with cameraman's choice on this one.
Yep, no requests as of
none for Manny Pansar. Okay.
Chris Long says 40% chance of light rain all day at Utrecht.
Well, there you go. There you go. I'll tell you guys now, for anybody interested in our current temperature in the in the commentary hut, in the commentary burger van, it is a sweltering 29 degrees. How's that for you out there? How are you guys feeling over there in the UK with it being about 12?
Torrential rain here.
Is it?
Absolutely tipping it down.
Good for the hay fever sufferers, though. Hey, they'll be pleased at the reef, right?
Jeffrey Murphy is requesting Manny Panesar.
No way! We've not had that request before, but of course we'll give Manny some time, because it seems to be firm favourite with you listeners and watchers out there. So, go on then, Manny Panesar off the line, and then we'll do some of the guys and girls that we haven't followed in this one before. So, a couple of laps of Manny, please. Wonder Jim. He's giving me a 5-10 hand thing, but hang on. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'm going to put my glasses on so I can see him. There we go.
5-10 hand thing.
He's going...
What does that mean? 15?
I don't know. He sort of did 5, then 10. Now he's pointing at the track and going, I don't know. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know. Go away, you're being silly, is what you... Those are the hand signals that I've known. Oh, he's going to tell you and you can tell me.
Who's going to tell who?
Well, I think he's done it on Zello.
I'm confused.
Jim.
Oh, okay.
So you might get a message in a minute. And then you can pass the information over. Okay, so we should be looking for car number 7. Manny pants out. It'll be towards the back of the field, probably third or fourth from last car. Okay, there we go. Jim's picked that one up. So we'll do a couple of laps with Manny. I'm going to test out my replay as soon as we get a decent crash to test it out on, or some super skill. There you go, corner to corner for Manny on that one. Seemed to work out pretty well. Really, really long landing on the first double there. Oh, boom! Let's have a replay on that one. Comes over the little bridge before the straight. Punches it. Too tight on the inside corner, and whoops, there we go. It's not where you want to be going over on the straight. So much time gets lost if you crash on the straight. You know, crash on a slow bit of the track if you're going to crash. Okay, right. So that's a couple of laps with Manny there. Let's have Jamil Gabrielson, if we can. Car number 2 is leading this one out. Finnish driver. Just coming to the end of the lap now. So one of those 3 there. There we go. So just coming up on a couple of cars. I would imagine that it's probably going to get called through. You can see that one nice and easy. And the drop off into the nasty off camber. Oh, and these guys getting out of the way very nicely. Everybody knows what they are. So Jamil making the most of this one. That's not rain coming down that you can see on the screen. You can see the car's still picking up a little bit of slipperiness out there on the track. Not too bad though. Seems to have cleared up pretty well. I'll get out there in between the rounds on the next one. So I'll just run my hand across the Astro to give you guys an update on the wetness. See how slippery it is out there. Okay, so Jamil lapping 29.2s, 28.8s. So there's definitely some pace left in the track. There is definitely some pace left out there. The rain hasn't affected things too much. Hopefully we can stay dry for the rest of the day and bring you guys the action that you want to see. You know, there you go, a little bit of a tumble. That's what happens when you short the first double. Car behind doing a bit of a sympathy crash, so we'll see that lap time hop up there to a 32. So, you know, there's quite a big loss for just a small crash. And we've seen how tight it is at the top of these heats, so a couple of seconds loss on a lap is huge. That's like 10-15 cars going past you. I'm going to say it is anyway. Might be like 5. Could be 25. Depending on how close everyone is. Jamil going around pretty well. Nobody's really going to affect the time there, because Jamil is the only one in this one on for an 11 lap run. Everybody else is so far outside of a 10 lap. So I think the next closest is Valentin Puziat with predicted 10 in a 5:09. So 10 seconds to make up in the last minute to get the 11th lap in. It's not going to happen. So we'll keep an eye on Jamil. See what happens as we go through. Should be this one and one more for Jamil. So we'll just watch. I mean, obviously a clean lap on this one is going to mean that we'll get through for that last lap, that 11th lap. So keep an eye on it. Pressures. Oh dear. That was a bit of a champion's roll. That one got back on the wheels. No need for a marshal, but will be a little bit of time lost there. But still plenty of time to get across the line. So it comes through to start the last lap. There we go, lovely up through the step up. Almost doesn't matter at this point, it's just going for just making sure the times are as low as possible. obviously at this point has won this heat by an entire lap. Oh no. Yeah, that is right, because Pusiat's already finished. So across the line to do 11 laps in a 5:26.9. So a long 11 lapper, but 11 laps nonetheless. We've got Valentin Pusiat with a 10 in a 5:07. Havelock Gran, 10 in a 5:11. Victor Asak, 10 in a 5:15. And then we've got Kim Stitensky, in 10 in a 5:19. Everybody here, other than the last two, and were in 10s. And unfortunately, Julian Ferrandis pulled out after one lap. That's a bit of an issue there. So 30-second opening lap, and then must have crashed out or had an issue on lap 2. But a bit of a nightmare, but these things do tend to happen. Okay. And that was heat number 6. So we've got heat 7 on their way up. These guys are just going to swap over. I'm going to get a mouthful of water, and then I will tell you who's in this one.
Comments still flying in, which is absolutely awesome. It's no fun doing this without you guys, so when you're commenting along, it makes it awesome. And there's so many comments to go through. Back to the standing on steps. They have a rule for the height of the driver. No, not that one. Greg Hill, we've talked to Greg Hill.
Greg Hill, he's still about, is he?
On social media, stocked up on kippers and beers. Great coverage so far. Keep it up. RC by Tadaksatu says, greetings from Poland. Model S Trico Racing TV says, buenos dias. Buenos dias to you,
buenos
sir.
Dias.
Hugh Janus says, good morning, sports fans. That's a lot of effort to set your profile name as something so hilarious. But well done to you, sir.
Yes,
worth it.
I would always say it's worth it. You know, what do you put your name is on an arcade machine if you get the high score?
Exactly.
It's not MAT,
exactly.
Is it?
It ain't. It's something more marvellous.
Indeed, like POP.
We've got more weather updates, more amateur weather updates.
Give us these weather
Live
updates.
TV. Have you ever heard of Karting Live TV?
No, never.
Apparently it's a YouTube channel populated with karting. It's a bit like this, but with karting.
Wait
it's called
a minute.
Karting Live TV. You should follow it. You should subscribe.
Didn't they?
Everyone should subscribe.
Didn't they have an event somewhere in Dunkerswell where one of the marshals was giving them a lot of grief about their camera position?
Oh, maybe.
Yes, they did, because that camera position was me.
So anyway, Karting TV says it's dry here. Morning, lads. So it's dry in Milton Keynes. In Nottingham, it's torrential rain. Robin Van Gogh says that means 100% chance of rain, stretching 40% of the air in Utrecht. So maybe it will miss the track for the rest of the day.
Maybe it will. Maybe it will. Maybe it won't. Who knows? But we're in Heat 7 now, Matt. I don't know if you knew that. But we are in Heat 7, and in this one we've got Marion Baresh, Yolanda de Weird, Martin Owen, Martin Scar, Alexandra Debrosis, Roman Lepap, Jonas Martins, Christian Wakonik, Rick Hamers, and Antonia Kowalski. Any requests out there in Chatland, Matt, for these guys?
Chatland,
that's what I'm going to call it.
Chatland. Can you follow Car 10, please?
Car 10, Antonia Kowalski, of course. Of course we can. We'll do that. I'm going to put a little star next to it. Now, I'm pretty sure, and I've said this a few times, that Antonia is the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive junior Austrian champion for this year.
Congrats.
How do you feel about that? Just going past the start-finish now, should be?
I feel like we're in the presence of Austrian greatness.
Certainly future Austrian greatness, if not already Austrian greatness.
Well, Austrian better than meanness. That's for sure.
Should we have a look in Heat 1 and find an Austrian that's better than Eunice as well? They're all better than me, mate. Every single one of these drivers from the bottom heat to the top will spank me on an RC track every day of the week. Well, they wouldn't spank me literally, but they would beat me with an RC car. They'd not beat me with an RC car. They would outrace me with an RC car. There you go. We'll work out what I'm saying in a minute. So we are with Antonia for a minute. It's a little bit slippery out there. Maybe it's because these guys are pushing that a little bit harder. Oh, yeah, champions roll back on the wheels. No need for marshalling through the switchbacks. Up to the step over. And, well, I would have driven that back on. But, hey, well, gets caught up with the car there that was having a bit of a nightmare on the first of the doubles. Let's flicks it back at the end of the straight. So certainly got plenty of pace in that car. And these guys all out there on yellows. I didn't run out between the rounds, Matt, because we were so engrossed in the conversation. I forgot the thing I told everybody I was going to do.
That's a promise been broken, that is.
That's first promise of the day broken. Well, second, actually. First promise that I was going to be here on time and well. Is that 2 promises? We'll call it 1.5. So 2.5 promises broken today so far by me. Apologies for you. Terrible.
You get 5. I think you get 5. You're
5 a day. Man. Tanya, I get 5 broken promises a day before I'm in trouble, just so that you know. That's my wife at home. I'm sure she's watching. She's not at work like normal people. She did say that she put it on in the school yesterday, actually, Matt, the feed.
Oh, wow.
So there you go.
There you go. So
3 dimensions over in Chard, playing our live feed.
That's great.
It was at a lunchtime, probably in the teacher's lounge, where they were smoking and drinking whiskey.
Not to young people.
Yeah, of course it would have been to young people. They would have played it out. Whether they put us on today or not, who knows? Who knows? It'd be great if they could get the finals on, though. Same as you guys. Make sure you're sharing the feed out there. Let's get this out to as many people as we possibly can. We know how great this sport is for everyone who's involved. So let's spread it out there to the world. And whilst you're doing that, don't forget to like and share. Like, share, and subscribe. Do that on the YouTube channel. And then you'll just know, like this morning, I knew you guys had gone live because whilst I was lying in bed with a massive headache, my phone started to ping and give me notifications to go, RCTV alive.
There you go.
That's what you need. That's what you need. So we've got a massive gaggle of cars coming up here. So switch to the back end of the track there, just coming over all the double-doubles. So we've got a load of cars here that have all just decided to crash out of each other's way, and this is the nightmare of qualifying, is when you've got everybody tripping over each other like this. So we'll try and keep a few of these guys all together. So what's there? See, one's crashed out. Rather than wait for the marshal that he was right next to, has decided to make his own way back onto the track. Now, absolute nightmare that was for a minute. There was chaos going up by the start of the double-doubles. Seems to have virtually sorted itself out now for these guys and girls. They're into their last laps. Nobody here on to an 11. Rick Hamers has finished now with a 10 in a 5:01. So a quick 10, not far off an 11. Not far off. But nobody else within sort of Antonia Kowalski. She finished a 10 in a 5:11. Marian Baresh finished on a 9 in a 5:06. So some issues for Marian there. Alexander Trabrosis 10 in a 5:20. Christian McConaughey 10 in a 5:18. 10 in a 5:14 for Roman Lepape. Yelland Weird, 10 in a 5:19. Jonas Martins, 10 in a 5:28. Martin Owen rounds us out, 10 in a 5:31. Just sneaks it into the 10s. Right, I'm going to just turn this down a second. And I'm going to go and rub the track.
Sounds exciting. There's going to be some track rubbing. which is a thoroughly scientific process where Matt will impart to us just how damp the track is. We now have a break, which is exciting. Qualifying, the final round of qualifying, round 5, is up at just after 12. 9 minutes past 12 to be precise, local time, which is 9 minutes past 11 in the UK. We are very thankful to our sponsors, Schumacher, S-Works, Hobbywing, Rudog.eu and X-Ray. This is the EFRA 1/10th Off-Road European Championships, the two-wheel drive class. Of course, today we crown our two-wheel drive European champion, and tomorrow we get underway with four-wheel drive with a full day of practice and a new track layout. That's going to be awesome. Is Matt back?
I'm back, and I can tell you now that the section of track that I touched with my bare hand was completely dry. It didn't even smell.
Fantastic. That's
Not
great.
smelly or wet. There you go. That's the update. So we're just going to wait for the rain. If it comes, we've got a short break now. I think we've got about 10 minutes where we've got the changeover for the heats.
So you get some refreshments. We will leave you until 9 minutes past 12 local time, where we'll be back with the top heat. Heat 11 for their final round of qualifying, and we can hear from Johan Neumann himself.
Sounds awesome.
So we'll be back after this.
See you soon. So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Carup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Alrighty. So that's it. Break was short and sweet. We are back. I think Frank has brought my coffee in somewhere. There it is. Okay, final round of qualifying for your two-wheel drive portion of the event is coming up right now. Drivers up on the rostrum. This is heat number 11, so the top of the pile. In this one, we've got Michael Orlowski in car 1, Wesley Van Helmond in car 2, Tommy Hall car 3, Jorn Newman. Current TQ holder in car 4, Una Hatton car 5, Bruno Coelho car 6, Danny Kubovic car 7, Jamie Hall in car 8, Marcus Kerrup 9, and Luke Holdsworth in the 10 car. Okay. So it looks
Request
like
to follow Luke Holdsworth, but
to follow Luke Holdsworth. Okay, we can certainly get Luke in. I think we've had Luke a few times, but we will certainly give him a couple of laps of love. And we're going to be following these guys out in a second. So follow car 10 then off the line, please, Jim. We'll give Luke a couple of laps, and then we're going to switch over to whoever's leading, and we'll go through the pack like that. Try and give everybody a lap or so if we can.
Orlowski. Request for following Orlowski. I guess it goes without saying we're going to want to see those up at the top of the tree.
I mean, we're probably going to want to see Coelho, Tommy Hall, Wesley Van Helmond, Michael Orlowski, maybe Kobovic, Jamie Hall probably, and Kerrup in this one, as well as Luke Holdsworth. But we'll try and get through them all. And the thing is with this competition is there are you just couldn't, out of the top 30, I don't think you could realistically pick a top 10 before this had started. It'd be impossible. You could have had a guess, but I couldn't have seen how this one was going to go so far. Otherwise, I would be a lottery winner by now. Okay, final round of qualifying. Here we go. These guys are going to be setting off any second now. So, car 10, please. I found out what Jim's frantic waving was. He didn't know what number the car was. That's what the 510 was earlier on. Bruno and Tommy. Jamie goes off. Okay, so let's see what Luke's got in the tank for this one. Oh, shorts it straight away. That is not how he wanted to start at all. I'll tell him that you guys asked me to follow him off the line as well, so he's gonna be annoyed with that. Giving him the curse on his first lap. So he's just going to be looking to settle in now for a lap or so. We'll follow him around for this one and one more, and then we'll swap on to somebody else. Okay, so Luke's super quick. Certainly as far as the UK standings are concerned. Oh, catches the cone of justice. Let's see that again. Comes over the bobbles, catches it nastily. Oh, tries to get tight on the corner, and there's the cone. Okay, so flick back one car if you can. That should be Jorn. So Jorn is leading this one out. 27.4 is his fastest lap. Nobody else into the 27s that I can see yet. So we'll do a lap or so with Jorn, and then we'll flick over to Orlowski. Really tight through there. Jorn really loving this S-Works car on the track here. Says the rhythm sections are probably the most difficult bit, but the rest of the track seems to be pretty good for him. He's looking forward to some racing in the finals, so no fear from these guys that they are going to be able to push or that there's just the one line on the track to follow. There's plenty of places for overtaking, plenty of opportunities out there for these guys to get past. Mistakes are easily made on this track, as we've already seen, even from these top guys out there. So there goes Jorn, round for another one. We'll try and pick up Orlowski if we can, so he should be just behind Jorn. One more. There he goes. So we've just seen Carrot crash out the way of him there. So Carrot was actually leading on the timing screen, so I'm guessing that crash now, and a second crash from Carrot just behind Orlowski there, will put Orlowski back into the second spot. So we'll wait for Carrot to cross the line and we'll just see where he ends up now. He sticks in third. The possibility, I was going to say that Wesley Van Helmen's going to sneak up into the third spot with 2 crashes in 1 lap for Carrot. So Carrot, his last lap was a 30-second lap compared to 27s that he's been doing. So wasted about 3 seconds with those crashes there. So Orlowski nice and cleanly through the rhythm section, the double-doubles. Those guys have settled into that section now. Don't seem to be having too much of an issue with it. So it is Newman, Orlowski, Karup, Van Helmond. So we'll take Orlowski to the end of this lap and we'll pop back and have a look how Karup's getting on. I think he's probably going to so follow him up to the end of this one, and then I think he's just going to be dropping back probably 1 car, unless that's Karup that's pulled off there. No, just a drop back. Yeah, there he is there. Okay. I was looking at the wrong bit of track. Sorry about that. Okay, so there goes Karup in third at the moment. Taking that spot back off Van Helmond. Oh, catches himself on the switchbacks. Bit of a nightmare. You can see even for these top guys, Marcus Karup is current 4-wheel drive defending European champion when we come to the 4-wheel drive portion of the event. Super close race between him and Tommy last year. Okay, so that is Karup coming through the switchbacks, punches it up to the step over. What a really awkward jump for these guys. Oh, catches that in the air. Nicely done. Okay, so we're not going to be far off finishing times now. And about 25 seconds left on the clock. So, possibility is... No, I don't think he's going to get through for another one. No, he won't get through for another one. So this will be the final lap for these guys now. So we'll follow Karup up to the line. Newman's finished 11 in a 5:07. Oh, look at that. Orlowski 11 in a 5:07.8. So we'll see what Karup's got. Yeah, 11 in a 5:15. I think we kind of expected that sort of distance. 5:16 from Wesley. Should be Bruno coming over next to finish. I know it's Kurbavec. So there you go. Bruno's finished now. So 11 in a 5:20. 11.521 for Kurbavec. Tommy Hall 11 in 5:21.2. So just waiting for Hatton, Jamie and Luke. So Una finishes in 11.525, 11.529 for Jamie Hall, and Luke Holdsworth 10 in a 5:28. So Luke's going to be fairly disappointed with that one, I can imagine. But after the opening laps that he had, I think
let's
we were
hear from
expecting
Frank.
it. Okay.
Well, we can't hear him.
Should we put him on the screen?
We can see him at least then.
He's saying, "Hey, Joran, I really like your top there." I don't know why I gave him a Dutch accent then. Why, Frank hasn't got that accent, has he? And Jorn's going, yeah, it was dead easy. I found this track so easy to race around it. Everybody else is really slow compared to me. I'm the best. And Frank's going, you are the best, Jorn. Well done. Over to Matt. There we go, and back to me. Almost seamless switch back to the studio there. Thanks, Frank. I'm glad we got that interview in, and I had a chance to eat some food whilst you were doing it.
Wow. We've really outdone ourselves there.
How
That was
is
pretty
that
good.
for a professional production, Matt? I may not have been here first thing this morning, but damn, I covered that interview well.
That was good. That was good. I think all is forgiven, actually, after that.
Thanks.
I'm pretty sure the mic in Frank's hand is not turned on.
I may have accidentally muted it.
Well done, Frank. Okay, so in the next round, we'll try and get another driver from the driver's stand down. In this next one, which is Heat 10, of course, because we're going in reverse order, you've got Davide Ongaro in the number 1 car, Martin Bayer in the 2, Clement Boda in the 3, Hubert Honigel in the 4, Mika Whitmire in the 5, Malie Martin in the 6, Noah Ben Mohammed in the 7, Josh Holdsworth in the 8, so obviously brother of Luke Holdsworth there, Alexander Landon in the 9, and Burak Kilik in the 10. So I'm just trying to see who we've got on this, and I think we've followed all of these guys. I've got ticks next to everybody's name except for Davide Ongaro. Have we got any requests out there?
Holdsworth, car number 8, is a request from Chris Long.
Alrighty, Chris Long. We will follow Josh Holdsworth, car number 8. Please, Wonder Jim. There he is.
Connie Svensson's asking to follow Alexander.
Oh, we will definitely do that. We'll definitely do that. From Sweden, yes. Okay, so at the moment we're with Josh. Let's see if we can bring him a little bit more luck than we brought his brother on his opening lap. Slightly more luck. He made it through. He made it through the ripples, Matt. There you go. So yes, slightly more luck for Josh and Luke. Okay, makes it over the double doubles. And through the sort of main straights, if you like, up to the step up. And it's down the drop off into the nasty off camber corner. You can see the sun has come out now. That's going to be warming this track up and drying it out every round that goes through. Everybody in this one at this point is on for an 11 lap run. A few of them with their predicted times looking to upset the top 10 standings. Lee Martin's leading this one at the moment, so we'll follow Josh up to the end, and then we're going to flick over onto Alexander Landon, which is car number 9, and then we'll get to the front of the pack after we've had our requests for a couple of laps. So car number 9. Alexander Landon, so about quarter of the way through his lap. Coming around the step up, should be an orangey car there. There we go, I see him over the bobbles. It's not yellow, orange, it's yellow and red. Or is it yellow and orange? I don't know. I've got my old eyes. That's what I'm going to put it down to. So we are with Alexander Landon at the moment. Doing pretty well, running around in third right now, predicted an 11 in a 5.17. So that is good enough to give him 7th in round if he can get that score at the moment. A nice score for Landon there if he can pick that one up. Graciously moves out the way for, I believe, is that? I'm not too sure who that was that went past then. We'll find out in a minute. So losing a bit of pace there is Landon through the drop-off and the off-camber corner section into the ripples. Seems to be a slightly slower lap than before. Let's have a look as he crosses the line. Yeah, so that was a 29.3, so about a second or so off of what he's usually lapping at. Okay, right, let's see if we can find car number 6, Lee Martin. He's about halfway through his lap at the moment. So Lee will be probably coming over the back set of doubles now. Just going around the last corner, over the bobble, and past the line he goes. There is the very recognisable colours of Lee Martin's body shell there in the Schumacher. Drop down a little bit in the order at the moment, but you can see how tight it is on the timing screen as these guys pass the line. So only a few seconds separating the top drivers here. Lee Martin gets himself up into third after that one. Currently on an 8 in a 3:49. Okay, over the ripples he goes. Keeping it nice and smooth there. I think that is Burak in front of him. It is. And they're both coming up on Alexander Landon. So Alexander is going to move out the way. There you go. These guys over the jump. Give Lee Martin some space, I'd imagine, up here. Oh, maybe not yet. Evenly paced as we go through the ripples. Oh, Landon comes through. Bert Killick makes a bit of a mistake there. So we'll stick with these guys for a minute. Seems to be a bit of a gaggle of cars going around. So Killick back up onto the back of Alexander. Certainly pushing to try and catch him. And let's see how he goes through this little ripple section as we come round now. And these are going to be closing laps for these guys, so they're going to race up to the line. Alexander's not going to want to give any more time away by pulling over, so they are just going to go down to the line now. Killick's not quick enough to make a move anywhere either, so over the line they go without too much drama. Everybody kind of working together fairly well. Lee Martin does well enough there to give himself second in the heat. And I'd imagine, are we going to hear from Frank in between rounds with a microphone that's on this time, Matt?
Yes. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure we will, but you know,
who knows really?
Who knows?
Who knows? Who could have predicted how it's gone so far?
No one could have predicted, and if they could, you know.
It is Davide Ongaro that takes that one with an 11 in 5:13. Lee Martin 11 in 5:18. Alexander Landon 11 in a 5:19. 5:21 for Widmeyer. Martin Bayer 11 in a 5:22. Hubert Honegel and 11 in a 5:23. 5:24 for Burak Killick. Clement Boda into 10 laps, unfortunately, same as Noah Ben Mohammed. Clement Boda could have got across for another lap. Anyway, here's Frank.
All right, so hopefully we're working this time. So David Ongaro from Italy. Yeah. How's the week been for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not bad. We start struggling a bit with the rain condition on Monday, but then we are working great with the team, and yeah, we are happy about it. Yeah.
Are you getting some useful tips from the UK racers who are used to racing on this sort of stuff?
Everyone from Associated is helping us, and that's good for the team. So yeah.
That's fabulous. All right, good luck for the finals.
Thank you.
That was a really, really short interview. A very short interview.
Well, of course, Davide has to marshal, so we don't want him to get penalised for not turning up to marshal. So they will be very short interviews. But what we're planning to do is to get Jorn back up there again, in between 8 and 7. So yeah, we'll see.
We will see, Matt. We will see. That's for sure. Now, we've got heat number 9 coming up next, but before heat number 9 comes up, I've got to say a big thanks to our sponsors, Schumacher Hobbywing X-Ray, Rodoggy.eu and S-Works for helping us bring you the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros 2023 from Utrecht in the Netherlands at the Rayco 2000 facility. This is the 2-wheel drive portion of your event. Coming up to some finals this afternoon. If you are watching out there, don't forget to like and subscribe on the YouTube channel, and you'll get notified every single time we post some content out for you guys to have a look at. Well worth it if you ask me. I know Paul Wellesley stood next to me as a subscriber to the channel. How's it going, Paul?
Okay.
Happy with it?
Yeah. You'll always find things that could be better, but the organiser good to work with. They're good to work with.
Let me give Paul a quick headset a minute so we can... I'm just going to give you this headset, Paul. Hold on a sec so we can hear you properly.
Twice in one day. Wow.
Twice in one day for Mr. Worsley. Here he comes.
Yeah, I had a question asked to me a few minutes ago. Why do we have international marshals for the A final instead of the normal final before?
Mm-hmm.
And that started 2006. The year before we'd had a Euros in France on a grass track. A lot of British drivers there from the UK. And it ended up in two-wheel drive with 9 British drivers in the A final, and a Hupo from Austria.
Yeah.
And 10 British drivers in the B final. And I said to the chairman at the time, Frank Mostry, this isn't fair. How do you expect Hupo to drive calmly when he's got 9 British drivers stood by the side of him and he's looking at 10 British marshals?
It's a tough ask of anybody, but you'd expect these guys to be as fair as possible out there.
So
we just had a bit of a crash there. Let's see if we can get a replay on that one. There we go, a little bit late on the replay, but we still caught the safety barrier there, stopping that car going into any other traffic that would have come around the corner, and that's what they're there for. Okay, back to the action. Sorry, Paul, go on.
Yes, so we changed it there and then because it seemed a fair thing to do. And international marshals, nobody can accuse there was too many of one country marshalling in a final, etc. And we've just done it ever since. Yeah. It works.
Makes sense. Makes sense, I think. And fairness for all is what we are all about in the RC community, for sure. Okay, so let's just have a look. We've got Max Gotzel is out in the front in this one. If we can find Max, he's car number 3. He should be not too far off the end of the lap at the moment. Probably coming over the double-doubles, somewhere down there. Is that 3? I think it is. Yes. Okay, so that is Max Gotzel currently leading out, looking at 11.522 as a finishing time. So that's going to put him right at the back of the top 10. So just behind Alexander Landon, who's 9th at the moment. And I'm assuming this list is current and up to date for the current heat.
Yeah.
It is. Good. Paul Worsley has confirmed that my list is current and up to date, which is what we like to hear. So there we go, Gotzel going around, gets himself up the step up. These guys having to not really worry about getting the power down now. The track seems to have dried out completely after that kind of pitiful shower that we had a minute ago. It did change things for a round or two, but that little break in between rounds has let us really clear this track out and get the dry, grippy Astro back. So you can see these guys lapping into the 28s now with Max Gotzel there. 28.8 on his last lap round. He's done a 28.7 as the fastest lap in this heat. Okay, so we've got about 2 minutes left. Let's see if we can find Tim Gibel. I haven't seen Tim go round much since we've been on air, so we'll see if we can give him a bit of love. Tim is in car number 2, German driver. He just started his lap somewhere. No, be a bit. I think he's ahead of that. Or is he? Is that number 2? Oh, that's number 5, I think. So Tim will be almost at the end of his lap now. That'll be Neil Cragg. Is it? No, that's not Neil Cragg. God, it looks like Neil Cragg's car. My goodness. Okay, so Tim running around at the moment, and 29.4s are his fastest laps. So not quite up there with Max Gotzel, but Tim's certainly putting some fast ones in, or certainly some consistent runs in. We've got a 10, predicted a 10 in a 5.05. So only 2 of these guys on for an 11 lapper, and we're going to start to see these sort of 11 lappers fade out at this point onwards through the through this round. So obviously we're going down through the heats rather than up to the faster drivers. We're going down through the other drivers. Jesper Rasmussen's just crossed the line to go on to his final lap. There we go, 30 seconds left in this one. So we're going to follow it round with Tim Gibel till the end. I don't know if Pecco's got through for his 11th lap. He must have had a bit of a nightmare there. It looks like he's on for a very late one if he does get through now. And he has. Yeah, he's got through. Okay, Rasmussen's finished 10 in a 5:03. Tim Gibel 10 in a 5:02. Would be gutted to have missed out by 2 seconds onto an 11 lapper there. We'll just keep an eye out for the others as they come through. So Gotzel 11 in a 5:25. That's put him 20th overall. So nobody here affecting the top 10. Let's see what Pecco does. Yeah, it's 11 in a 5:31. So Pecco down 28th there. Neil Cragg does a 22 in round. A 21 in round, actually. Forgive me. Okay. I'm just going to mute the mics a sec so I can ask a quick question. Sorry, guys.
All right, so we're here with Finnish racer Pekko Ivanen. Pekko, what you checking out there?
I don't know. It's not going that well for me at the moment. I'm struggling a bit because I haven't had that much practice, and at home we don't have tracks like this. So
the AstroTurf isn't as common in your home area.
We have AstroTurf, but it's much different than this. This is so much different.
Okay. All right. Well, good luck for the finals, and we'll see you in a bit.
Yeah. Thank you.
So there we have a few words from Pecco. Always good to hear from Pecco. And we are now going into Heat 8. We're going to talk to Jorn, your TQ, your top qualifier, after this particular qualifying heat. We're in the final round of qualifying. And,
sorry about that. I was just
comments
clearing
are thick and fast.
Clearing a couple of things up on the timing there with Paul Worsey. Obviously, all the way through this, we've been saying about the overall standings that we've got on the timing screen here, and it is overalls for the whole event. So this is the guys that are in yellow on the timing screen. They are just about to go out, but that's their current position before they go out. So the overalls you see are for all of the rounds that count. Paul Worsley's asked for this to be changed. He can't get the information himself on the individual rounds until the round's over. So it is a bit of a nightmare for us because we like to bring you who is where on each round, and it makes it incredibly difficult to do with the timing like this. So we'll bring you the information as well as we possibly can. Here you go. Here's your overalls. So Jorn Newman, of course. All the zeros for Jorn. No issues there with a straight TQ for him for the event. Alowski second, Carrot third. Davide Ongaro fourth. Wesley Van Helmen fifth. Barak Killick sixth. Clement Boda seventh. Daniel Kovacic eighth. Alexander Landon ninth. Now he was hoping for a top 20, so currently sat in the top 10. Going to be pretty happy with that. And Bruno Coelho just makes it into the top 10 at the moment. Now Lee Martin, I'm not sure if he can do anything to affect that. He might well be able to with a storming run in his last go, so there's a possibility that Lee Martin could get himself into the top 10. And of course Mika Widmeyer, Tommy and Jamie Hall are all going to be battling it out with these guys for the final spots in the back of the A final. I think we've got pretty much the front of the grid locked up.
I think they're done, aren't they? We're counting down now.
Yeah, counting down. Don't think anyone's going to affect anything now, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that is it. There you go. That is it for those guys. So we've got Ben Smith out on track, Elias Johansson out on track. You know, there's a few guys in this heat that could affect things and could change things a little bit, but we will see as they go round, I guess. On track is qualifying heat number 8. In this one, Jens Becker, Ben Smith, Mortis Lautenbach, Elias Johansson, Harry Mears, Betsy Sproach, Florent Gallet, Michael Katzmere, Brent Daniels, and Sylvan Gallo Silva. Okay, if you guys have got any requests out there, please let us know. Otherwise, we're going to just try and follow round the leaders in this one for the time being. So drop your requests in if you have them.
A few requests for car number 9.
Really?
Oh, and Ben Smith as well.
Ben Smith and Brent Daniels. Okay. Alrighty, let's see if we can find car number 9 then, as that was the first one Matt read out. So, about halfway through his lap now. And possibly the last of those two, actually. Lovely. There you go, Jim. Lovely job. Jim not messing about there on the camera today. Lovely little sleep when he got back to the hotel last night. And that was why me and Frank went out on our own. I think I'll be taking Jim's sound advice this evening and getting a shower and an early night myself. Sounds like a good plan to me at the moment. That does sound like a good plan.
Me too. Sounds like...
It sounds like a good plan to you as well. I'm glad. Okay, so we are with Brent Daniels at the moment. We're going to follow him around till the end of this one, and then we'll give Ben Smith a little bit of time on the camera as well. Brent just moving out the way for a quicker driver there. I think that was the 7 car he had to move out the way of for Florent Gallet. Okay, nicely round the off-camber corner. All right, let's see if we can pick up Ben Smith if we can. Car number 2. Now, Ben should be about a quarter of the way through his lap, so he won't be far off where you are. There you go. Oh, he was lucky to get away with that one then. My word. Didn't get away with it that time, though. Check the steering on the car, make sure none of the turnbuckles came off, and back onto the pace as quickly as he possibly can. Now, that has dropped him down a little bit from where he was. Not too far, though. He's shortened it a little bit on some of these jumps, so not too sure if he's made changes to the car, because he wasn't having that trouble earlier on or yesterday. In through the switchbacks, punches it up to the step off. Double. Getting those a bit better this time through. And round for another one. So Ben pops himself back up into the 4th spot on this one. Nobody here looking like they're going to affect the top 10. Currently, 13th and 14th is what we're looking at the moment for the best of these guys.
Yeah. Everyone likes to look at their times.
There you go, lovely. Okay, Ben over the doubles again. Over the straight, over the bridge onto the straight. Oh, what on earth happened there? Just out of camera shots, we couldn't see exactly what happened to the car, which is a bit of a shame, but had a nightmare at the end of the straight. Okay, so it's Elias Johansson that was leading us out in this one. It is Elias Johansson that's leading us out in this one. Just crossed the start-finish line to start the lap again. So we'll be early part of the lap. Around the step off there somewhere. Looking for car number 1. No, that's the 8. So Elias just about finishing the lap now. We're done anyway, don't worry. Don't worry, we are done with this one. So, Elias finishes with an 11 in a 5:23, only good enough for overall 20th. So, we'll be happy with that one. Actually, let's have a quick look and see how that's changed, because it's all changed again. Okay, so it does look like the list we've got up for the top 10 is going to be your A final, but we'll swap over onto Frank now for a bit of a chat.
Quick interview.
This again, a little technical issue on my part, but we're here with Jorn Neumann once again. 4 zeros, I think, are we saying 5 zeros now?
Probably, yeah. There's not everyone is finished yet, but I think so, yeah.
All right, so I mean, pretty solid TQ run for Jorn here in Utrecht. What would you put it down to? I mean, you were saying you love AstroTurf. You have a No More Hat. Yeah, a kind of a new off-road paint scheme. What would you say is a secret?
I don't know. Yes, I like to race on AstroTurf. It always fits my driving because you can attack a lot. And yeah, I don't know. I stopped using a hat a few years ago, and the paint scheme, yes, we changed it when I ran 12 scale to see it better, and then I liked it a lot, and so I keep using it also in off-road.
Okay. All right, well, there you go. Racer tips from Jorn Neumann, TQ here at the 1/10 Buggy Euros.
Oh, man. Spoilt with the interviews. Thank you very much for that, Frank. As I try and finish the last bit of my half a lunch there that's come through. Okay, Heat 7 up next. There are your drivers. So, Marian Beresh from the Ukraine. In Heat, we have got Heat 7 up next, right? Oh, yeah, Martin Owen and that. Okay, so Marian Beresh, Yolanda Weird, Martin Owen, Martin Scar, Alexandra Debrosis, Romain Lepap, Jonas Martins, Christian McConaughey, Rick Hamers, and Antonia Kowalski. Alrighty, let's see what Martin Owen's got. Let's give him a bit of time. A couple of laps of Martin, and then we'll take some requests if you guys have got them for this last bit. And see if we can get Martin in after he's finished his run for a bit of a chat in these last few heats. Martin being car number 3. There you go. Okay, Martin up to the flick back into the ripples, makes it through nicely. Slightly wide line coming out of there, but he'll be happy just to have made it through on his wheels. Double, single, single for Martin. Didn't have the run on to the second set of doubles to make it over, so played it safe to make sure he got through. And that has brought him round with an opening lap of 32.5. Okay, so we'll take Martin up to the line. Flicks it back onto the ripples again. Not quite making it through there like he wants to. Definitely needs that corner-to-corner line as he comes out of the switchback to go onto it. Doubles, single, single. And that lets the driver behind him go through. Oh, so that was Martin Scar going past him then. So let's go with Martin Scar. He's obviously going a bit quicker than Martin at the moment. So follow that one on in front. See how he gets on. Cleaner over the ripple section. Doubles it, see, making loads of time there. A single route is not the way to be making up time on the double section for sure. Makes it over there, just catches the down ramp, just makes the upslope. Gets around the off camber nicely though. flicks it back into the ripples. Now, is he going corner to corner? Yes, he is. And the time that saves was easy to see. And he's lost it all there on a bit of a crash. We'll have a replay on that one. Here he comes. Just catches the chassis of the car on a bad uplift on the up ramp there. And over he goes. So back through the opening section. Martin Owens got back past. These two are going to be squabbling a little bit over track space. Martin Owen graciously crashes to give Martin Scar the space on track that he needs. Okay, let's have a look at the front. So Jonas Martin's car 7, please. Should be about halfway through the lap now. Literally finishing the lap nowish. One of those ones that's gone through. That's 7 there. There we go. Okay, so Jonas was leading this one on the last lap round. I'm guessing must have had a bit of a sticky lap last time through. Sort of 33-second lap last time out. 3 seconds off the normal sort of pace we have been seeing in this heat. Oh, nightmare of a situation. Okay, so these two cars just having a little bit of a time because they're both very evenly paced. Oh, there you go. So Jonas having a bit of a tumble at the top of the corner tabletop. A little bit of a nightmare. Not the worst place to be losing time, though, on that corner, because it's a pretty slow corner anyway. And now pushing up onto the back of Koenig, who lets him go. Down the drop-off into the nasty off-camber. Got about 45 seconds left of this one, so we'll see if we can... we'll just stick with him to the end now. Rick Hamer's on the last lap. Going in for his 10th. Certainly nobody here affecting the top 30 overalls. And most of them getting through for a 10-lap run. I think it's only really maybe the bottom 2 are going to get 9-lappers. Possibly. Oh no, everybody's going to get through for a 10. So there you go. Antonio Kowalski, 10 in a 5.10. 10 to 5.11 for Hamers. The Pap, 10 in a 5.14. Alexander Brosses, 10 to 5.11. 10 to 5.15 for Baresh. Jonas Martins, 10 in a 5.11 as well. So 3 drivers finishing in a 5.11. Christian McConaughey, 10 in a 5.18. Marion Baresh, 10 in a 5.15. So all of these guys and girls here not really affecting anything at the top end of the standings.
Heat 6 up next. Great to have you all watching along and commenting with us. Zanon Gauskar 79 says Brazil is watching. Awesome to have Brazil with us. Magnus Berglund, proud of the Swedish racers. BJ Williams, bit of a surprise that the defending champion Tommy Hall and the 5-time European champion Leon Martin will miss the A final. That is a surprise, isn't it? You would think two British drivers, one with legendary status of 5 European champions and one young gun, up-and-coming racer, hotshot who won last year, again on Astro, used to this surface, used to the wet. It's just not worked out for them. We'll get Frank to find out what's going on there soon. A shame not to see those two guys in the A final, and equally great to see Jorn back on top after a few years. He's won multiple championships over the years, as you will see in our previous finals clips that were released last night. You'll see, and in four-wheel drive, many times he was European champion, and then took a few years where Orlowski and Tommy, other drivers, swelled up through the ranks. But Jorn's back, but he hasn't won. He's just top qualified. He's got a long way to go to win. It's all to play for. 10 drivers who can take the title. And we'll know by 5 p.m. local time today, we will know who is the new European champion in 1/10 two-wheel drive off-road buggies. This is an EFRA championship, and we're coming to you live from Utrecht, and we're brought to you by X-Ray, Hobbywing, S-Works, Schumacher and Rudog.eu. Thank you so much to all of our sponsors for helping make this possible.
Oh, you were talking for such a long time then, I decided to have something to eat, and as soon as you put it in my mouth, and that was it, you stopped talking. So, it's 7 championships that Jorn's got between the two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive classes. Not as many as Craig Drescher, who I believe is on 11. In off-road. We're not worried about on-road for now.
12
but between two-wheel drive and four-wheel drive 10th off-road, that's how many championships he's got. So, many of these guys have championships, worlds, and in other classes. But as far as this class is concerned, Jorn is a 7-time champion across the classes here. So we're in Heat 6 at the moment. I think we've seen most of the guys from Heat 6, but I'll tell you what we will do is we will try and follow Kim Sitensky in car number 5 from Germany, please. So Kim is currently about halfway around the lap. Okay, there we go. So there's Kim going round. Currently second in this heat, predicted a 10 in a 5:04.5. Or 5:04 and a half, I should say. Nicely over the doubles. So we are going to see those doubles become more and more difficult for the drivers as we go down through these heats, I would imagine. So we've already seen a few drivers from the heat before this one, which would have been the higher heats from this one, of course, doing the single on some of the doubles just to play it safe and get over there without crashing. Kim certainly pushing that car. Oh dear. Luckily makes it back on between the last two doubles there, so that it doesn't need marshalling at all. Single double, lovely. Okay, so Kim just down into 4th after that last lap, a 31.9, so wrapping in the 29s and then does a 31.9, so a little bit outside of what we'd expect. And hence dropping down the order a little bit. So all of these guys and girls are super close on track in the overall times when it comes to it. Okay, so we've done a few laps now with Kim. We'll see if we can pick up the second place. We're currently running around in second place in this heat. Anyway, it's a Havlor Gran, and that would be car number 9. Should be not too far away from the end of the lap now. Nice Super Jim straight on it as ever. Does the hop up nicely. Havelock coming down now into a little bit of traffic. There might be... is that Freddie? It is Freddie Russell. He's just gone past there in the TLR. Okay, over the bridge, down the straight, around the first hairpin, up the second straight. Does the double nicely. Gets the step up. Avoids that car crash at the top. Some quick thinking there to get out of the way of that one. Nicely over the ripples. Carefully through the switchback section there. And hops it over the step through. Yeah, some great stuff. A few clean laps there coming through from Havelock. We've got about a minute left in this one. Okay, so Havelock there. We're just watching at the moment. About a minute left in this one. There's about 50 seconds left now. So we'll stick with Havelock for the time being. Oh, nightmare on the straight there. Oh, a little bit too keen with the accelerator. Marshall looked like he had some burnt fingers on the drop off of that car. Easily done when you're in a rush. We've all chopped a few Marshall's fingers off in our time. We haven't, of course. Don't do that if Marshall's got your car. Keep your car still until it's on the track. That's the best thing to do. Okay, so we're into final laps. Actually, I think Havelock's just finished there. Got caught at the line. Possibly onto one more, but I've got a funny feeling Havelock's finished. Yeah, finished now. So, yeah, annoyingly, the timing screen clock and the actual clock didn't quite match up again. So these guys just all finishing now. Havelock puts in a 10-lapper. Jamil Gabrielson an 11 in a 5:21. So affecting the top 20. Slots into 19th overall. Knocks Elias Johansson out of the top 20. Or does it? Because the timing screen has changed again. Okay. Well, I'll try and let you know where everybody is. All right then. So that is that one done and dusted. 5 more heats to go, and that will be qualifying done for the 2-wheel drive portion of this event. And just to let you know, you are watching the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros for 2023. We're in Utrecht in the Netherlands at the Rayco 2000 facility. Of course, we are RC Racing TV. I'm Matt Guppy, your presenter or commentator for the weekend. We've got Matt McCallum over in the UK doing some wizardry. Not too sure if James Parry's with us today. He might be somewhere. But we've definitely got Frank McKinney here with us doing some social media stuff. And last but definitely not least, we have Wonder Jim up on the camera giving us a little wave there. Thank you all for joining us. We really, really appreciate your support. Likes, comments and shares. Please do share the live feed to anybody and anywhere you possibly can today. Get involved on the chat on Facebook or on YouTube. You're more likely to get a response on YouTube if I'm honest, but do feel free to have a chat with us through either of those platforms. Now, I think some of you guys are going to hear another voice that you probably recognise quite a lot in a moment. That being the one and only Emperor of everything, Martin Owen. Welcome. Let's just let Martin have a bit of a headset.
Hello.
How are you doing?
Yeah, interesting.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It does seem interesting is definitely a word for it.
I bet RC Racing TV have never had a pair of Somerset boys in their thingy, have they? Yeah.
Not since the last Euros.
No, that's true. You're not as you are as I am. You're a bit more better spoken than me.
I put it on for this, and it occasionally you get a Somerset word come out of me. It sneaks in, but I do try and tame it down if I can. How are you getting on out there, mate?
It's tough.
It looks tough.
It's hard. It's. I'm going to say it's, and this is going to sound like a right wussy thing. I'd say it's actually too hard. When the top guys are can't get it round for 5 minutes clean, it's a bit too much of an obstacle course, a bit too hard.
Yeah.
You know, you can't take away. The guys have put the hard work in. They've built track. Never take any of that away. We all know how it feels. Me and Matt especially well, having been involved in local clubs, etc. And then with the fun that is the national series. But
rather you than me.
Yeah, it's good fun. But yeah, this is maybe. I think there's a few alterations they could have made out there that I think would have made it just that much bit better, and would have made it a bit more raceable. I mean, I don't know what you think, Matt. Finals, it could be carnage.
I think it will be carnage for some of them. For definite, it will be carnage. Now it's difficult. So the rhythm section's what's catching everybody out. The rest of the track doesn't seem too bad, but the ripples, the first set of single doubles or triples, and the doubles here are costing people an awfully large amount of time.
The ripples are hard because it's coming at you, so you can from the rostrum, depending, you can't even really see how many there are.
Right.
And I've kind of today just been accelerating down the hill, let off, and just let the car hop. And if you get the acceleration, I think maybe 80% right down the hill, it lands in the right place. But it's almost a shut your eyes moment and go, ooh, and it lands. But and the doubles in front of us here, they are tough, and you got to know. I think with the second one, if you get the first one on, you got to know when to pull up.
Absolutely.
And put your big boy pants on and just roll the second two. I mean, it feels horrible because you can just hear the time going.
Yeah. You know, but
you'd
hear it going more if you were upside down,
right?
100%.
100%. The triples in front of the rostrum, certainly different ways to do them. I like to double it and single it. The fast guys like to single it and double it. I just find it easier doing it that way. And it's funny when you look down as the heat start getting lower, you see more people doing the double and then the single.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's another Euros. It's probably the toughest one I've been to.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't think... I thought the one that's... Ongaro won. Was it Italy?
Oh, in Pinerolo.
Yeah, I thought that one looked like a really difficult track, to be honest.
The back section was hard because, again, it was an eighth track.
Yeah.
But it was a weird eighth track because it was almost not big enough for eighth, but too big for 10th.
Yeah.
And the jumps at the back were particularly tough.
Yeah.
I don't know. We need to get on 10th tracks.
And let's not forget, as far as on the scale of hard Euros go, how would you compare this to Reims?
This is harder.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I mean, the heat in Reims was the killer, and maybe some of the lap counting situations.
Yeah.
But this is as a team manager, this has been the hardest event I've done with drivers. You know, not having a good time. Unfortunately, I don't think we're going to have any Brits in the A, which I think is like the first time in maybe 20 odd years we've not had a Brit in the A.
Madness.
As a GBT manager, that hurts right now, and it doesn't feel great. I know not much I can do to get them in the A, but we know we're a team. We're pitting over there. Everyone's working as a team.
Yeah.
Nobody cares who you drive for.
No.
We really don't. Everyone's putting down everyone's cars. Everyone's trying to pep everybody up. It's hard going. And especially it's on Astro, which is our preferred kind of surface.
Yeah, it's like you said earlier in the week, though, when I chatted to you before, and you said that the grip level here is similar to, obviously for the guys that race in the UK a lot would know the Torch track.
Yeah.
It's a bit like the grip at Torch. So
yeah.
I think what most of the UK guys are used to is slightly higher grip levels than that.
Yeah. I mean, we go to Boughton, which is very low grip. It's a bit like, like Tiverton. It is very low grip. This is okay. You can get on the power. You can get it down.
Yeah.
Because you need it. I mean, most of us, I'm using a 5.5 out there.
What?
Yeah, but what you do is you turn it all down, but you need the oomph to get over the jumps.
Yeah.
So you run a 5.5, put it into
In your
almost
two-wheel drive, it's a 5.5.
Yeah.
Okay.
But it's all turned down. It's just for that initial bang to get over the jumps.
Yeah, of
and
course.
You know, I think Bruno was running a 4.5 at one point.
Wow.
Yeah. You don't need the speed. There's no straight.
No.
But you need it. You need it out of the corners, and you need it to get over the jumps. But it doesn't feel. It's, as you said, because it's low grip, and I think you're spinning the wheels. It doesn't feel like a 5.5. It feels like a 7.
Yeah.
It's really strange. But I think four-wheel drive will go the other way. I think where we use a 5.5, it will go to like a 6.5. But yeah, it's and it's different manufacturers leading today with an S-Works, and you know it's all over the place at the top, which is great. You got an A final full of different manufacturers, which is really cool. Yeah, I'm quite looking forward to the finals, as I'm sure everybody is.
Yeah, of course.
Not looking forward to any drama. We don't want drama. But
it's great. Drama's great for us.
To be fair, it'd be great for me because it ain't going to come in any British drivers. So
that's true.
Although I am team manager for Mr. Orlowski as well with Poland, so I will probably get involved maybe in something.
You love being involved.
I just love it. I'm just you know. The 6 beers I had last night just were not enough.
So how come you weren't on your ass this morning, on your back this morning like I was?
On my back?
I had 2 beers last night.
Did you? I had about 6 bottles of Corona, but I think it was more just to soak up dehydration. You just don't drink enough in here. No. And it's not that hot, but it's just... And it's the walking. I don't know about you. I'm doing like 20,000 steps a day, and this fat man can't take that. My knees and my hips feel like they've been in a fight.
You need a job like this one, because I certainly don't do 20,000 steps a day. Oh, yeah. So temperature update for you guys. It is 27.1 in here. Hottest we've had it's 32.9, nearly 33 degrees in the burger van.
Really? Well, it's a burger van, isn't it? It's very burgery, but very nice. But yeah, so there we go. You know, it's another Euros in the book, and
it is.
And I'm quite looking forward to, I think, Saturday. as I think most of the UK team are. I've got to go and get their morale up a little bit for four-wheel drive and get some smiles on their faces.
When are you heading back then? What's your plans for the return trip?
Sunday.
Oh,
up early, drive down to Channel Tunnel, just go across. It's not too bad, it's a 4-hour drive, so it's okay. It's about, and then obviously, as you know, it's 3 hours back to good old Somerset.
Yeah,
so,
wow.
But yeah, what about yourself, flying?
We are flying back, so we have, when we finish here on Saturday, after the last heat's done, we've got 40 minutes to pack everything up.
Right.
And then that leaves us just enough time to get to the airport before our flight leaves.
Oh.
So 40 minutes to pack the bags, get everything in the car, get on the road for, 20-25 minutes or so.
Minutes, yeah.
And that's it. We are at check-in time.
Nice.
Any delays?
Are you back to Bristol?
We're in trouble. No, Gatwick.
Oh, okay. Well, and you got to drive back from there.
Yeah. Oh. So I'll land probably about 9ish, I think.
Oh. About 12.
About midnight, yeah.
Nice. Yeah, you love it.
I do.
You love it.
I do love it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here.
Exactly. No, it's good. It's yeah, it's all right. And I think everyone at home, is there anyone at home that thinks this track does look easy? I would love to see most of them drive it, though. Yeah. I've had a few comments going, it doesn't look that bad. You know, you come and have a go.
I mean, if you look at it on the screen here, it looks, like we said earlier in the week, it looks like a carpet, right?
Yeah.
It looks flat. It doesn't look like there's too many bumps. The cars, because obviously they're set up very, very well by you're talking multiple, just national champions galore.
Yeah.
So these guys know how to set these cars up for the track to make them look settled and make them look like they're going around well.
No, they do. I mean, we've had some really good help with Lee Martin and Michael and Trish getting our cars to where they do feel nice. The car feels okay. Yeah. It's just, you do some tracks and you can just hit the same spot every lap and you get into that rhythm and that sort of coordination. It's hard to find out here. It's hard to get a rhythm. Yeah. And then you get into one and you catch a back marker and it completely goes again. But Yeah, it's been a tough day. I don't know. I think I'm going to finish somewhere in the 60s or 70s maybe. But I'm old, semi-retired. This will be my last year as racing.
Yeah?
I'm done.
Oh, come on. Never say never.
I'm done. It's done. I'm going to the Worlds. I'm not racing, just as team manager. And
nice.
then just carry on with the Nationals. I mean, the National Series is going really well. So we got another one of those in a couple of weeks.
So have you got to the point then? Do you remember when we spoke a number of years ago, and I said that I'd spoken to Paul Worsley, and this was back when I was running Mendip.
Yeah.
And he said to me, the thing is, what you'll find is you're either going to race or you're going to organise. And if you try and do both, they both suffer.
Yeah.
Do one or the other. And I obviously had to choose
Yeah.
what I'm doing now, kind of thing, because the racing clearly wasn't going to get me as far as
Yeah.
I thought it was going to. But I mean, is that the point you've got to, where you're finding that the racing is not that it's like a problem, but just that it does naturally interfere both with each other?
So last year, National Series, I struggled. Really did. And I think first year being chairman, making sure everything was going to get, really struggled.
Mm.
I make you laugh. So we're going into the second year. I'm actually in my best ever national year.
Oh, yeah?
I think I'm sat in four-wheel drive. I'm sat 40th.
Wow. Okay.
And in two-wheel drive, I'm sat 52nd. So I'm having when I look at the points and go back through the years, I'm actually having my best year. But I think that's a lot down to, I do my driver's briefing and I hand the meeting over to our vice chairman, John Cockhill, and Mark Musgrove, who does the timing. And I just walk away and race.
Yeah.
And I get involved in nothing. Unless, the only time I'd get involved is if someone got hurt, if there was an accident on site, then you would. But as far as any racing decisions, no, I'm just there to race.
Yeah.
Where I do struggle with that is this year I feel a bit guilty because you do this driver's briefing, you're all going to behave, and now I'm going to make sure this guy makes you behave. See you guys, I'm going off racing. And I do struggle with it a bit, but they're like, no, that's
your job.
But for the flip side of that, I think being a racer helps you maybe make some better decisions because you know what it's like.
Mm.
You know, and I think when you're picking national tracks, not that I get to pick or vote on any, but you know, you tend to know what to look out for as a racer.
Yeah.
And I think that needs doing further on. Yeah. So, you know, and I think even at a higher level, we need to get racers or even people, older racers, more involved in the organisation of these events. You know, it's great we got the legend that is Craig Drescher here, and you know, I speak to Craig quite a lot about how it used to be and ideas, and he's great because he sees the evolution in it, and he comes up with great sort of ideas. And, you know, and speak to Neil and Lee and all them quite a bit. So yeah, it's good.
Yeah, and it does need it. It does need those guys because that's the experience that pushes the sport on for what it is.
It is 100%. Is this heat 2 or 3?
This will be heat 4.
Heat 4. Okay. Joey's not up yet because he's seated so low. He's in 2. I think I.
And the thing is, everybody knows it's about fastest lap, right?
It is about the fastest lap. Yeah, not even looked. I've just looked. The aim of the day has been get 10 laps in.
Yeah,
I did it in the first round yesterday, and then I did like slow 9s, and then today I've done 2 10s, and I just come off. I had a little bit of a fist punch.
We saw, yeah.
Yeah, just kind of because it's hard. I mean, it's rewarding. That's the flip side of it. When you come off and you've had a good run, it's not kind of at places like Robin Hood, some of the fast tracks. You come off going, yeah, I've nailed that, really good. Oh, look, man, I'm 65th.
Yeah.
You know, and you're like, I can't go any faster than that. But yeah, it's certainly interesting. So, yeah, I think you don't have the YouTube feed there with all the questions on it.
I haven't got it. Matt's got it. Have we got any questions coming in, Matt?
Loads of questions.
Loads. Matt McCallum. He's
Go on, let's hear some questions for Martin Owen. You just said you're a legend, Mike. The legend, the emperor of everything, just said Matt McCallum is a legend.
There's a load of questions, but they're in French. Can we follow car number 8? That's more of a request than a question.
I love it.
Oh, Adam Skelding, my old mate Adam Skelding says, cheer up, Emperor. I could be there. So I suppose it could be worse.
That is true. That is very true. There's lots of roadworks in Amsterdam, so I'm sure he'd enjoy that. He'll know exactly what I mean.
I've actually found it really easy. I thought it was going to be a nightmare to drive around, but I've actually found the way the traffic works here really, really easy.
Well, the traffic's good. The boat we have to take to our room maybe a bit different.
You've got to get a boat to your room.
So I booked the room for 6 of us, or the house for 6 of us. What I didn't read, and I didn't see it on the fine print either, is it's on an island. So we have a rowboat to get to our house.
No way.
Straight up. There's videos on Facebook. Yeah, we have to row a boat about 20 meters to our accommodation. But I said to the guys that I'm sharing with, they've come for an adventure and we've got a boat. What more could you want?
Of course. So,
I saw that on booking.com when I was booking Matt's hotel. I was intrigued. I was so tempted to book it.
Oh, you should have. I'd love to see Matt rowing across the channel.
Well, give Matt something else to moan about. I don't think so.
It was, it's okay. When you get home at night, it's quite nice and it's tranquil and a big lake. But in the morning at 6 o'clock, you're like,
oh man.
But what it has stopped, which is good, because there's like 6 or 7 of us in there, it stops people taking their car stuff home and wrenching at night. So we actually do have a social evening rather than everyone sat there working on their cars. So it's got its flip side. No one's fallen in yet. I'm surprised I didn't last night.
Give it time.
Give it time. Someone might get pushed in, probably Joey Cockhill by the end of the week. But yeah, so it's all good.
Yeah, all good. Nice. That's been brilliant.
No worries, mate. Well, let's go and I'm going to go and watch Joey now and get something to eat, and then a team managers meeting in 10 minutes.
Go on, I'll tell you what. When he's finished, if you want to give him a shout when he's done his marshalling, get him to pop in after the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, I will. He can't speak English, but we'll try.
I know he can't, but we got to give everyone a fair crack at the whip.
Yeah. No, excellent. All right, I will see you in a bit. Cheers, Matt.
Good luck, mate.
See you in a bit.
See you soon.
Thank you. Bye bye.
There we go. Emperor of Everything joins us for a little bit. Gives us a few tips and tricks and info on the track. Obviously very, very happy to have his 2 10-lappers in this morning, and I think a lot of people would be happy with those as well. You've seen a few heats go through whilst we had Martin on. We're coming into heat number 3 now. And in heat number 3, who have we got here? Who do we have in heat number 3, Matt? I will tell you. Lucas Didier is in car 1. Peter Stein's car 2. Luke Didier. Car number 3, Stephen Martins is car number 4. Harriet Thames 5. Mike Moyes is in the 6th car. Chris Bowden is in the 7. Sven Ruddick, of course, of Rodog.eu is in car number 8. And Miklos Sabados is in car number 9. So any requests out there, please get them in right now, because otherwise we're not going to see them and we're just going to follow who we want to follow.
Got you 3 requests.
What?
Yeah, 3. Well, 2 are for Didier, but there's 2 Didiers.
There's go on.
Car 3 Didier and car 1 Didier, so we need car 3 and car 1 and also car 6.
3, 1 yes. And Mike Moyes. Okay.
Oh, and 8.
Paul Worsley, can you just put this up to an 8-minute qualifier, please, so we can follow everyone?
Yeah.
Who else was it? So Ruddick as well?
Yes, please.
Okay. Right, so let's go with car 1, which will be Lucas Didier to start with. I'm going to stand up,
and
Frank.
Car 5. We had a request for car 5 Harriet as well.
Oh my goodness!
From Aaron Nash.
Right, I'm going to get all. I'm going to get them all in. I'm going to get all of them.
Are you going to do that?
Every single one. Right, you have 1 minute with Lucas Didier. Okay. So there you go. That's Lucas. Off he goes. Minute on the clock for Lucas. Oh, a bit of a tight slipper there. Popping a wheelie as he comes down the second half of the straight. Flicks it back round. Into the... Oh, dear. Over he goes. I didn't catch the replay on that one because I'm stood up. Sorry about that.
Use your toe.
Use my toe? I don't know what you said then.
Yeah, I did. I did say that.
Okay. It's all good. That's what I heard. So that's what I did. Towed it. Right, Lucas over the double. Hops up into the back tabletop. Does a bit of a spin. Well, I can definitely catch that one. Hops up onto the back tabletop. Sideways landing. Spins it over into the corner. And into the barrier he goes. So once we're round at the end of this lap, if we can find car number 3 of Loic Didier. So Loic's going to be not far off the end of the lap now. So should be probably coming over the doubles at some point. It's the car 3 we want. There we go. So Loic will take us round for a couple of laps. He does the same sort of spinny crash. Oh, Marshall's there. Almost got his hand chopped off. So these guys trying to get up through that together. Loic has a tumble. Other car just goes in. Marshall's there. And everybody survived it. It was good. So Loic doing the double-double. Plenty of time to be saved there by doing both of those doubles. As Martin Owen said, though, sometimes you've got to bottle it and survive it and stay on your wheels. My words rather than Martin's. Well, Gary Ennis used to say that to me. Bottle it and survive it, Gups. Bottle it and survive it. Make sure you get round the next lap. Okay, so we will take Loic up to the line. And then we're going to find the number 5 car. He will just about be finishing the lap now. So should be just about... Is that behind Loic there? Number 5? It is. There we go. There's Harriet. Oh, let's have a bit of that. That's how you do an overtake. One goes low, one goes high. Always take the high road, that's what I say. Oh, no, literally could have had another replay on that bit as well. We cut back in at the wrong time. So, eagerly marshalled by the marshal there. There was certainly no hanging about with that one. Two minutes left. Oh, my goodness me. And we've still got 2 cars to see. So, we want Mike Moyes next. Let's see if we can find car number 6 of Mike Moyes, who's probably about halfway through his lap now. I think you might be right. Maybe the one behind that. Or is that it? Yeah, there you go. Okay, yeah, stick with that black one. Okay, so this is Mike Moyes. Currently running around at the back of the field. Really, really wide line over the off-camber corner there. Nicely through the ripples, though. Plays it safe going through the switchbacks. Up to the step-off. That's past the crash car in front of him. Single, single. Single, single. Lot of time lost on that. Okay, so minute left to go. We're going to go around a little bit more of this lap. And then we're going to try and find the 8 car of Sven Ruddick, who's currently running around in 8th. So Sven won't be too far back from where you are, actually. If you go back through the track, you should come across Sven in the number 8. There he is. So no, one in front of that. The yellow we want. That's the 8. So there's Sven. Ruddick.eu. And we'll follow Sven for his last lap, because I'd imagine this is certainly going to be the last one. Okay, so I told you we get them all, and we got them all. Just move that away from my nose there, otherwise I start sounding up like Russ Lee on the mic. Okay. So Sven actually takes this one with a 10 in a 5.22. Peter Stein comes in next. 10 in a 5.23. 10 in a 5.25 for Lucas Didier. And then everybody else drops into the 9 lappers after that. So top 3 all taking that 10 lap pace that Martin Owen was on about. Of course, they'd be desperate for an 11 if they could get it in. 2 more heats to go. Some say the most interesting heats.
Some. Oh, they seem to be the heats with the most requests.
Do they?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So, what requests have we got for heat 2? Being that this is the heat with Archie Bowman, Victor Levenko, Co Middlecoop, John Moriels, Thomas Lepap, Brian Preddy, Robert Scar, Joe Cockhill, and Cyril Castaldo in. How many requests can we have, Matt?
Oh well, this one just 8 and 9. Oh, 8, which is Cockhill. 9, which is Castaldo, and Miklos. Oh. Is Miklos in this one?
No,
that's a late one.
A bit of a late one there. Sorry about that. And we certainly wouldn't have had time to get anybody else in on that last one.
The debate's still raging about the hardness of the track. Chris Olsen, what makes the track difficult? Dom Tranquilio, high grip, bumpy surface, and big jumps.
If they will let me, I will try and get somebody's car and do a couple of laps in between the break. I'm not sure if they're going to. They've never let me at any of the other Euros I've been to. But just to prove to you guys that an ordinary chump like me is going to really struggle to get round this track, I'll see if I can get somebody's car and we'll see if we can get it on video of it going round, because then you'll understand. Then you'll see how difficult it is. These guys are seasoned racers. I mean, you could go up against any of these guys in a national, and if you're just your normal level racer, it's probably the majority, 99.5% of these guys are going to, put you down a peg or two in the finishing order. This is a difficult track, make no mistake about it. It is grippy, it is bumpy. There are rhythm sections that if you get wrong, you lose huge amounts of time. The jumps are not small. If you crash, the risk of a break is enormous, and that's pretty costly. Not just on time, not just on your place in the competition, but for your wallet as well. So it's a tough track, you stood up on that rostrum, you haven't necessarily, it's actually pretty good, to be fair. He was actually pretty good from up there. You can see all the bits of the track easy enough, but you can't see some of the up ramps. Jumps normally on a track make more sense if you're going from left to right. So if you're jumping from side to side, rather than jumping away from you or towards you, it's much more difficult to judge that distance. And all of these jumps, pretty much apart from the triple, the first triple at the end of the 2 straights, all of these jumps are jumping towards you or away from you. You've got up ramps where your car disappears, so you can't really judge the speed of it going in. The step up on the back right-hand corner, Bruno Coelho, multiple world champion in different classes, multiple European champion. Bruno, one of the most rounded drivers in the world, is saying that it's difficult. So it's a tough track. Don't make any mistake about it. These guys are top-end drivers. Even Martin Owen, even the Emperor of Everything, Martin's a good RC car driver. Really good. But he's struggling out there. I mean, Martin would put me to shame on a track, and probably a lot of the people out there listening, to be honest. But Martin's really struggling. A great driver in the UK. Many times have I seen him absolutely spank people at sort of regionals and stuff. But here, it's a different bag. It is a tough track. It's Astro, yes. It's consistent, yes. The track's dry, yes. Get that. But it's certainly not easy. Don't make that mistake of thinking these guys can just come out here, bang any old car down with any old tyres on, and they'll just be able to put it round and win. And I would challenge anybody else to jump on a plane and come on out and see if you can put a faster lap down than a 27.3 from Orlowski. There you go. How's that for an answer?
Yeah, very eloquent.
Thanks, mate. Thank you. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's have a look who's leading this one. It's Archie Bowman that's leading this one out. Just about to finish his lap. I'd imagine we're on him now, actually. One of these cars here. It should be the number 1 car. So let's stick with Archie if we can. There you go. There's Archie's car. Okay, Archie through the double doubles. Nicely around the hairpin there, over the bridge, onto the straight. Flicks it around for the first roller, then doubles. Nicely done. Jumps up onto the hop up. Around the corner tabletop. There's a bit of loose Astro there that flicked up. So corner to corner. Hey, Archie gets over there nice and clean. Coming up on a back marker now. Oh, just gets away with that one. As the back marker, I don't know who that was, but they skidded sort of back end of the car, came out a little bit. Archie's managed to get himself round it nicely. So 2 minutes left. Your penultimate heat of the week for two-wheel drive. Let's see if we can find car number 8 of Joey. No, let's not find car number 8 of Joey Cockle because he hasn't done any laps at all, which is very disappointing. We did want to follow him, but never mind. Who else was it that we had the request for? Was car number 9. So let's see if we can find car number 9. So Cyril Costaldo just started his lap. He won't be far away from the start there. That's Archie, so might be a bit in front of Archie. One of those two possibly is 9. That's a 2. There you go. So Cyril Costaldo will stick with Cyril until the end. Okay, single double. Does the hop up corner tabletop. No bit of loose Astro coming up that time. Must be a certain line it's on. So corner to corner. No, straight over. Flicks the back end of the car up on that last bobble, see? Just a little bit of a waste of time there, but if you can get the line right, if you can go from the sort of corner to corner on it and go diagonal across the bobbles, it does save quite a bit of time, as we're seeing. You need the car to come out of those jumps as settled as it can be. These two-wheel drive cars, obviously driven just by the rear axle, pretty sprightly and lively on the track, so you've got to make sure they stay as settled as you possibly can, because they are the most stable when they're under acceleration, weirdly. It kind of pulls them into the floor. Okay, around we go. So Cyril now, I believe, going into his last lap. On for a 10. A few of these guys on for 10s, actually. What have we got? Maybe 3, 4. Yeah, 4 of them. Four of this seat on for a 10 lapper, which isn't shabby. Okay, that will be Cyril done. Finishes 10 laps in 5:21, so best one in that one was Archie Bowman, 10 in a 5:03. He'll be devastated to have lost out on 11 lapper there. Thomas Lepap, 10 in a 5:17. Cyril, as we said, 10 in a 5:21, and the last one into the 10 laps was Victor Litvienko, and that is a 10 in a 5:28.9. Everybody else into the 9s, 8s, or 0s. Excuse me whilst I just grab a quick drink of water.
James White is ordering Alec Springer to get back to work. Plenty of people watching us from work. I think we actually help productivity. I think motivational sounds of Matt's voice and the cream of the continent all racing together on this glorious track. It can only be motivational and can only aid positive and valuable work ethic. So, yeah.
Well, when you are looking at the cream of Europe, Matt, you can't help but be enthused by it, that's for sure. And with the final heat of qualifying about to take the main stage, we will see Dick Dawn in car 1, Marcus Veyer in the 2, Carl Volter in the 3, Nigel Van Katwijk in the 4, Kenny Arts in the 5, Victor Horsfield in the 6, Lena Hurtgen in the 7, Volodymyr Fedorenko in the 8, and Daniel Tonneson in the 9.
Thank you to Schumacher, S-Works, Hobbywing, X-Ray and Rudog.eu. This coverage of the EFRA 1/10 two-wheel drive off-road European Championships is made all the better for you guys. So thank you so much for your support, enabling us to make it that much better. But of course, this is an EFRA event, so big thanks to EFRA for having us as RC Racing TV as their media partner. Very glad to be coming to you live from Utrecht in the Netherlands.
It's a lovely place to be, Matt. It's a lovely place to be. Me and Frank were absolutely blown away at the town last night. Such a picturesque place.
Oh, right, okay.
Not blown away in the town, blown away by the town. By the look of the town.
Okay.
Moving on. 28.8 degrees centigrade for all of you, those of you that are keen on the temperature in the Burger van today.
It's going down
nicely under the desk. Well, I think we were 27.2 when I last read it out, so slightly up. But 32.9 was the high, Matt. 15.9, by the way, was the low. Who would have wanted to have been here then? I can't imagine it being 15 degrees somewhere. Hey, don't forget to like and subscribe to RC Racing TV on YouTube. Click the little bell and you will get notifications whenever we do content, which is all of the time. All the time. There's always content going on.
Elliot Boots has been watching and he's asked,
wow.
Who's overall TQ? Is it Jorn? And
it is.
He's very helpfully answered by Ami SMB. Yes, TQ, Jorn TQ'd all rounds. So, yes, Elliot, you're not here, but your teammate has put in a fantastic performance.
Good stuff. It would have been good to have seen Elliot here. It would have been good to see him. Did quite a lot of online gaming with Elliot whilst we were in lockdown. Did a few sort of sim races and stuff and a bit of Warzone-y type things. Oh, Frank has got something to say. Hold on. Hold your socks, everyone.
I've got the dirt on Elliot Boots. No, I don't. I have the dirt on Ronnefout.
I'm not going to spin for that.
I talked to Adrien Bertin about him, and basically...
we lost a wheel on him. Carry on. Carry on.
I didn't see Bertin lose a wheel, but anyway, obviously we posted about him actually winning a touring car race with an Automatics chassis very recently.
Okay.
And obviously he's sponsored by Mayako for 1/8 buggy, and basically he doesn't have a chassis sponsor, and he was just too busy basically with his main sponsor, which is Mayako.
Wait, David Ronnefout doesn't have a sponsor in off-road?
He didn't have a tire sponsor until this year.
What?
Yeah.
Well, I think
so
that's more of a
free
choice
to run anything. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably a better scenario competitively. But anyway, it didn't stop him from winning the on-road nationals in Sweden.
No.
Running Nitro 1/10 and 1/8 on-road last weekend and winning.
So going for the Bruno.
Yes.
But it was had a few minutes to chat with Bertin earlier. So I was obviously had to ask.
Nice, good bit of info there, Frank.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
We always like that sort of thing. Okay, so let's see if we can find Marcus Veyer, who's leading us around in this one. Let's be car 2, should be about halfway around the lap. Sure, sorry if that's actually who you were with then. Not too sure if it was or not. So Veyer shouldn't be too far away from finishing the lap now. Yeah, easily done. That jump does tend to throw you off quite a bit if you're not getting the tight line on it. But again, getting too tight means that you hit that little bit of track marker there on the left-hand side of the jump as you were coming up to it. And it really throws the car off. So there is a small section to get over that jump nicely. And it's on the sort of driver's side, if you like, rostrum side of the jump. You've probably got, I reckon, about a couple of feet that side of the jump. Yeah, you see that? Oh, you're not on that one, but a couple of feet that side of the jump, and the cars tend to land a bit straighter. Anything more over towards the wall ride side of that little bobble, and they're kind of getting flicked all over the place, really. We'll see now. It comes through, so yeah, you see that was slightly more to the right. They can get a bit tighter. The cars come out of it just that little bit flatter. Like I said a minute ago, it's keeping the car stable on your landings, on your takeoffs, and through the corners and everything. That's what really gives you the speed with these guys, because the cars are so highly strung now for speed, cornering speed and acceleration, that you've got to make sure they're settled. You've got to make sure the shocks are doing the right thing. Oh, a few cars there, just got past them quite nicely. So left-hand side, car was perfectly flat going over that. Double doubles, double singles, just to make sure he's got through it safe. Minute left to go in this one. Oh, Champion's crash there onto his wheels. Takes a nice tight line around the off camber, corner to corner on the ripples. Through the switchbacks. There you go. Keeping that tighter left-hand side of the jump. Those sort of couple of feet this side of it really do give you a much better exit off of that step over. So we can switch on to the camera 2 in a second when we've got a few cars coming through it. So I'm going to flick over to the other camera now so you can see these next two come over the jump. Yeah, and then just not quite, you can't see it particularly well there. We're going to get another one come through, see if it hits the right hand side. Yeah, you've got to be that, that sort of left hand side, otherwise you're just getting flicked out. There we go. Okay, so these guys are finishing as they cross the line now. Marcus Veyer takes that one, the 10 in a 5:21. Nigel van Katwijk, the only one in the 10 lappers with a 10 in a 5:23. But fastest of the rest is Lena Hutgen with a 9 in a 5:06. So only a few seconds out from getting the 10th lap in. As we know, that 6 seconds there is a matter of 2 crashes. You're losing roughly 3 seconds a crash on this track, unless the marshals aren't getting to you quick enough, of course. And that, my friends, is what they call that. So that is qualifying over. We'll have a look at your overall top 10. So nothing really affected there for the top 10. In those last few heats. So Newman takes the overall TQ for the event. Michael Orlowski second. We have Marcus Kerup in the 3 spot. Davide Ongaro in the 4. Wesley Van Helmond in the 5. Birak Kilik in the 6. Clement Boda sneaks it into the 7 spot. Daniel Kobovic, of course, we'd expect to see him somewhere near the top, is in the 8. Alexander Landon, 9th overall. He wanted a top 20. He's got a top 10. Bruno Coelho, though, just sneaks himself into the back of the A final. So we've got Lee Martin as BQ. Mika Widmeyer second in the B. And then we've got Tommy and Jamie Hall, respectively, following those two up. Unihatnan 15th, Martin Bayer 16th overall, Noah Ben Mohammed, a young chap, has squeaked himself into 17th overall, so 7th in the B. 8th in the B is Luke Holdsworth. Jamil Gabrielson is 9th in the B, and rounding out your B final is Mats Gotzel. We've got a few that we would not be expecting in the C final, so the likes of Elias Johansson, Josh Holdsworth, Neil Cragg in the C, Hubert Honegel in the C, Ben Smith in the C, Jesper Rasmussen 6th in the C. We've got a few more, so Florent Gallot 27th, Sen Powell's 28th, and Baptiste Roche is 29th. I'll just see if I can move that down a little bit to get you a few more scores there. No, I can't, so I'm not going to mess with it too much, because otherwise it might just all go away, and we don't want that to happen. So there we go. There's a bit of a break now.
Yeah, we're going to actually end this stream, and we're going to start a final stream, which will be going live. Well, it will be going live at 3:20 local time, 2:20 in the UK. Other times are available in other time zones.
Are we going to do the practice A final, or do you want to just live that onto the EFRA page?
You could do that live, because we'll be getting lots of nice B-roll of the cars for montages that we wouldn't be able to get usually of them in a final situation. So Frank will be getting lots of nice B-roll, maybe Jim as well. But yeah, I think that would be a good one to watch out for on the EFRA Facebook page. I think that would be cool.
Sounds awesome. Sounds awesome to me. Okay, well guys, that is it. That is your qualifying over for the two-wheel drive portion of this event. Thank you so much for joining us. We've been here in association with Schumacher Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. You've been watching qualifying for the two-wheel drive EFRA 10th Buggy Euros 2023 from Utrecht in the Netherlands, and we are at the Rayco 2000 facility. I've been Matt Guppy. That guy there has been Frank McKinley. He's been Wonder Jim on the camera. We don't know where James is, but that there and the voice you're about to hear and say goodbye is the awesome and revered Matt McCallum.
Goodbye.
So last couple of corners, Tommy Hall comes through. Down the straight goes, European champion for 2022. What a race, what a championship.
That's crazy, man. I can't believe it.
Flicks it up nicely through the step up into the switchbacks, and your European four-wheel drive champion Marcus Kerup takes it across the line.
Good, making my dad proud. It means a lot to me, so it's good to win.
Well, welcome back. We are here and ready for the finals. It's the first leg of the A finals, and we are going to have Matt with us, is going to be calling the plays. People are tuning in, people are watching. The first leg is about to kick off. The grid is getting lined up, and it's going to be a fantastic set of finals.
Okay then, so we've got the guys been out for their warm-up lap. Jon Newman is your TQ man for this first of the A finals. Leg 1 is about to start. We've got Michael Orlowski on second spot. Back to Marcus Kerup in the associated on point number 3. Davide Ongaro, in the associated on 4. Wesley Van Helmond in the Schumacher on 5. Burak Kilik in the Yokomo on 6. And we've got Clement Boda in the 7 in the S-Works. The Schumacher of Daniel Kobovic in the 8. Alexander Landon in the 9. And the X-Ray of Bruno Coelho finishing out your grid. 2023 Championship EFRA 2-wheel drive off-road Euros about to go. Here we go then. 10 seconds on the clock. Everybody up on the rostrum, poised and ready for this one. And away we go. Clean start at the front for these guys round the first corner, okay. It is Newman and everybody else in order behind him at the moment. Goes through the drop-off. He's already gapped Orlowski behind him by the looks of it. You can see that gap has increased straight away. So Newman absolutely doesn't want to mess about at all in this one. He is going to walk it as far as he can go without making any mistakes. Try and make that gap as big as he can back to Orlowski. Give himself a bit of a cushion. If we drop back onto Orlowski and Kerup behind him, that's the race we're going to be looking at to follow up with Newman as he goes up to the step-up. So Orlowski followed by Kerup. Down into the drop-off they go. They seem to have closed that gap down to Newman just a little bit between them. Kerup's not putting too much pressure on Orlowski at the moment, though he is sticking with him, making sure he maintains that gap. Now Orlowski seems to have put his foot down a little bit, has got a little bit more of a gap on Kerup as they come into the final hairpin, over the bridge, onto the straight. Down they go. So it's Newman, Orlowski, Kerup, Ongaro. Oh, then we have Van Helmon's made a terrible mistake further back down the pack, but we're going to stick with the front three just to make sure that we know exactly what is going on here. So, joining the front three, Ongaro is hanging on to the back of Kerup and Orlowski just to see if he can capitalise on any mistakes that those two make. Over the step over they go. 1, 2, 3 and 4 all the way through the doubles. No mistakes there. Everybody fairly evenly spaced at the moment. So these guys are going to be counting on Newman to make a mistake at this point. Seems to have walked away with it for the moment, but we know this is a 5-minute race. It's certainly not won in the first few laps. Newman coming over the bobbles pretty well, gets that line lovely through the switchbacks. We're going to concentrate on second and third, though. That seems to be where the closest battle is for us at the moment. Over the doubles they go. Kerup has a look to the outside, can't make anything happen that time. Over the bridge, down over the timing loop they go. Round the hairpin at the bottom of the first straight, round the hairpin at the second. Single double. We'll see if he will make a move on the double single for the next time round if Kerup's brave enough to do it. But into these, they switch back into the ripples. Nice line for Orlowski through there. You can see how throwing it wide loses you a lot of time. Kerup was right up behind Orlowski for a minute, but just through that little bobble on the ripples, he's dropped way, way back now. Almost the length of the first straight between second and third. So we look at Newman just going up to the top of the step-up. He's come round, dropped down, round the off-camber corner nicely, flicks it back into the bobbles, corner to corner, not quite, still puts his brakes on, keeps all four wheels on the floor. Over the step over he goes. It's Orlowski and Newman way out in front at the moment. These two are going to be racing for the first of the wins. So hopefully no mistakes from either of them. We'd love to see a nice clean race all the way through. Single double, Orlowski really putting the pressure on to Newman now. He wants the first of these wins if he can steal it. It is S-Works from Schumacher at the moment. Looking like Orlowski is looking pretty racy out there right now. Certainly putting the pedal down. Newman wants to keep it safe, keep it on his wheels. He knows that catching him is one thing, getting past is a totally different story. Over the bridge they go, both down the main straight. About quarter of the straight between them at this point. Single double for both drivers. Up to the step up they go, both landing perfectly. Newman a little bit wide on that corner. Is Orlowski going to have a look at that the next lap round? Orlowski takes a really tight line, almost catches a cone of justice. He's right up on the bumper of Newman right now. He's going to be pushing over these doubles, trying to force a mistake from Newman. Knows how costly they are. But no, Newman is straight back on it. After a little bit of a slide going through the switchbacks, Newman's right back on the pace again, but Orlowski says, no, you will not be going. Oh, he looks up the inside. Did catch him a little bit, but fair driving from Michael. Stops and lets him back through. So Newman is still out the front. Orlowski knows that is a weak point for Newman. Now he's going to be looking at that spot next lap round for sure. Over the step off they go. Through the roller, through the doubles. Both doing it cleanly. Nice landing for Orlowski. Certainly didn't waste any time there, but Newman has got a wicked line coming out of the bridge onto the main straight. Orlowski's right there with him. Now this is where he looked last time. Is Newman going to kill? He's kept it pretty tight. Orlowski's still there with him. Round the off-camber corner they go. Flicks it back. Both of them through the bobbles. 3 and a 1. Orlowski can't go up the inside of him there. Newman is shutting the door as hard as he can when he comes through the bobbles. Both of them over the doubles. Orlowski has a bit of a funny landing, gets himself out of shape a bit, but will make that time up with no problem at all. He is straight back on the bumper of Newman. We've got Davide Ongaro right behind them as well, so any mistake these guys make, Ongaro is going to capitalise on that, and he will take this one. But 8 seconds left on the clock. These guys are going to be racing to the line. It is Newman from Orlowski. Back to Ongaro, over the doubles, just these jumps and a couple of corners to go, and Newman will take the first leg. Orlowski's off. He's too far behind to make anything of it. Newman takes leg 1 of the A finals. Orlowski second, Ongaro third. Kerup, a little bit unfortunate there, drops himself back to 4th. We've got Burak Kilik in 5th. Alexander Landon takes a lovely 6th spot. Clement Boda in the 7, Kubovic 8, Coelho 9, and Van Helmen pulls off after 5 laps to bring out the back of the pack. So there you go, first A final done and dusted. These guys coming off the rostrum now. You can see the lap times there. Orlowski with a 27.3. Ongaro
all right,
with a 27.1.
so we've got Jorn Neumann, winner of the first A final. How was that?
It was good. I was building up a lead in the beginning, and then I drove too safe. I don't know. So let Michael come back to me. But yeah, I won. That is all what counts.
So how does that affect your strategy, or you don't want to give anything away just yet for the second race?
It will be the same. I just try to go as fast as I can and then to win.
All right, perfect. Thank you very much, Jorn.
Thank you.
Okay then, so that was a word from Jorn, your 2-wheel drive winner of the first leg of the A main. And now if I flick over onto my timetable, I believe we will be going into, so that is A1, we are now going to be looking at the K final. Okay, K final next. So a bit of a short one, this one. We've only got 5 drivers in it. Loic Didier is going to be taking up pole on this one. Second on the grid will be Robert Scarr. Then we've got Mike Moyes, Peter Frillingsdorf, and Paul Wood rounding out the back of this 5-car grid. Sorry, I'm just frantically trying to get a wasp out of here. There we go. Off you go, Mr. Wasp. God. Mind you, that's only the second one of the week so far, so we're not doing too bad on the wasp scores. So, what a final that was. These guys plenty of room to race out there. I can't say it's only mistakes that are going to let these guys through, because there were plenty of opportunities for Orlowski to get past. Some wide corners from Newman, which could have opened it up. Unfortunately for Kerup, he dropped right back in that one, so you're not sure if we're going to see anybody that's going to really challenge Newman yet. I think Jorn on a overall 5-minute pace is probably the If he's not making mistakes, he's fairly solid out there at the front of the pack. It's just getting through those first few laps with it clean. So you see it on the screen there. Don't forget to subscribe and obviously like the page. You click the little bell on the YouTube feed and you will get notified each time we go live. So you're watching the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros for 2023. We are in Utrecht in the Netherlands and we're at the Rayco 2000 facility. We're RCTV and we're brought to you by Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rodog EU and S-Works. Thank you all for joining us. Do join in on the chat. If you've got something to say, got your opinions out there, let us know. Matt will be keeping an eye on it over in the UK for you guys.
Oh, I'm all over it. I'm all over it. It's so all over it.
I can tell.
Great for Ongaro to be third, says Rimfire. What a great race. Rimfire saying fantastic race. So sure they all want to be first, but great for third for Ongaro. Tara Ivanen saying great race. Congratulations with loads of emojis. Nice driving from Alexander, moving from 9th to 6th. Really close and exciting racing from Jorn and Michael. It was exciting. It was a fantastic race.
Yeah.
Thing is, though, you know what we want? We want it to go over to 3 legs.
We do.
So
we do. So we almost
can't see it happening at this point. Can you see that happening?
I can. Actually, I can. There was plenty of chances for overtakes there. Plenty of chances for overtakes. I just don't think anything quite stuck. Obviously, where Michael caught Newman coming down the drop-off, that couldn't, he waited there, which was very, very gracious, but couldn't let anyone through. Okay, this one is off the grid. Off we go for the K final. And flick back over to the moving camera for you guys. Sorry we missed the start of that one there. Okay, so we'll let these guys get their first lap underway. We're probably going to have a bit of chaos on this one. Okay, so over the doubles for the first time. Got one car crashed out. But it's Robert Scar that takes up the front of this one. Okay, so these guys not quite the pace of the A final lot. However, it doesn't make any difference to the feeling up on the rostrum. A final, B final or K final. It's all just as thrilling whilst you're up there and nerve-wracking with everybody around the edge watching you as well. So Robert Scar comes through the doubles, over the bridge, onto the straight he goes. So if you drop back, drop back to the one behind him, because we've got a couple of cars there that seem to be getting a little bit closer. We did have one in between them, but it crashed out on the on the straight. Oh, there you go. Stick with the front two then. So that's Robert Scar out in front. I think he is being chased down by Mike Moyes. So Robert Scar from Neway, Mike Boys from Great Britain. Let's see how they are as they cross the line. Oh no, it is not. It's not Mike Moyes. Apologies. So Robert Scar. It's not. It's Loic Didier out in front now. Oh no, these two switching places left, right and centre. My goodness me. Nobody wants this one. So through the bubbles we go. We've got the front 3 cars. I think that is Loic. I think that's Loic Didier out in front again now, the number 1. Oh, catches a nightmare on the step through. So, is this Robert Scar? We will see as he crosses the line. I think that's Robert Scar now. It is. So, and it's Peter Friedlingsdorf from Germany in the 2 spot now, chasing Robert Scar down. So these two, through the drop-off, they've got halfway through this race. Robert Scar from Norway doing his best to stay out in front. Difficult to lead one of these races from start to finish. 5 minutes doesn't seem like a long time, but when you're under pressure from the car behind, it's an eternity up on the rostrum. Okay, Robert Scar, through he goes. Oh, and a bit of a weird bobble at the end of the straight puts him all out of shape, and that gives Friedlingsdorf a chance to catch up to the back of him. Oh, the step up they go. Friedlingsdorf sees the opening on the inside, takes it, says thank you very much, Robert. I will take the front of this one. Friedlingsdorf goes through. through the switchback. Scar right on his bumper. Just in the back there, you saw Loic Didier just crashing out the way. But Robert Scar through. Frielingsdorf throws it off the track over the second double. Scar round the first hairpin into the second. Single double. Standard line for everybody now. Now it's dried out. Down the drop-off he goes. Really wide round the off-camber corner there. Doesn't want to do that too much. Frielingsdorf is certainly one to shoot up the inside of you if he sees the gap. He has a tumble coming out of the ripples. And unfortunately, that has given... Well, for Frielingsdorf, mind you, Frielingsdorf comes back with a double at the end to close that gap up. Minute left on the clock for these guys. So likelihood is we're going to get this one and one more. But we'll see what the lap times are like as they go through. So lapping at about 32-second pace. 32-33s. They are slowing each other down a little bit, racing together like this. But that's the nature of the beast, I suppose. So Robert Scar coming through for his penultimate lap. Over the step off, Frielingsdorf right behind him. Oh, and Scar is over. Frielingsdorf for the last lap takes the lead. Now, what has Robert Scar got in answer to this? Over the bridge they go. Frielingsdorf around the end of the straights. Into the first roller. Punches it. Oh, doesn't punch it. Has to do 3 singles rather than a single double. Up the step up he goes, nice and safe down there. He's going to try and take it nice and steady around the off-camber corner. Flicks it back. Okay. Double, single through the ripples. That's an interesting line. I think he might have just not quite got the speed right there, but over the step off. So these guys to the line, I do think Scar has given it to him there. Other than a crash, this one is going to Frielingsdorf. K final winner. There you go. Robert Scar, of course, coming in second. Loic Didier just crosses the line for third. Guys have got a few seconds all to cross the line now. There we go. So, some good racing all the way through, really. That was the K final.
Yeah. They seem pretty happy.
I think everyone's
Fun racing can happen at every level, I guess. I suppose the higher up the tree you get, the more serious it gets.
Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Yeah, of course. Well, the higher up the tree you get, the more money's involved.
Yes. Ian Cloud is asking, what time roughly will the next A final be run? Well, I can tell you it will be at 4:20 local time. So depending on where you're based, it might be 3:20 if you're in the UK.
Might well be. Next up, though, Matt, you know we've got the J final, right?
Uh-huh.
And do you know who's in this?
I'm
going to tell you.
Yeah, you tell me.
So, pole in the J final is Harriet Thames from the UK. John Moriels from Belgium in the number 2. And we've got one of our Estonian drivers, Carl Volta, in car number 3, third on the grid. Dmitry Chubb from the Ukraine in the fourth spot. And then we've got Brian Preddy from the UK. He's running in point number 5. 6th on the grid, Daniel Tunneson from Norway. Swedish driver Victor Horsfield in the 7. Vladimir Fedorenko from the UK in the 8. Then we've got Dick Dawn in the 9 from the Netherlands. And from the UK, Miklos Sabados rounding out the back of the J final grid. Okay, these guys just coming off of the pit lane. Do their warm-up laps. Steady over the jumps. This time round, nobody wants to break it on a warm-up. Just coming past me here in the commentary booth. And you'll see these guys and girls start to come round and line up on the grid fairly soon. Here we are. Cars out to the grid.
Getting lots of Go Miklos.
Of course. Just enough time to tell you that the stream you're watching is sponsored by Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works. Thank you guys, thank you for your support out there. We really appreciate your likes, shares and comments on the stream. Do get involved if you're watching, we love to hear from you. Okay, 10 seconds on the clock for your J final. Here we go. So Harriet takes us off the line. Oh, it's a wide line there for Moriels. I think he... well off the track. So our second place man has long gone now. Way back in the grid if I look through there. So Harriet out the front. Oh, catches a bubble. Champions roll. Gets it, keeps it on the wheel. So Harriet at the start of this lap has got all kinds of madness going on behind her as well as her own battles to deal with. Round the last of the hairpins. Over the bridge, onto the straight she goes. Flicks it round the hairpin. Second hairpin, rolls it. Oh, does the double but can't make it stick. So that looks like it is Carl Volter now in the number 1 spot, up to the point. Leading us round, he's going to want to take it steady. He's got a bit of a cushion back to, I think that may well... Ooh. Or is that Dimitri Chubb there? We'll see as he crosses the line. We'll get this one updated as they cross the line now. Okay, it is. It is. It's Carl Volter taking us round. Well out in front. It looks like Harriet's just behind him. I'll say just behind him. She's had a nightmare of a crash, but he's got a vault. Carl's gone at the top of the step down as well. So these guys throwing it all over the place, just trying to put fast laps down to get a bit of a gap. But the smooth driving is what's going to win this one. So Carl Volter, oh, terrible crash over the first of the doubles. Lets Harriet catch back up. Oh, it's almost an overtake on the jump. Nearly did it. So over the bridge they go. Okay, so here Victor Horsfield not far behind Harriet as well. They're just in the back of the shot. So Harriet off the drop-off, chasing down Carl Volter. Volter makes it nicely over the ripples, but these guys really losing a lot of time by taking that wide line over it. They all know to stick to the left-hand side of the jump there. Double for Harriet. Makes up a lot of time over those doubles. So punches it down the straight, trying to catch Carl as she can. Single double for these guys. There you go, hits the down ramp nicely. Can't quite break it in for a tight corner there, but gets up the step up into the drop-off. So the gap now closed down a wee bit. These two fairly close together, 1 and 2 in this one. Carl Volter still leading Harriet Thames out. Oh, Carl's stuck on the hairpin. We know how much time that costs, so that is 3 seconds lost easily on this one. So Harriet Thames takes back up the front of the pack. 2 minutes 10 left on the clock. It's a long time to lead. Oh, what a move! Carl Volter comes over the top of Harriet there to take the lead. Through the ripples they go. Carl's certainly not wanting to take any prisoners here. Harriet's over though, starting to feel the pressure a little bit. Lets Carl go. Carl catches a pipe. That would have slowed him down a bit. He's not going to want to make the same mistake as he did before, but he's having a nightmare over the doubles. And that has let Harriet get right back up onto him again. Round the first hairpin. Both of them roll it. Doubles for both. Nicely up the step up. Both dropping it down. Really wide line through the off-camber corner. Again, Volter just kicking it back in to make the most out of that corner into the switchbacks. Punches it up towards the step over. Doubles, doesn't want to lose any time, makes the most of the last hairpin over the bridge, punches it down the straight. Harriet right behind him. There's nothing between these two. 1.5 seconds in it. Harriet doubles. Volter up to the top of the step off. Drops down. Harriet follows him through. Both round the off-camber corner. Into the bubbles they go. Car's looking a little bit unsettled through there, but you can see how close Harriet is going through the switchbacks. We've got cars all over the place coming up in front of these two. So Harriet, now these two have got a back marker in between them. How is this going to play out with a back marker in front of Carl? Oh, way too hard on the slipper there. He's pulled a massive wheelie. That's let Harriet right up onto him now. Both of them right together. This car in front is going to have to move out the way and let these guys race. So both coming through. I believe that is Harriet in front of Carl at the moment. Over the step over they go. Back through to the doubles. Oh, there we go. Carl gets stuck. There you go. It is Harriet Thames through. Carl Volter. This is it. Last lap. And I think Carl, unfortunately, by getting caught on the hairpin at the end of the doubles, may well have just handed the win of the J. Oh! I spoke too soon. Volter is through. He's through. That is it. Over the step, over they go. The last set of doubles. There's cars all over the place. Harriet goes up the inside of him. Over the bridge. Takes the win.
Wow.
Okay, there you go. I'm not too sure. I might have been calling Volta through there, but I think Harriet's the only one. Oh no, he did get the 10th one. I'm not going completely mad. There you go. The timing screen's updated now, so I think it must have just missed him as he'd gone over the loops for one of those laps. So that was pretty tight at the end there for a J final. My goodness, hard fought for the win.
Cracking stuff. What fantastic finals we're having.
Of course. European Championships, Matt. European Championships.
Absolutely.
They're all going to be exciting finals, we hope. We hope. I like those finals where everybody breaks down except for me.
Yeah, that's nice when that happens. Yeah. Dan Smith has been urging Miklos to send it. Miklos has got Preddy, says Craig Gibson. Craig Gibson's also saying, come on, Harriet. Mekop says, what a wild race. Magnus Berglund says, good one, that. And Ben Tracy says, morning all, let's go. So I think Ben Tracy might be not in Europe, might be, I'm going to say, if Ben, are you in America saying good morning? Maybe.
Yeah, possibly.
Or you just... You're
Are
just
like,
nocturnal.
8 hours? 8 to
Behind,
10 hours,
yeah.
something like that.
Well, 5 to 8, I think. But, yeah.
There you go.
There you go.
Is it iFinal up next, I believe?
This is quite calming music, isn't it?
It is. I was just taking a drink because my throat's a little bit sore, funnily enough.
Well, these finals aren't going to help with that.
They're not, but hey, we're here to have fun, right? Not to worry about sore throats. Okay, iFinal coming up. Pole in this one, Freddie Russell, FF Racing, of course. We've got Martin Scarr, Chris Bowden from the GT podcast. Grid Talk, of course. And then we've got Bruno Vea in the 4, Lena Hurtgen in the 5, Lee Charnock in the 6, Stephen, I said Sveven then, why? But Stephen Martins in the 7, William White for Ireland in the 8, Danny Clays in the 9, and rounding out this one in the final spot is Kenny Arts in the 10. So Freddie Russell leading this one out, of course, and he is going to want a good few clean laps to start with, just to build himself a little bit of a gap. Okay, clean start for Freddie. Oh my goodness me! Chris Bowden goes up the inside of Martin Scarr. I can't see whether he's made it 6th. So Freddie had a bit of a nightmare at the top of the step-off there as I was looking at the names. However, he has managed to keep himself at the front of the pack. And he's going to be pushing that TLR as hard as he possibly can, but also trying to keep it rubber side down for these first few laps. So he singles. That's given Chris Bowden a chance to catch up a little bit. Let's see, as they cross the line, it is Bowden in 2nd. Bruno Vea in the 3 spots. We'll keep an eye on these guys. Oh dear, absolute nightmare for Bowden. He's gone and thrown that away. Bruno Vea moves up into the 2 spot, says thank you very much, but Freddie Russell walking away with it at the moment. We'll keep an eye on these guys back here because they are chopping and changing and ducking and diving all over the place right now. So into the step over we go. It looks like Freddie's over. Oh no, it's not Freddie. It's not Freddie. It's another car. Whew. Man. Okay, so Chris Bowden back to the 2. Well. Okay, Lee Charnock into the 3. And keep an eye on these guys. So that's Bowden, you can see just at the front. Lee Charnock just there. Or is that the 4 of Vea? Oh, it is. It's the 4 of Vea there. 6 of Charnock in the 3 and the 4 of Vea. Those guys looking pretty racy right now. Oh, no, Charlotte's thrown it off the track. Manages to keep it, though. These guys struggling a bit over the double-doubles, giving him a bit of a break. So around the hairpin they go. It is Bowden in 2nd spot. Back to Charnock. Back to Vea. Oh, nightmare. I think that was Bowden that's gone. So Bowden's dropped himself back a couple of spaces. Meanwhile, Freddie Russell is running away with it. 6.2 seconds the gap. So we know he's got 2 crashes in him before he's going to be troubled by anybody behind him. He can relax a little bit, maybe take his foot off the pedal just a touch, make sure he's getting around the track safe. You can see him there just in the distance going around the drop-off. But we're going to stick with Charnock and Vea as they go up the step up. Through the drop-off, round the off-camber corner. Oh, really wide for Charnock there. Vea had a look up the inside, couldn't make anything happen. Both of them over the ripples, okay. Through the switchbacks they go. They punch it up to the step through. All is done. Wide lines for Charnock there. He is really opening the door up, but he knows that Vea is a little way off the back of him, so he's got a bit of breathing space. There's no need to worry too much right now. Single double for these two. No, triple. Oh, my goodness me. Charnock's over. Vea is through. Oh, Vea takes a tumble. Charnock doesn't know what to do. He's looking for the gap, but it's not there. Manages to keep himself on his wheels, but he's keeping going at the moment. Over the ripples they go. 3 and a 1. Okay, so it is Vea in the 2. Charnock in the 3 spots. Into the double-doubles. Oh, he throws it over. Can he make it? Can he hold the corner? He has. Vea's held the corner there. Lovely. So Charnock's pushed right down the outside. Oh, it looks like the inside. He's made it. Made it happen. Single double for these guys. So both of them go for it. Up the step up. Vea's backed off a bit. Both of them crash. Oh, my goodness me. That could have been a costly one for either driver there. Marshall having a nightmare trying to get to them both in time. Freddie Russell says, thank you very much. I will walk away with this one. Short of a wheel falling off Freddie's car. Don't think we're going to have too much of a problem here. So we'll drop back now to the 2 behind this. So the battle at the moment is for the 3 and the 4 spot. We have Clays in the 4, followed up by Vea. Vea's had a nightmare of a lap or so. Was fighting in the 2. Oh, he's tumbled again. Vea drops back even further. So Clays making the most of it. Trying to pull a little bit of a gap. Now, we've only got 40 seconds on the clock, so we'll try and pick up Freddie Russell in a minute. We'll just watch these 2 through up until the end of this lap, and then we'll give Freddie a bit of credit because he's gonna have walked away with this one, really. Kept himself, drove within himself all the way through. Let's pick up Freddie on the track if we can. Let's see where he is. So, just come past me now in the commentary booth in the TLR. Single. Double for the last one. He's going to get over the line for a victory lap. I think Freddie's going to probably be the only one through for a 10. Don't think anybody else is coming through, so we'll give Freddie all the love we possibly can. All he's got to do is bring this round to the line. And Freddie Russell has taken the I-final. Over the ripples he goes, nicely through there. You can see Freddie's driving has just relaxed completely. Talented guy out there on the track. Single, goes for the double at the end with the crowd cheering him on. Over the bridge, and Freddie Russell takes the I-final. There's one for TLR.
Wow, congratulations to Freddie. Lots of people. Craig Gibson cheering on Freddie, Mark Headley and Racing. All saying go Freddie, go Fred. Lots of Freddie fans there, and he brought it home for leg one. Well, the leg for that final. The one leg, and he won it. So congratulations to him. Flying Cayman, what a good race from South Africa. And he also says, I just got into RC racing, my first TT02. No Name RC podcast has just woken up. Missed the first day final. Keenan, you can rewind. You can rewind. Be kind. Anyway.
That was me rewinding. Rewind.
Nice to have Keenan with us.
H final up next, though, mate. The H final is up next. Oh, the H final. Do you know what's after the H final?
Go on, tell me.
A final leg 2.
Oh,
we're not worried about that, no. Because the important thing
no.
is the H final is coming up, and I'll tell you who's in the H final right now. Cedric Ricard is pole in the H final, Matt. Pole in the H.
Yeah.
Remy Bertrand is in the 2 spot. Eugene Galley. Heard about Eugene this week a few times. He is in the 3 spot on the grid. We've got Marcus Veyer in the 4 from Estonia. The Austrian of Renny Lovetso in the 5 spot. Who have we got here? The Emperor of Everything. Martin Owen in his Schumacher is in the 6. And then we've got vent sponsor, or feed sponsor, I suppose, sorry. Live feed sponsor of Sven Ruddick from Austria in the 7. Cedric Didier from France in the 8. Laszlo Phillips in the 9 from Belgium, and rounding us out, even though Martin Owen thought he was so much better than him, he's got in the same final as Martin, and there's Joey Cockhill rounding out the back of the grid like a missile. So we'll see how this one goes when these guys get to go off the line. Hoping for a nice clean race here.
Chris Long says, come on, Joe Cockhill, you can do it.
Woo! Go on, C-Cup.
It's warm words of encouragement.
It's nice. He heard it as well. I could see him smile a little bit. Sorry, I had to have a mouthful of Coke then. Okay, H final here we go. We're going to find 10 seconds on the clock. Okay, off they go. Ricard takes the first roller in the doubles nicely. Bertrand right behind him, not letting him sneak away with this one. Oh, Ricard down the step off seems to have got a nice little run there. A little gap as they're coming back to Ricard. Sorry, Bertrand. But the race seems to be at the oh, as I say that, drops back a space, does Ricard, and it's Bertrand that leads us round on lap number 1. So, Bertrand, Ricard, Eugene Galley, Veyer, Lovetso, Ruddick, Phillips, Cockhill, Owen and Didier as they cross the line. So, it is Remy Bertrand taking us around in this one. Oh man, that was a bit of a tumble, a bit of a crash fest going over the ripples there. That's given these front two a little bit of time to break away. It was a double, single there. Okay, so Bertrand back to Ricard. Then we've got Galley. So Galley's not going to want to let Ricard get away if he can possibly help it. Oh man, these guys are swapping over all over the place here at the bit further back. But we're going to keep an eye on second and third for the minute between Ricard and Galley, because this seems to be where the podium spots are. So let's follow these through. Ricard over the first double. Galley over the first double. Goes front high. Does Galley? Can't make the landing stick. He would have come through and taken that spot if he had. So Ricard, single. Doubles. Now, we've seen Galley do a double on that one many times through qualifying. It'll be interesting to see if he's got the confidence to do it in the final. Oh, and Ricard's over, so Galley's through. Let's see if we can pull back, see how far he's got to Bertrand. So Bertrand just there, right there. Oh, and Galley's over. Oh, no, what a nightmare for Galley. shell off, there's batteries out, and all kinds of nightmares there. And I think that is that for Eugene. He'll be pretty upset by that one, but hey, these things happen. So we will stick with Bertrand for a second. I think there might be a closer race back for the second and third spot. It's not. Second place is all on their own. So we'll drop back to third and fourth if we can. And that should be Lovetso in the 5 and Phillips in the 9. There we go. Just over the step through jump they go. Let's have a look as they cross the line. Okay, so we are currently watching the battle for fourth, and that is Sven Ruddig, and it is René Lovetso there. So Sven goes down the drop-off in the number 4 spot, followed by Lovetso. Over the ripples they go. They're going to be chasing down Phillips as much as they can. Lovetso has thrown it off the track a little bit, so just flick forward to those two cars. They are. There we go. So Sven getting himself in contention, overtakes over the jump. Oh, my goodness. Phillips all over the place, thrown it off the track. So we will see Sven come through. Lovetso behind him. Little way back there. We're going to flick to the front two now. There we go. You're on it. So Bertrand comes over the ripples. Not too far back is Ricard. So we'll try and keep them both in the shot if we possibly can. I know it's a long way back there, Jim, but don't worry too much. We'll keep these guys on it. So Bertrand coming round over the bridge he goes. Ricard over the bridge, down the straight. Both of them round the hairpin. There's a big gap there, really. Oh, Ricard catches the top of the jump. Bertrand makes the time up because he gets it clean. So up the step up they go. Into the drop-off. Ricard looking pretty racy here, trying to get up to the back of Bertrand. Bertrand catches a bobble. That's brought these two bumper to bumper. 1 minute to go. Oh, Bertrand's over. Oh, look at that. Gives him a little push and says, come on, mate. It's a race. Unfortunately, Ricard has paid the price there over the doubles and crashed out. So I think it's going to be this one and possibly one more. We'll see if... Oh, Bertrand's gone. That's put Ricard right back in it. I think... Who knows who's going to win this one? It is between Ricard and Bertrand. I think Ricard is in front at the moment. Bertrand's going to be chasing because he's led this one a lot. Oh, Ricard catches his wheels. He's over. Bertrand's back through. Pushes it up to the step through. Will these two get through for one more lap? Doubles. Oh, he's off the track. We've got Ricard bouncing all over the place. Nobody wants this one. They're all through for one more lap. The madness continues. It's Bertrand from Ricard. Oh, have we got that? There's Phillips on the back of them as well. Oh, they're tangled up at the top. It's chaos. Absolute chaos. And Bertrand says, thank you very much. I will take that all the way to the bank. The H final looks like it's all but done and dusted. So Bertrand, all he's got to do, he's single. He knows he's not feeling the pressure. Comes through, takes the H final. There we go. Whoo, mama. That one got a bit crazy, right?
Do these people not realise you need to have a voice at the end of today? Do they not realise?
I didn't have a voice at the beginning of today. I'm running off of caffeine and Coca-Cola right now.
Can we just drive sensibly, please, just for one final? Can we just have one procession, just so we can have a break? Just a normal procession final.
Damn, that was good. That was damn good. I enjoyed that. Galley didn't finish the race, unfortunately, by the looks of things there. He didn't. Galley was off after a while. Martin Owen only got 8 laps in. So, Joey Cockhill. Here's Joey Cockhill came through for the 2. Where on earth did Joe Cockhill come from? My goodness me. That's how mixed up this got in the last lap. Absolutely bonkers. Absolutely bonkers. Right. The big guns are back. I am flexing in the hut here, giving the gun show. There we go. The big guns are back. A final leg number 2 is on the way. Oh my goodness, I'm excited for this one. What we don't want to happen. What we don't want to happen is for Newman to win, because then it's kind of like a little bit of an anticlimax. He's over after 2, so we want him to do well, but maybe just get a really close second.
In the nicest possible way.
In the absolutely nicest possible way. Marshall's running around.
Yeah.
So these guys now are going to be pulling their cars onto the track for a warm-up lap. You can see them go. Whew, man. Who thought an H final could be that crazy? Buzzing off of that one. That was good.
That amazing action was brought to you of an EFRA European Championship final, H final. There's two-wheel drive. Just to clarify, 1/10 electric buggy European Championships brought to you by Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works. Thanks to these guys for supporting this coverage. Wouldn't be quite the same without them, that's for sure.
No, not quite. Close, but not quite. There'd probably be a few less of us. You maybe have Nick here instead of me.
Oh, you say Nick's the budget option?
Yeah, he is the budget option, of course. Of course, he's actually, weirdly, probably the slightly less dramatic option as well at this point. Hang on a minute, I think we've got a G-main coming up here. We have got a G-main coming up. Oh my goodness me! This is a G-main, not an H-main. I'm way ahead of myself. Okay, so Peter Stein takes us round off of the pole on this one. Oh, second place man, co-middle coupe crashes out straight away. Sorry about that, guys. I got a little bit ahead of myself. Thought this was going to be A. It's not. The A final is up next. This is the G final. Of course it's a G final. I know what I'm doing. So Peter Stein brings us over the first of the two sets of doubles. The race is just behind him for the 2 spot, though. We'll see where these guys have ended up as they come over the line. So it is Stegmaier and Wijnen in the 2 and the 3. Down the drop-off they go. No change at the moment between 2 and 3. And keep an eye on this one. Over the bobbles. Everybody trying to keep it as clean as they can behind them, but it is busy section of track back there. So I think we've possibly had a little bit of a change. Oh, first Peter Stein's gone. That is going to let Stegmaier come through to the lead. So it is Stegmaier from Stein back to Van, and then we've got middle coupe. But we're going to keep an eye on the front 3 here. So we've got Stegmaier, Stein and Van. Stegmaier comes around the off-camber corner. Stein has a look up the inside. Can't make anything happen at the moment. Oh, he catches the bobble. That's that wide line over the ripples. Catches out Stein. He's handed it back to Stegmaier. Sorry, catches out Stegmaier. He's handed it back to Stein. Double for both. Over the bridge. So that should be Stein. Back to Stegmaier. These two broken free of the rest of the pack. Single, double. Up to the step up for both. Nothing really between them. Now Stein had a bit of a wide line going through the top of the tabletop there. Hasn't lost too much. Triple single over the ripples. Both of them cleanly through the switchbacks there. Oh my goodness. That means Peter Stein went to the right-hand side of the step-over jump, lost a huge amount of time in a crash, let Stegmaier back through. So Stegmaier to the front of the pack from Stein. Stein was our pole man, of course. He's dropped back into the 2 spot after a terrible crash on that last lap. Up the step-up they go into the drop-off round the off-camber corner. Stein has a look up the inside, can't make anything happen. Has another look onto the bobbles. These two over it safely, both staying on their wheels, but during the battle, the rest of the pack seems to be catching up out there. Oh, my goodness me, Stein over again on the step-up. He's really struggling on that jump. I think Stegmaier knows it. He's probably trying to push him out a little bit wide on that one. Knows that the car is unsettled when it lands. He's dropped Stein now. He's way off of it now. Really pushed himself back. So we've got 2 minutes 10 left in this one. Stegmaier over the ripples. We've got Stein just in the background there. Not too sure if he's made it clean or not. We'll see in a second. He does. Comes up to the step over. Double for Stegmaier. Let's just drop back to see where we are with Stein. So drop back one car if we can. There he is. So there's Stein. That was Poleman. Does the 3 singles rather than a single double, trying to play it safe and just keep it on its wheels, I would imagine. Behind him we have Van, of course. Not looking to do too much in the way of damage towards Stein as it stands. Hoping he's going to make a couple more mistakes on that step over jump, but gets through cleanly. Has a funny bounce off the last of the doubles there. So we've got a bit of a battle behind that between Van and Castaldo. Those two there, fairly close on the track. Doubles for both. No messing on the step up. Oh, dear me. Van gets caught on the inside corner. That's left Castaldo catch back up a little bit. Triple single for both. Lovely line through there for both of them, keeping the cars settled. All 4 wheels on the track. Both of them make it over the step over. Roller. Doubles. Oh, and Stein's gone. Sorry, Van is gone. We'll see how they are as they come through the line. Castaldo through. So, Castaldo now to the 3. Front 2 have broken away a little bit. The battle here is for the final podium spot. Van gets himself all out of shape going through the corner tabletop there. We'll see how they do on the ripples. Oh, my goodness. Both of them out of shape. Van kicks the back end out. And that has put him back into the clutches of Peters, who's just behind him there. So where Peters has come from, goodness knows. But he's right, he's gone through. Van's dropped back to another one. Peters catches the corner on the inside of the straight. Nobody makes it stick. So who have we got there? It looks like it is Stegmaier still out in front from Stein. Back to Castaldo, back to Peters, back to Van, Wynan, Middelkoop. Oh, Middelkoop's dropped right back. So it's Didier Alt, Middelkoop and Panissar. We are with our second and third placed cars. It might be first, second and third there, I think. It is. Stein takes it. Castaldo second. No, sorry, Stegmaier takes it. Castaldo second. Stein third. Peters in the 4. Van Katwijk in the 5. Wynan in the 6. Didier 7. Alt in the 8. Middelkoop in the 9. And Panissar in the 10. A little bit mixed up on that one. Obviously the crazy start, thinking that was the A final. It wasn't. My fault there. Sorry, everybody. But
we were just so excited.
Race nonetheless.
I think we were just a bit excited, weren't we?
We were. Of course. But you know what it is now? You know what's going on.
I don't know to believe you this time. Are you crying wolf? Is it really?
I might just be crying in a minute. But it is A final number 2 next. So if you've tuned in for A final number 2 5 minutes ago, that wasn't it. This next race is A final number 2 of the 2-wheel drive EFRA Euros for 1/10 off-road for 2023. It's A final number 2 and brought to you by Schumacher Hobbywing X-Ray, Rodog.eu and S-Works. We're RC Racing TV. I'm Matt Guppy, your commentator for the whole week, if I can manage to get up in the morning. We've also got Matt McCallum there over in the UK doing some wonderful wizardry. Hiya, Matt.
Yo. Hello.
We've got Wonder Jim up on the camera, bringing you all of the wonderful shots you've seen so far this week. We've got Frank McKinney wandering around like an absolute lunatic, snapping shots left, right and centre for the YouTube and Facebook and social media nonsense that we've got out there, which is all over the place. Oh, sure, James Parry's floating around somewhere. Sure, he's floating around somewhere. But anyway, that's the crew for the week. There you go, you can see these guys for the A final number 2 up on the rostrum, just getting themselves as relaxed as they can be. Zorlowski, Van Helmen there, flicking through his phone, having a quick look on Facebook, tagging a few peeps. You know how it is. There you go, Carrot's giving us a nice view of his face.
No Name RC Podcast is saying, let's go Orlowski. He's cheering for Orlowski to make it exciting. So he's in with the same, let's have a different winner for this final. So it goes to the third leg. La Fille Chocolate says, who win the first A final? Well, that was Johan Neumann. Craig Gibson says, come on Bruno. Rimfire just sends loads of thumbs up emojis. Tara Ironen says, you really have the best way to make excellent coverage. Thank you. Oh, that's so kind of you. That's incredibly kind.
Destroying my voice. Doing
yes. For your art. For your art. Gazebo40 says, let's go. Chris Long says, we need more finals just like that. And Ashley Cott says, C-Cup is my hero.
Is he? Wow.
So...
you set your targets low, eh, and then you always hit them.
Reentra says, go Wesley. We've got Wesley. We've got Wesley fans. We've got Yawn fans. Mark Hedling Racing saying, let's go Yawn. Ami SMB, great to see Yawn back at the sharp end.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Of course.
Driver introductions now. So it's driver introductions now. Do we want to have a look at the actual grid? Do you want to walk up the grid and talk us through the cars on the grid? Should we try and do that? Is that a bit ambitious? Should we see how it goes?
I mean, it's going to mean Jim coming off of the thing with the camera and then going back up there. I think it might be a little bit much. Maybe we could just get them coming out and being clapped,
or
there he is. There's Orlowski's car in the 2 spot. Marcus Carup in the 3 in the Associated. Davide Ongaro in the Associated in number 4. And we've got Wesley Van Helmond Schumacher. Wesley obviously familiar with the track, done incredibly well this week. Of course, that is Burak Killick in the Yokomo. 7th, Clement Boda in the S-Works. Hoping to capitalise on Jorn's setup, I'm sure. And then we've got the Schumacher of Daniel Kobovic. And the X-Ray. Oh, my goodness me, you would have shot me then. Alexander Landon in the 9 in the Associated. And then Bruno Coelho rounding out the grid in his X-Ray.
That's what they look like anyway.
That is what they look like.
Many thank you to Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, Rudog.eu and S-Works for supporting this coverage of the EFRA 2-wheel drive European Championships off-road. There'll be some more finals throughout the week because we've got 4-wheel drive kicking off tomorrow. We'll be crowning, maybe after this race, we'll be crowning European champion. Or maybe it'll go to 3. You never know. We live in hope. But I'm sure it's going to be exciting.
I mean, it's literally one mistake away from it going to 3.
But I don't know if Jorn's made any.
No, it didn't in the last one, I don't think. Maybe one small one, but I think he had the gap. Oh, it's a shame.
No Name RC podcast says Orlowski with the Terminator sunglasses. GEQQOTV. Let's go Sweden and Alexander Landon. Go Wes, says Peter Beja. Team RC 3D prints. Is there no Losi drivers there? Don't think so.
Yeah, there is.
Yes, there is. Oh, there is. Okay.
Freddie Russell won his final.
So there you go. There is. 6Q Lit greetings from burning Barcelona. Amazed to see people in hoodies there where they're at 40 plus degrees. Good luck, everyone. Jens Otto Fredriksson, go Kerup. And Tara's going to be much more diplomatic and say good luck to all of the drivers.
Everyone's a winner, eh? Everyone's a winner as long as they came first. So this will be Marcus Carup. current four-wheel drive European champion. Marcus Kerup takes his spot up on the rostrum there. And here he is, Orlowski, the Terminator. Hoping to take down the might of Johan Newman in this one. Kerup's going to want to be doing the same as well. In fact, who isn't going to be wanting to? Hey, who doesn't want to win the A final right now? Just to push it out to the third leg. And here he is, poleman, on his way up. I'm guessing these guys then, as they called them up in reverse order, would have put their spaces down up on the rostrum in the first leg. And then they'll just be going into kind of where they were. There he is, poleman. Hugely confident in his car. All right. It's close now, isn't it? It's really, really close now. 6 or 7 minutes' time, we could be crowning a new two-wheel drive European champion. And we certainly will be crowning a new two-wheel drive champion at some point today, because Tommy Hall, current two-wheel drive champion, is third in the B. Not that's a bad thing. I'd never make the B final, but I'm sure Tommy would have loved to have had the opportunity to defend that title. So, warm-up lap's been done. These guys finding their way down onto the grid now. Oh, this is exciting. So Jorn taking his place up onto the front of the pack. So Jorn, Orlowski and Kerup just to the right there on the very corner. That blue car, that is Davide Ongaro. So the front three know they have an ex-European champion right behind them all. Okay. Here we go then. Here we go. A main number 2 on its way. 10 seconds on the clock. Hush descends over the arena. And away we go. So Newman safely over the first set of jumps. Orlowski, Kerup, and of course Ongaro right behind him. Van Helmen just behind Ongaro there. You can just see him in the shot. But instantly you can see the pace that Jorn's got. He's opened up a gap on Orlowski already. All these guys over the bridge onto the main straight. I think everybody pretty much in order as it goes through. Everyone in grid order. All the way down to Coelho at the back. So, Newman brings us round over the ripples for the second time. Makes it through nicely. Orlowski has a nicer line through there for sure. Both sticking to the left-hand side of that jump. Every one of these drivers will be going over there to keep the cars flat. Orlowski catches a bit of a back end, so the wheel pops up. Loses a little bit of time there. Not letting Newman... Oh, Newman's had a nightmare! Catches the barrier, hits Orlowski. Dropped him back into fourth, so it is now Orlowski, Kerup, Ongaro, Newman. Newman did not want that to go. Tried to get back up the inside of Ongaro. Ongaro's all over the place trying to defend, but Orlowski's right at the front with Kerup. Now these two, they are going to want to put the pedal down because Ongaro's going to be defending from Newman. So that is going to let the gap open up to the 3 and the 4 car. We'll keep an eye on Orlowski and Kerup for the time being. Round they go, but with that, Newman is through into the 3. Kerup is going to be feeling the multi-European champion on the back of his neck. Breathing down his shirt. Oh, there goes Kerup's had to single it. Orlowski's got away, so we could be seeing this go to a 3-legger. But I'll tell you what, let's stick with second and third, because Kerup is being hunted down by the massively talented Newman. Round the off-camber corner they go, flick it through into the bobbles. Both through safely. Ongaro sticking right with them, waiting for his moment to pounce by the looks of it. Over the doubles they go. Oh man, Newman caught the barrier there. Let Kerup slip away just a little bit, but you'll see the pace of Newman come back into this really, really quickly. Kerup on the step up. Newman steps up nicely. Ongaro steps up with them. All 3 of them round the off-camber corner. Orlowski just trying to manage that gap back to Kerup. He does not want him catching him up now, so Orlowski is going to be pushing as hard as he can, but keeping it on its wheels. Orlowski's through, over the bridge. A little jump for Orlowski as he goes through. Then we have Kerup. Then we've got Newman. Then we've got Ongaro right behind the 3 of them. Steps up to the corner tabletop, does Kerup. Orlowski seems like he's managing that gap pretty well. The next 3, no, they all have some serious pace around them. Oh my goodness! There you go, there's Newman gone. Newman's gone, he's gone into 4th. Ongaro's gone through for the 3rd spot. So Ongaro now free to chase down Kerup if he possibly can. So the 15-year-old now looking to catch Orlowski. Ongaro looking to catch Kerup if he possibly can, but they're all through the step-ups nice and safely. Round the off-camber corner they go. Orlowski, lovely line through the kickers there. Into the switchbacks. Follows Marcus Kerup. Into the doubles they go. Double-double. Double-double for both of them. Oh, Newman's over again. Ongaro's over, a bit further back from what you can see. It's all happening in front of me here, so let's drop back from these 2 onto the pack a little bit. You can see these guys. Look at the bunch there. You've got Ongaro. I'm not sure who that is in the middle of them there. Is that Van Helmond? It's not. It is. It may well be Van Helmond. Oh, okay. And with that, whilst we're looking at that, Orlowski's had a nightmare. Kerup's gone through to take the front of the pack for a minute. We'll stick with this pack at the back because Kerup's got a massive gap to Orlowski now. We've got about 45 seconds on the clock. And I don't think, unless Kerup makes another mistake, I don't think Orlowski's going to catch him at this point. However, the battle now is back here. Van Helmond's gone over. Absolute nightmare. So I've just had Kerup come past me in the window. Now we've got Newman there trying to defend against Coelho and Landon. Little bit further forwards, we've got Van Helmond, Ongaro. Absolutely crazy. So there you go. That's Ongaro through. Van Helmond just behind him. These 2. This is for the final spot on the podium. Ongaro's over. Van Helmond goes through. And that is right there is Newman's come right back onto the back of Van Helmond. So can Newman do anything about this to scrape through and get the 3rd and final spot on the podium? So it looks like Marcus Kerup's taken this one. Ongaro's Kerup in 2nd. Who's going to come through for the 3rd spot? It looks like Newman's got it. Looks like Newman had it on the line. He did. Oh, man. So we go to 3 legs of the A final. The racing gods have answered us, Matt. They answered us. They knew, they heard our prayers.
Oh, is Frank going to be ready with an interview?
Let's see if Frank's up there. He is. There we go. Let's swap over to Frank.
Just took it nice and calmly, waited for the mistakes, and it happened. I don't know what to say. With everything going on, it's a super hard track, but making it happen, it feels so good. Let's see if it can happen again in the next one.
So clean run, very, very important for everyone in the top 5, probably.
It is. You have no mistakes to make. It's a hard game out here, so yeah, we'll see you next one.
Excellent run. Good luck in the last race.
Thank you.
That is one happy young chap right there. He knows if he can take the next one, he's a double European champion at the age of 15. Have some of that.
Wow.
Well, well, well. We wanted it to happen in the right way, and it did. You can see how costly a mistake can be. And then these guys, just like everybody else, once they've made a mistake out on track there, they push and they push and they push, and that's where the mistakes just start stacking up. So.
Is that right? Is that right on our screen? That's how things stand right now. As things stand.
That seems like it's it.
Neumann and Orlowski are level.
Yeah, so in the first race, Newman got a 1. In the second race, he got a 3. So totals of 3, 4. And then we've got Orlowski with a 2 and a 2, which gives him 4. So they are joint first at the moment. And we've got Carup with a 1 and a 4, which gives him the 5 points. 3 and a 5. So just so that you viewers understand at home, the first number there is the leg. The second number is the finishing position. So if you look at Jorn's numbers there, he's got a 1 and a 1 for the first leg win. 2 and a 3 for the second leg, where he got third spot. And that's where you get your points from. Your 2 best runs over the 3 will give you the total amount of points. Lowest points wins. Pretty simple. He says. Right. Who have we got next, Matt? I reckon it's a G final, don't you?
I was thinking it would be the F.
Oh, hang on a minute, because we had the G final. Oh, wait a minute. Okay. Do you know what I'm looking at? You know what I'm doing, don't you?
What are you doing?
What I'm doing here. I'm looking at the Marshall list. And obviously the Marshall list is one ahead of the...
Well, one behind.
F final up next. Of course it's the F final up next. Kind of madman would think it was any other way round. Okay, so in this one, pole in the F is Michael Katzmeyer from Austria. Harley Eldridge from Great Britain in the 2. Kim Stitensky from Germany in the 3. We've got Victor Asak from Norway in the 4. Christian McConaughey from Austria in the 5. Brent Daniels from Belgium in the 6. Marco Storman from the Netherlands in the 7. Victor Levenko from the Ukraine in the 8. And we've got Jonas Martins from Belgium in the 9 car. And rounding out this one is Thomas Lepap in the 10. Okay, so everybody's lined up on the grid. Just wait for everybody to get in their positions. Just wait for some marshals to come out now. Obviously, where we've got the swap around of the A finals in between, marshals have to walk off, and you get different marshals marshalling. It's one of those things. So I think that's the last one going out there.
Oh, is someone getting told off?
As told off as anybody gets in an RC race. It always feels a lot worse than it really is. Okay, so F final, 10 seconds. Michael Katzmeyer on pole. Harley Eldridge is going to be wanting to put some pressure on straight away. Off they go. Harley shuts the door. There we go. So Katzmeyer, Eldridge. Oh man, that was that overjump Bruno was telling you about. You got a little bit of a mix-up behind because of that, and we'll get them as they come through the line. But as it stands, 1 and 2. Katzmeyer and Eldridge going through, both cleanly through. See how they get on the doubles. Oh my goodness! Oh, Katzmeyer's caught himself up. Eldridge is through. Harley's gone through. Okay, so Harley Eldridge in the 1 spot. Asak takes up the 2. Stutensky in the 3. Wukonig in the 4. Stallman, Katzmeyer, Lepap. Banco, Daniels and Martins round us out. But it is Harley Eldridge to the front of the pack in this one, followed up by Asak. Not going to be too far behind there. Harley's made it over there. Oh, Asak's thrown it away. Oh, caught another car going over, so he's managed to retain the position. It's not. It's the Tensky and Waconic that have gone into 2 and the 3. My goodness me. Katzmayer's way back now, skidding all over the place. So let's watch the battle for 2nd and 3rd for a minute. It's the Tensky in the 2, Waconic in the 3rd position. Oh, it's the Tensky all over the place. It's Katzmayer through. Oh, and they've got tangled. Oh, no, wait for the marshal. You know, it's just going to waste your time if you do that. Oh, madness. And we've got Zatensky. I think that's the Tensky over. Jeez, I just had the biggest hornet fly at me then. That was a bit scary. Okay, Waconic in the 2 is who we're watching now, followed up by Asak. Oh, Asak catches it. He's over. He's over. Not too sure who that is behind at the moment. Everybody all over the place as we're going through this one. So we'll just watch these. I think that is Asak there. Oh, man, the chaos is happening. Asak's out of it. He's dropped right back now. So we'll see where they are as they cross the line. Eldridge in the 1. It is Waconic taking 2nd spot. Eldridge way, way out in front. Waconic's going to try and do something about that if he can, but it's a big, big gap to catch up now. Eldridge triple single out of the ripples. Into the switchback she goes. Punches it up to the step over, keeps it nice and flat going over there. Roller, double. Singles it on the last one. As Martin Owen said, if you catch that dodgy line, you are just much safer. Singling out of the last double to make sure you come through on your wheels, and Harley has done exactly that. Maybe she was listening to him on the stream, who knows? But Harley takes us through the drop-off. Round the off-camber corner, flicks it back into the bubbles. Let's see how she gets on here. Okay, flicks the back end up a little bit, but nothing to worry about there. Oh, she's caught. Go back. There you go. You've missed it up towards the end. Here's that muscle memory of following the cars, eh, Jim? You think they're going to be there, and then they stop all of a sudden, and you're off down the track without them. But Eldridge still manages to keep it out in front. 180 over the first, into the second set of doubles there. Hops up into the back tabletop. Waconic right there, ready to capitalise if he possibly can, but the gap is still there. So we'll keep an eye on these two, try and keep as much of them in the screen as we possibly can, but obviously focus on Harley there at the front. So Harley over the first doubles, second doubles done. No messing this time, no singles for either of them. Over the bridges, into the main straight. And the second little straight, the backup straight, we may as well call that. Single double for both of them. It certainly is. Lovely down slope for Waconic there. That was a lovely jump. So both round the nasty off camber corner. Oh, Eldridge catches a bobble on the landing, but Waconic does the same out of sympathy. Says, there you go, have your gap back. Punches it up to the step over. Let's see, double. Oh, double single for Waconic. So that is going to let Harley break away just a little bit here. 49 seconds on the clock. We'll stick with Harley. She's done incredibly well to hold this together. It's going to be this one and one more. So, pretty sure Waconic's going to get through as well. There is a big old gap, but one crash can make all of the difference. So, Eldridge over the roller. First double. Singles it to keep it safe. Flicks around the hairpin, over the bridge, onto the main straight. Down and round the hairpin nice and safely for the last time. Single double. Now Harley is just going to want to keep it on its wheels now. Back markers there are always going to make you feel a little bit nervous. So do you slow down and stick behind them? No, they both really, really nicely crash out of the way like the parting of the seas. Harley Eldridge comes through. Double, round the last hairpin, over the bridge, and punches it over the line for the win of the F final. There you go, your winner, Harley Eldridge from the UK. Waconic takes second spot. Asak into third for this one. Some great racing there. Incredible drive from Harley to keep that one out the front for as long as she did. Whew. That's your F final.
That must mean it's E next.
Well, you'd think so, but I've been fooled by these sheets before.
To my handy alphabet I keep with me at all times.
Yeah, just a little one of those. You remember those little things that used to print the letters on like a bit of sticky plastic?
Yeah.
You could make your
like
own
a
sort
label
of labels.
maker.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. I should have just said like a label maker, but I didn't. You've got one of them, I expect, stuck on the back of your wrist like a bracelet, haven't you? With the alphabet on it.
Absolutely.
You're not answering.
Absolutely. Thank you to Schumacher, Hobbywing, X-Ray, S-Works and Rudog.eu for your support of this event. This is the EFRA 1/10th Buggy European Championships, the two-wheel drive class. This is finals day, and there's not much of finals day left, only to crown the champion, because we got our wish, didn't we? It went to 3 A-finals, so Orlowski's not Orlowski, sorry, Jorn is nudged ahead just because they are level on points, but he has a slightly faster time. But, yeah,
well,
it's
I
all
think
to
it's
play
because
for.
Is he? Oh, no, because Orlowski's got a 1 as well, wasn't he? Oh, no, Carrot's got a 1.
So, yeah. But Jorn, they're level on points, but Jorn has a faster time, so I think that brings him slightly ahead. But it's all going to change again in the next race. I did not see that accident happening. I didn't see that come in as bit because Jorn's been driving so smooth and so cleanly all week. But then he just hit the barrier, didn't he, and just got wedged.
Yeah, can happen to the best of them, you see. Even a multi European champion like Jorn, 7-time off-road 10th scale European champion, I might add. Not including other classes. Because otherwise Frank will be all you know. Oh God, he's here.
Don't forget 12 scale.
We have Frank on the camera then. No one even
knew. It was Frank with the muscle memory.
Oh, it was Frank. Ah, no, there you go. That's why. Yeah, there you go. That's why what? Say again, Frank.
That's why what?
I was just saying. I was saying it was Jim that had gone off of the focus there, but obviously we berated Wonder Jim for losing the cars. It was Frank McKinney.
Well, considering that was my very first time following any cars, I think I did all right.
You did incredibly well, and I'm proud of you, Frank. Okay, E-final. And on pole, Jens Becker. Second on the grid, Julian Ferrandis. And then we've got Sylvain Gallo Selva in the 3 spots. Roman Lepap in the 4. Elias Jordan in the 5. Kay Koenig in the 6. Joran de Weerd in the 7. Marian Baresh in the 8. And we've got Alexandra Debrosis in the 9 spot. And Nino Altmaninger in the 10 to round out the group. Okay, 10 seconds on the clock. Jens Becker at the front there. The Ferrandis just behind. Off they go, clean start. Ferrandis shuts the door. Okay, these guys just want this first one to go clean. Oh, I thought that duck up the inside might have caught the wall. We'll stick with the front there. There's all kinds of chaos going on behind, but not too worried about that at the moment. We need to just keep an eye on this front battle. Those two right up on each other. So Becker and Ferrandis take us through over the doubles for the first time in the E-final. And it is Becker. Back to Ferrandis. Both of them down the straight. Single doubles, of course, as we've come to expect. Everybody fairly tight. There's not much between them at the moment. And a bit of a change behind, but we'll stick with the battle for the lead. So Becker goes over. Whoa, that was pretty tight next to the cone of justice there. Makes it through. Both of them over the step over nicely. Double. Oh, pushes for the second double to make sure that time isn't lost. So Becker through. Ferrandis through. Ferrandis in front, sorry. Calling them out the wrong way round. Not even sure when that happened, but it is Ferrandis that's taking us round at the moment. So it goes super wide. Becker up the inside, catches the car, tips them both over, and that has put them right back into the clutches of Gallo. Oh my goodness, everybody's over. It's gone all over the place. We don't know who's where. There's crashes going on all over. No one wants this one. Double's done. Let's see who this is. I think that's Gallo. I know it's not. It's Jolan de Weerd from Jordan. So de Weerd takes us round. Okay, de Weerd up to the step up. Gets the drop-off done. It's Jordan just behind him there in the 5. So the 7 and the 5. Big winner here for de Weerd from the 7 to the 1 spot. Punches it up to the step over. Nicely over there for de Weerd. Double. Oh, just makes the next double. Now the car behind him, who was, I think that was Jordan, Elias Jordan there behind him, was crashed out. So it is now Kay Koenig. Up to the 2. We'll stick with de Weerd for the minute. I think Koenig is going to be doing everything to chase down de Weerd. Not a lot between them really. One bobble or crash will put de Weerd right into the clutches of Koenig. Doubles. Oh, and there's your crash. There's your moment. Koenig right in it now. So de Weerd punches it down the straight as hard as he possibly can. Hits the first single. Doubles it out. Off we go up to the step up. De Weerd drops down. Koenig right there. Both round the off camber. Flicking it back into the bobbles. Okay, a little bit shaky through there for both, but both make it through clean. Over the step over they go. First double done, second doubles. Both done, both over clean. De Weerd down the straights. First roller, punches it into the double, flips it over. So let's see, where's Koenig? Where's Koenig, sorry? Oh, Koenig's gone through. Koenig's gone through, de Weerd over. Gave that place away completely. So Koenig to the front now. Here we go. So a minute and a half on the clock. It is Koenig out in front. Probably about half a second on de Weerd at the moment. Can't see him in the back of the picture. There we go. He's just crept in. Did a single. Lost a bit of time there on Koenig. So we've got 1:23. You can see on the clock there. It is 1.3 seconds between them. A second back to Elias Jordan from de Weerd as well. So, a nightmare for de Weerd's gone over. So Elias Jordan into the 2. Koenig says thank you very, very much. Well, I'll take that nice safety barrier. And I will play it safe all the way through. So you can see Koenig there safely over the doubles. Elias Jordan over the bridge, down the line. De Weerd follows through. Single double for both of them safely through. De Weerd really pushing hard though, probably losing a bit of time there. You can see Koenig's maybe playing it a little bit too safe at the moment. Maybe the nerves are kidding. Oh, but Jordan's over. De Weerd's back through into the 2. So De Weerd's going to be pushing at this point. He wants that number 1 spot back off of Koenig if he can catch up and get it. Oh no, absolute nightmare for De Weerd. And hits the corner as well to be put right back into the clutches of Elias Jordan. Elias Jordan's thrown it away at the end of the straight. What's going on? No one wants this second spot. There you go. De Weerd up to the top of the step off. Down into the off-camber corner. We got 4 seconds. Let's go on to the front of this one because I think we're pretty much tied here. Koenig, after a treacherous battle out on track, brings it round the final corner. Over the bridge it goes. Finish it, takes the win. So Kai Koenig in the 6 to the 1 for the E final win for 10th buggy. My goodness me, that one was a mixed bag for sure. The only thing we were missing there was a downpour of rain. My God.
Don't speak too soon.
I can't help it. I get into it. I'm sorry.
We did have some spots very, very earlier in the day, but it's held off. Yeah, after you got here, it's held off.
Yeah. I did Thor.
With your hammer?
Yeah, it's Tweety Pies here.
You thought you saw?
I think we caught it on camera actually this morning when it was coming down a little bit, and it was only like through a couple of couple of sort of heats, and then it wasn't a lot of rain, so it dried up pretty quick. But it's bone dry out there now. You saw me earlier rub the track.
Lots of X-Works racers in this one. It's half the field.
Oh. Hurrah.
Certainly not Kyosho.
Well, this is going to be the D final. That is one of the craziest D finals I think I've ever witnessed. I love it. Love it.
Oh, Frank's here. Is Frank here?
Hello.
Yeah, Frank's here. Frank's been here for ages.
He did turn up late, but that's because he was at Goodwood. So it's D final. Are we going to go interviews C, B,
yes.
A?
Yes.
Should we say?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, we will. We will. I'm going to push him out the door, make him do it. He's looking far too comfortable with that headset on, if you ask me. Hey, but look,
it's only when you're uncomfortable on the bathroom floor.
Oh my God, that was hideous. When you were knocking on the hotel room door this morning.
I mean, not to toot my own horn, but is there anything I haven't done today?
My goodness. That was pretty hideous. Frank was knocking on my door this morning at like sort of 7 o'clock to go down for breakfast. And my answer to him wasn't probably the best or admittable on air, but at that point I was in a quite a considerable
You're having
amount of pain.
You're having a crying game moment in the shower.
That was horrible this morning. Absolutely horrible. Okay, D final. It is Pecco Ivanen.
Pecco!
In the number 1 spot, Rick Hamers is going to take up the 2. Tim Tibel in 3. Valentin Puziat, sorry. Goodness me, swap the T and the Z round. In the 4 spot, Archie Bowman in the 5. Harry Mears in the 6. Dan Pohl in the 7. 3 youngsters from the UK there. And we've got Halvor Gran in the 8.
Halvor.
Antonio Kowalski in the 9. And Tom Becker rounding us out on this one. Okay, all drivers are lined up on the grid. 10 seconds on the clock. Here we go. So let's see what Pecco has got in the tank here. Hamers is going to be right up there as soon as we go out the block. So Hamers shuts the door straight away, right up on Pecco. Oh my goodness, that landing was a nightmare. I think Pecco's managed to hang on to that there. I think that's Pecco's car. I think he's just managed to hang on to the... Oh, he hasn't. He's caught the bobble. Oh, my goodness. So, Pecco, the big loser on this one so far. Oh, and he's gone over on the first double. That's put him right back. I think this one's virtually going to be out of sight for it now, but it's Puziat out the front. Dan Pohl in the 2. Harry Mears in the 3. So, there we go. 1 and 2, Puziat and Pohl, round they go round the off-camber corner, flicks it through to go over the ripples. Harry Meir crashes out behind them. Harry Meir, sorry. So, Pohl over the first double. Puziat right behind him. He'll be putting as much pressure on Daniel as he possibly can, but Daniel has come a long, long way in his racing over the last few years. He's going to be keeping it as clean as he possibly can. He knows the score here, knows how to win a race. So all Dan's got to do now is keep himself nice and calm, keep himself in front of that Puziat car. Oh, it's Puziat in front, it's Dan behind now. They've swapped over. My goodness me, this is madness. Up to the step over they go. Puziat takes us over the doubles. I just catch them as they go over the line a minute. So Puziat, Pohl, 0.7 of a second between them. Nothing really, so Puziat over the doubles first, Pohl second. Really similar looking cars. I think that's why I've got the colour schemes mixed up there. Okay, round they go. So Puziat from in the 4 car. Oh, jumps out wide. Daniel Pohl makes the most of that. Says thank you very much. So Dan biding his time there. First double done. Over the second double for Dan. Over the bridge he goes. Punches it through the line. So Dan Pohl to the front of the pack. He's reversed it from the last lap. It is 0.7 of a second between them. exactly the same the other way round last time through. Pusiat's made a bit of a mistake on the top of the corner tabletop. That's given Dan a slight cushion there to get away. Oh, Cone of Justice gets Dan. He's been marshalled back in front of him. Craziness. So Pusiat's right there. I think that's Kowalski right behind these two, waiting to pounce if she possibly can. Oh, she's done it. Splits them like the Red Seas. Off they go down the line. It's Kowalski in front. Pole right up behind her. So Daniel is going to want to push as hard as he possibly can, but he has got the Austrian national junior champion there in front of him. Daniel catches the pole. Oh my goodness me. So it's Kowalski out in front. She goes over the bobbles nicely. I think that is possibly Dan Pole in the 2 now. So we'll see as they come over the line. So there's Kowalski. I think that's Dan Pole. We'll see as he goes through. It is Dan Pole. Pusiat's right behind him. So we'll try and keep those two out if we can. So the front 3, if we can try and keep them in whilst we've got the corners going on, that'll be ace. Okay, Kowalski over the ripples. Wide line over there. Pole comes through. Cuts it tight over the Cone of Justice. Kowalski through over the roller into the double doubles. Kowalski over the bridge, Pole over the bridge, Pusiat over the bridge. All of them down the straight safely. Now Daniel has caught up to the back of Kowalski. Kowalski's a little bit quicker over the single double section. Into the off-camber corner they go. So the ripples. Oh, Dan getting thrown a little bit far out of the ripples there. Lost quite a bit of time to Kowalski. It was 0.9 of a second last time across the line, but Kowalski has to single out of the last double, and that's put Dan Pole right up behind her. 54 seconds on the clock. It is going to be this one, and likely to be one more for these guys and girls out there. So Kowalski knows how to keep the pressure on for the guys behind by keeping her lines clean and tight. Here we go, over the ripples they go. Dan Pole touches the Cone of Justice, gets away with it this time. He's cutting that really, really tight over there. Pushes right up onto the back of Kowalski. They're both through the double doubles, but Dan Pole forces the issue, makes it through clean. What a move for Dan. Oh my goodness me. So down the straight they go. This is going to be the final lap for these two. So Dan Pole and Tony Kowalski. Off they go round the off-camber corner. Oh, Kowalski catches the back of him, waits for Pole, of course, as you would expect it to. Over the ripples, Dan Pole throws it away. Oh, it's going to give it to Kowalski. All she's got to do now is get over the step over the roller, the doubles. Singles it to keep it safe. Over the bridge, and Antonio Kowalski takes it. Dan Pole brings it home second, and Hamer's in third. What a race to the line. That was a race, right?
They're still not finished. There's 2 cars you have to finish.
They're finished now. Oh, Pekko Ivanen from the 1 to the 9.
Yeah,
what a nightmare.
We'll see him in a few weeks in the large-scale off-road, though.
There we go. D final. Ba-boom. Your C final up next, Matt. Frank?
Yeah, I'm just at the end. I'll shoot.
I wasn't saying to go.
I will, though.
I was just hoping for an answer. I think Matt's gone for a natural break.
Yeah, we'll be popping over the... Hopefully, whoever... If I don't know them, and I probably don't, they'll do some sort of victory sort of movement. Like, yes, like the tiger arm pump. And I can go, that guy probably won. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, all right.
Hi.
Enjoy your race, mate. Yeah, all right. Yeah. Feel confident for it. Bit of four-wheel drive. If the track layouts are different. It will be. You got this beast. To go.
So there we have our drivers lined up for the C final. MISMB says, what a move. Victor says, from 9 to 1, nice. Mechop, smooth and steady, wins again. I didn't see a lot of smooth or steady.
I didn't see a lot of smooth and steady either. Frantic coupled with mayhem is what I saw out there.
The pass going over the double-doubles, that was absolutely no touching. What was it, like 2 or 3 laps from the end? There was no touching. I was watching that very closely. Because that usually sideways, or like side by side going into over there, something like that is just a recipe for disaster.
Okay, so these guys now lining themselves up. C final on the way. Elias Johansson in the 1, Josh Holdsworth in the 2, Neil Cragg in the 3, Hubert Honegel in the 4, Ben Smith in the 5, Jesper Rasmussen in the 6, and we've got Florent Gallant in the 7, Sam Powell's in the 8, Baptiste Roach in the 9, and Mortis Lautenbach in the 10 spot. Don't forget, we're brought to you today by Schumacher Hobby Wing, X-Ray and Rodog.eu. Okay, looks like we're going to get 10 seconds on the clock.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4.
Okay, off they go. So, Holdsworth looks racy right from the very get-go. Johansson keeps it together, though. Round the off-camber. Holdsworth right behind. Johansson cutting it tight past the cone of justice. Both cleanly through the switchbacks, but Johansson clearly with a turn of pace in that car, immediately out the blocks. We all know that Josh Holdsworth is no slouch in a buggy, so he's going to be pushing as hard as he possibly can to catch Elias back up. But Johansson there seems to be just increasing that gap corner after corner at the moment. We know how quickly this can change. They look really close there, but as they go down that bit of a straight at the back, 1.2 between them last time round. We'll see what the gap is. It's definitely not 1.2 this time round. There we go, almost halved it, so 0.7 of a second between them. These two are going to be going at it, hoping the other one's going to make a mistake. So Elias hoping for a mistake to give him a bit of a break, but nothing doing there, so both punching it through. That car has got plenty of punch in it from Johansson. Oh, Holdsworth's off the track. And there's the mistake, there's the break that Johansson needed, just to let that pressure off just a bit, just so that he can relax into the jumps and the corners. Make sure he's keeping the lines nice and clean. Doesn't want to overshoot it like that, though. That would have wasted a fair bit of time. So Holdsworth pushing as hard as he possibly can. Gets over the ripples. Oh, he's jumped off the track. Johansson lets Holdsworth close back up with that dodgy bit of a jump there. Just that one moment could have made all the difference. So Holdsworth now feeling a little bit more confident to push. Oh, and there you go. Johansson's caught on the barrier. Holdsworth through. Johansson round. Right there, though. Marshall was pretty quick to pick that one up. Over the ripples they go into the switchbacks. They both punch it up to the step over. 1 and 2 punch it through. Over the double-doubles, both of them go. So, Holdsworth out in front. We know that Johansson's car has a huge amount of power going into the straight. So, we'll see what it's like coming onto the back straight as they come through this technical section. Going down to the drop-off, round the off-camber corner. Johansson really tight round there. Letting Josh know that if you go wide, I'm going to take that gap. Both punch it up to the step over. Both through clean. Roller done. First double done. Oh, Holdsworth again with that coming off the track there. Has to be marshalled. Oh, man, what a huge gap he's given to Johansson. So Johansson now way out in front with a 2-second gap on Holdsworth. Now, what Johansson has to do at this point is just settle a little bit into the rhythm of the track. Keep it on its wheels. Keep it nice and clean. And there's a 2-second gap there as a bit of a cushion. Now we know... Oh, no! There you go. That could be another moment there, but it's still plenty of time back to Holdsworth. Fortunately for Johansson, landed on the wheels after that roll. So, pushes it through the single-double. Hops up to the back corner tabletop. Out to the drop-off, round the off-camber corner. Holdsworth right there, round the off-camber corner as well. Through the bobbles they go. Clean for Johansson. Little bit squiffy for Holdsworth. So Johansson facing the wrong way on the straight. Holdsworth through. Minute and 16 on the clock. These guys are going to take it to the wire. Holdsworth makes another mistake after getting into the lead. Johansson's in the same position as he was the lap before. What's the gap? 2.1 to 2.2. My goodness me, all of that work gone for Holdsworth right now. He's going to be pushing as hard as he possibly can, but he's been caught on the corner tabletop. Looks like Johansson has a massive lead at this point. Absolutely massive lead. Doesn't worry about that bobble. Knows that Holdsworth is way, way behind. Catches the top of the second tabletop. It's going to be this one and one more for Johansson. We'll see when Josh comes through. So, it's Rasmussen into the 2. Holdsworth drops down into the 4. So, we're going to stick with Johansson. 5.5 seconds on Rasmussen. Has drove an absolutely brilliant race to keep this one in its clutches. Johansson goes through. Let's see if anybody else makes it through. I don't think they will. Well, they might do. Rasmussen's gone through. Honegel's gone through. Ben Smith, I think, has gone through. Possibly. It is. Mortis Lautenbach was the one that got caught at the line. So we are with Elias Johansson taking us through over the single, doubles, second double, round the last corner, over the bridge, and through to take the C final. So your C final 2-wheel drive winner for 2023 Euros, Elias Johansson there. 11 lappers coming in strong for the top 4. And there's your times. Okay. Ooh. We're going to flick over, get a little bit of Frank maybe. There he is waiting. He doesn't know who's it.
I'm doing. All right, Elias Johansson, how was that?
It was good. Close fight with Josh in the beginning. We both made some bubbles, but ended up on top at the end. So
excellent race.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
And there we go.
Okay.
Man of many words.
A brief
Johansson. B.
Was that
final
subtle?
Up next. It was a bit subtle. It was good. I got it. So your B final. We're almost there. I can smell
It's a
the
B
excitement
final.
around
It's
the
a
track.
It's a B final, almost populated fully with A final names. It's a B final chock full of talent.
It really is as well. It really, really is. Mind you, the C final had a world champion in it.
True.
What are you going to
He
do
didn't
there?
start
so,
there, did
No. Oh, who blames him, eh? Probably feels a bit above a C final, just craggy sometimes. Not this week, though. Okay, your B final pole man in the B is Lee Martin, hoping to take this one through to a win in his Schumacher. Then we've got Mika Whitmire in the 2, Tommy Hall and Jamie Hall, 3rd and 4th. All brothers going to be going at it in this one. Una Hatton brings up the middle of the pack in the 5 spot. Martin Bayer in the 6. Surprised to see Martin back there, but hey, everybody's all over the place in this one. Noah Ben Mohammed, the young X-Ray driver, in the 7. And we've got Luke Holdsworth, brother of Josh, of course, in the race before, in the 8. And 9 is Jamil Gabrielson. 10, Max Gonsel. Okay, these guys going around now for their warm-up lap. And keep it nice and relaxed for a warm-up lap. Who sponsors us, Matt, by the way? I keep forgetting who they are.
You mean X-Ray, S-Works, Hobbywing, Rudog.eu and Schumacher? Some of the finest manufacturers and outlets in the world. And we're very privileged to be partnering with those brands. And we're very privileged that this event exists at all, and that's thanks to EFRA. Go to EFRA.ws to find out more about EFRA, the European Federation of Radio-Operated Automobiles. Learn more about this class of racing. And, hey, why don't you get involved? Find your local federation.
I like it. Okay, drivers are out there ready on the grid. So Lee Martin back to Mika Widmeyer. Tommy Hall in the 3. That's your 3 on the first bit of the grid there. Jamie Hall obviously just behind. Okay, Lee Martin with a racy start there, straight out the blocks. Whew. I honestly thought that was going to be a change of position there. I thought Lee had overjumped that one, but he hasn't. He has kept it on its wheels. Super experienced, multi-time European two-wheel drive champion Lee Martin is leading us round in the B final. Lee already creating a little bit of a gap back to Widmeyer there. Tommy Hall staying right on it. Only about a second between the top 3 at the moment. Wow, Tommy cut that last corner real tight. Oh, he's overjumped it at the top of the step-off. Oh, Lee Martin has gone. Mika Widmeyer is through. Lee holds on to the 2 spot, though. He's going to be pushing to get that back. Knowing Lee, he will happily bide his time till the last minute if he needs to. He's not going to do anything crazy and risk a loss on this one. He wants the B final win, but it is Widmeyer out at the front at the moment. Tommy Hall is right there. If Lee Martin makes another mistake, it will be Tommy Hall, current two-wheel drive champion, in the B final as well, who is going to try and capitalise on that one. But Tommy's got caught up on the cone of justice. Takes another victim for the weekend. Widmeyer through, handbrakes it round the 180 before the bridge. Both Widmeyer and Lee Martin punching it down the straight. So these guys going at it now. Over the double, into the step up for both. I think that is Tommy just behind, so there's not much in it. There's about 2.8 seconds between Widmeyer and Tommy Hall at the moment. So Tommy's got a bit of time to make it back up. One mistake we know can make all of the difference here, but it is Widmeyer still out in front over the doubles. Oh, Lee has the single through the second set of doubles. Doesn't lose that much time, though, but he would have lost a bit there having to do that. Obviously caught a bit of a dodgy landing out of the first one. Makes that nice set of doubles in the middle cleanly, though. Into the drop-off goes Lee. Around the off-camber corner. Mika's managing the gap nicely, though. Really cuts that corner fine past the cone of justice. Lee Martin flies around the last of the doubles there over the bridge, punches it down the main straight. So Widmeyer round the bottom corner, Lee Martin right behind him now, pushes it really cleanly over the second double. Round the off-camber corner, Widmeyer still with a gap out in front at the moment. Not too much pressure from Lee. I don't know whether Lee has the pace in that car to catch up, because that gap seems to be getting bigger, and Lee Martin's gone. Lee Martin is over. Okay, so that is going to stretch things out a bit. If we can drop back to Lee Martin and the 2 and the 3 car. Oh, Widmeyer's gone over as well. Stick with it, well done. Okay, so that changes things again. Lee Martin crashed out before, Widmeyer's crashed out, and now put Lee Martin back into contention for this one with 2 minutes left on the clock. There's plenty of time for these guys to race it out. So we know how much time these mistakes are. Let's see what the clock says as they go over the line. So the gap this time round, 1.4 seconds. A crash from Widmeyer at the front could see this completely reverse. We know they're about 3 seconds. If you crash, you'll get caught in a barrier and have to get marshalled. Okay, cleanly over the bobbles they go. Tommy Hall, can't forget about Tommy Hall, current champion, hanging on to the back of these two. Lee Martin's gone. Oh, is Lee Martin out of it completely? Let's drop back to second and third a minute. Tommy Hall's through. I think Lee Martin's out, unless that's Lee there. Next one back, is that Lee Martin? Let's just see. He has gone through. He has gone through, so that's Lee there. So Lee has dropped out of second place now, I think realistically with 55 seconds on the clock. Short of absolute madness going on. One back from that car is the leader. There you go, it's Mika Widmeyer there. Single double. This one and one more for Mika. Oh, Mika's gone up in the corner. Who's that there? Oh, Tommy looks up the inside. Can't make anything happen. So one crash from Mika and Tommy Hall is right on the rear wing. Oh, it's not Tommy Hall. It's Lee Martin. Lee Martin's back in contention with it. Where's Tommy Hall gone? Tommy Hall's disappeared and Lee Martin, out of nowhere, clutches this one out from the jaws of defeat. Lee Martin is right there in contention. It's a race to the line. They've both got caught up on the corner tabletop. Lee Martin gets put down next to Widmeyer. Lets him through very graciously. Widmeyer got the inside line on that off-camber corner. They're both through past the cone of justice into the switchbacks. They go. Lee Martin pushing as hard as he can. Knows he needs to do these doubles as clean as possible. Lee Martin pushes up the inside. Oh, he's gone through. Takes it on the corner. Lee Martin. Oh, it's Tommy Hall, sorry. Oh, my God. Oh, my goodness me. Sorry, everyone. That's Tommy Hall. Tommy Hall takes it on the corner. Lee Martin was way back in fourth. Una Hackman got third in that one. But Tommy Hall, what a race at the end there to get through. My God, I was calling Lee Martin out there. There's Lee. Sorry, Lee. I thought you'd done better than that. But it was Tommy Hall. The defending, no more defending. Well, he is kind of defending, but he's not going to defend it if he's not in the A. But Tommy Hall comes through to take the B final. My eyesight's done. My voice is done. We've got one A final left to go. Where all the excitement of the weekend is. We're going to have a quick chat with Tom.
It was good fun. Yeah.
Got a really good battle with Misha there. How did you? You were able to catch up to him? How was that?
Well, he just made mistakes. I made all mine at the start. He had some at the end, and then just send it at the end, and yeah.
All right. It was great to watch.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Thanks, man.
And there you go. Advice from the defending two-wheel drive champion. Send it at the end. Just send it at the end. Sorry about the mix-up there. There's two very similar-looking cars that are very small, travelling at rapid pace around these tracks, and we're all excited. I was bound to get one wrong at some point. I think I've done pretty well up until there. We haven't done bad, have we? Oh, we've got a not recording thing on there. Oh, no, it's gone now. It's okay. Oh. We lost camera 2.
It's all fine. It's all fine. It's all good.
Okay, thank God for that. I thought we'd lost camera 2. I thought Jim had done himself a cropper or something, fallen off the tower with excitement, pulled the lead out.
Yeah.
I almost fell out the front of the commentary booth doing that one then. Christ. Ooh, sorry. Woo. Crikey, I should say.
Well, we've got time. The buggies aren't on the grid yet, so
they'll come out. They're out there now. Look, they're just doing the warm-up lap.
Just remind ourselves how things stand. So that's what's taken us to where we are now. That's 2 A finals, 2 legs of the A final done.
Okay, so I mean, basically, I think the top 4. So Ongaro with a win could get himself 4 points and be level with the front. Top 4, anyone's game, depending on what happens. Really, they've all got a shot of winning that. I think, anyway, on my quick maths. Not known for my maths. Should we have a reminder who's on the grid?
Go on then.
So, you're Newman, Poleman, and then we've got Michael Orlowski in the 2, Marcus Kerrup in the 3, Davide Ongaro in the 4, Wesley Van Helmen in the 5, Burak Kilik in the 6, Clement Boda in the 7, Daniel Kobovic in 8, Alexander Landon in the 9, Bruno Coelho rounding this one out in the 10. And there we go, 10 seconds on the clock. And Newman poised and ready to strike. Here we go. Okay, clean over the first set of jumps for the first 4. Let's see how we go. So Newman over the bobbles clean. Instantly, that is where he's made the gap. Every single one of these finals going into those bobbles for the first time, the gap is created. And there it is. You see as he goes across the line, he's already got half a second on Orlowski at the moment. He's going to want to put the pace down and then manage the gap back to Orlowski to make sure Orlowski's got to push hard, but maybe hard enough to make a mistake himself. So Newman through, Orlowski through, Carup through, Ongaro through. There we go, over the doubles cleanly. There's nothing between these guys. I think it's probably about a second between, maybe a couple of seconds between the top four. Nothing in it really. We know each crash is going to be about 3 seconds of a delay by the time you get marshalled and back on your wheels again. But Newman and Orlowski breaking away from the other two. So the S-Works and the Schumacher cars out in front at the moment. It is Newman. Orlowski catches a nasty little bobble on the way out of that second double. Not too bad, though. 0.5 of a second between them. I don't believe it's 0.5 of a second now, because Orlowski is looking all over the back end of Newman. Wants to make he makes a move stick. He's gone through on the inside of the off-camber corner. Orlowski through. So, through the switchbacks they go. Newman knows if Orlowski takes this one, he has got the win. So, Orlowski over the tabletops. Plenty of pace in that car. Newman punches it straight after him. Oh, Newman's got caught up. Newman is over. Oh, where's he gone? Oh, and that's all. That's it for Newman. He's out of this one. There's no way in 2 minutes and 50-something seconds he's going to catch Orlowski back up. It is now Orlowski way out in front from, I think that may even be Ongaro right behind him. So, Orlowski smells his first European two-wheel drive off-road title for the Euros. He's going to want to make this time as quick as he possibly can. So pushes it through the off-camber corner. Ongaro says, you're not going to get too far away, my friend. And will be pushing up as hard as he possibly can. But Orlowski knows he's got confidence in the Schumacher. He pushes it over the two sets of doubles. Ongaro really does a long one on the second set of doubles there to try and make up some time. He's right there. It's 1.7 seconds between first and second. Orlowski up the step up. Flicks it round into the drop-off. Ongaro right behind him. I think that's Carup right up behind Ongaro as well. So nothing between the top three. One mistake could see things change dramatically at the front here. 1:50 left on the clock for these guys. So Orlowski over the bridge. Ongaro over the bridge as well. Orlowski flicks it round the first of the hairpins. Ongaro right with him. Takes 0.2 of a second out of his time. On the last lap round, it was 1. So, Ongaro's gone over. Carup's gone through. So it's Carup now up to the youngster, the 15-year-old. Current four-wheel drive European champion to chase down Michael Orlowski and see if he can make a difference at the start of the pack. But Orlowski is there. He's going to keep it on its wheels. We know Orlowski is a truly rounded driver, knows how to drive these races from the front. He's pushing all the way through. He's gone over the first set of jumps. Orlowski into the step up. Carup not far behind him, but I think that gap is only going to get bigger for the time being. 3 seconds, 1 minute to find 3 seconds between Carup and Orlowski to make a difference to the front of this one. I do think Newman's going to be absolutely devastated by that crash. He's made it back up into 6th at the moment as Newman, but it is all about Michael Orlowski at the front of the pack of this one. The youngster from Poland. Truly experienced young driver, pushing his way through. Oh, and he's got the cone of justice. That's let Carup come right up onto the back of him. So Orlowski, little bit of nerves coming through, little bit of excitement. He smells that cup coming his way. But Carup's right there, and Orlowski will be able to see that in his peripheral vision. This is going to be the final lap. So Orlowski through the doubles. Carup through the doubles. Onto the step-ups they go. I think that's Ongaro right behind them as well. Right behind Carup is Ongaro. It is going to be a race to the line. I think unless something absolutely bonkers happens to Michael, he's going to be taking this third leg. I'm not too sure where that leads us, but over the bridge he goes and across the line to take leg number 3. Michael Orlowski. Oh my goodness me. Track still live. We've got these guys are walking off. Nobody knows what's going on here. It's all come to a big climax. Here we are. So Orlowski takes it from Carrick, back to Ongaro, back to Burak, Killick, then Newman, then Coelho, then Landon, Boda, Van Helmond and Kobovic. So let's see some overalls if we can on the screen. Okay, obviously some excited faces down there, everybody happy. Has that given Carrot the win? Is he the new two-wheel drive European champion for 2023? Is he? It seems like it. Everybody seems pretty happy. I think the 15-year-old's done it. He has. Carrot's done it. Your two-wheel drive off-road European champion for 2023. Marcus Kerup takes it. Tommy Hall hands the crown over. But Marcus Kerup and his dad there, super happy. Let's see if we can get Frank somewhere near him for a bit of a catch-up. And you can see the emotion on the faces. So 2 years in a row, that young man has come home with a European title with him. Really close family. Lovely to see the emotion between those two. And I think we've got Frank poised with the microphone, hopefully. Wow, what a race. We wanted 3 legs. We got 3 legs of racing. That is for sure. My goodness. So there's Frank. We'll see if we can get a few words just with Marcus Kerup a minute. Oh, he's called him up.
Gonna have to pull him away from his
Go on, Frank, grab
crowd.
him. That's it. Don't let him go. Don't let him go for another one, Frank. Don't let him shake anyone else's hand. We'll be there all week. We got the 4-wheel drive to do. Okay, over to Frank. Here we go.
One more time, just on the line. Yeah. Marcus Kerup. Once again, the European champion.
Yes, feels so amazing. Like everything we've gone through to get to this race, stolen cars and everything. So it feels amazing. It's unbelievable. Huge thanks to my dad for helping with everything. I couldn't have done anything without him. So, super happy.
Obviously, that means so much to him and to you. What's this about the stolen cars? Because I think this is the first I've heard about it.
We went here testing with the Swedish guys, Gregor Landin and Alexander Landin, who helped us find this up also, so thanks to them. But we went for lunch in Overvecht, and when we came back, everything was gone in our car, so yeah, and you can't build 2 cars the same, so yeah, super amazing to win.
Well, let's see how it goes in 4-wheel drive for you once again. Obviously, defending champion in that one, and good luck in 4-wheel drive.
Thank you.
What a winner. What a champion, eh? For a 15-year-old, you can't expect much more, can you? I don't
amazing.
think you can anyway.
Absolutely amazing. Let's get that overall.
So there you have it, your overalls. Marcus Kerup takes it, 3 points in it. With 3 points, sorry. And then we've got Michael Orlowski, runner-up, and obviously Michael with his best time of 11 in a 5:07, even though they've both got the same scores. It's Orlowski that loses out because he's got a slightly slower time. Newman has to settle for a podium position, no win for him this year. And there's always next year, we know how racy he is in these cars. Ongaro going to be happy with a 4th, would have wanted a win of course. And then we've got Burak Killick, good result for him there. Alexander Landon in the 6th spot. Wesley Van Helmond finishes 7th overall. Bruno Coelho manages to scrape it off the back of the pack to bring himself into 8th. Clement Boda, the young Frenchman, finds himself 9th. And then rounding out the back of your top 10 for the European Off-Road Championships 2023, Daniel Kobovic. I think that's about it from us, isn't it, Matt?
Certainly is.
Okay.
It's been a fantastic day.
It has been a tremendous day. We have seen some awesome racing. The thrills and spills of the track really can't be shouted about enough for this sport. But it just remains for me to say a massive, massive congratulations to that young man there on his new two-wheel drive European title. And to say thank you to the team here. Jim up on the camera, Frank for running around doing the social media and just being a general help throughout the day, Matt McCallum in the office, and I'm sure James Parry's floating around somewhere. So thank you guys. This has been the EFRA 1/10 Buggy Euros, the two-wheel drive portion for 2023. We're RC Racing TV, and we'll see you for the four-wheel drive event soon. Thanks, everyone.